Okay. Refresh. And now, did the YouTube stream start this time?
Mad King Hyperion was first.
Well, Hyperion first, the very first person that was here. The first person waiting for the stream that just started right now. It's live. Hey, there we go. All right. So I had to fully restart everything. Okay, the problem was I initially tried to start it and the title was too long because YouTube doesn't let you have, like, the character limit on YouTube for titles is like half as big as on Twitch. So when I tried to start it, it didn't work because I tried to use the Twitch title and copy it over. And so I went, oh, okay, no problem. I'll shorten it. I shortened it and it just didn't work. It just was like, no, you tried to make it too long. So now I'm blocking you from starting a stream. There's Magnus for Aggie, 6 to 9. Nice. So I had to fully close down everything and fully restart it from 0 and never tell it too long of a title so it didn't lock me out from making a stream. Weird. Of course, they don't just truncate. Well, not that they should truncate. It should give me that error, right? If they are like, no, this is the maximum character size and you go over it, should go, hold on, make your title smaller. That's fair. But when I then make my title smaller and say, is this okay? And it says, yep, that's okay. It should then actually start the stream instead of going, yep, that's okay. That's an acceptable title, but I'm not going to start the stream with it. That's the problem. So, oh well. I know the fix now for the future. If I ever accidentally try to start a stream with too long of a title, do not just shorten it and click the try again button. Fully close it down, fully shut it down, change the title, then fully start it up again. And then it should hopefully work. CBD did have some trouble with this skip here and did die once, which gave Aggie some time to come back into it since Aggie is behind 6 to 9. We do spoiler-free until you review official matches later. Didn't watch the ones from this weekend yet. Absolutely, we can do spoiler-free until I review the official matches. That sounds like a great idea. I might make reference or mention of how silly it is, like, or, you know, oh, it's an exciting game that we have to review, or something like that, but I will try not to spoil the results as best I can. Can't guarantee that somebody in chat won't just say it, but I will try not to spoil anything until we review it. Spoilers, Bengus was bongest. Like, hopefully only I will say things that will make you more excited to watch it, rather than less excited and like, oh man, now I got spoiled. Is it possible to move stream up and face cam down with board and time? Yes. Is there a reason why you would like that layout better? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that layout would be better. Like, perhaps. Ooh, is CBD going for a remembrance? So let me see. Oh, CBD is definitely going for Top's Key here. But Aggie just got Remembrance Boss in cans only. Very nice block from Aggie. Aggie, unfortunately though, because CBD is going for Top's Key, Aggie's going to have to do Restore Morgoth's Great Rune at some point. Now, this isn't the absolute worst scenario for him because he did just get a Great Rune boss, and then he can get the weapon from this and use that presumably on then Radon or Renala or something to get access to the capital. So in theory, maybe this, you know, maybe Aggie isn't like too worried about it. Ooh, Marika's Hammer. I think that has relatively low stat requirements. I don't think it costs like, you know, 30 faith or anything. So that's a solid one to see. It's also just like a regular hammer, which I don't love too much, but like, you know, Aggie, I think, likes regular hammers and regular Yeah, he is heading right for Radon. Does like regular hammers and regular axes, as far as I know. They're slightly faster swing speed than like great hammers and great axes. Can be nice. How does Aggie potentially win? Which square does he have to snipe? Well, if he sniped return tops key, that would be a big one, because now all of a sudden he's got this like potential pressure on row 1. But CBD looks to be pushing that, so I don't know that that will work. Aggie is also currently going for whetstones, but so is CBD. They are both going for whetstones. And it's only 3 of them, so both of them should have access to it, like, at any point. CBD, I think... Oh, I think CBD is going for his 3rd one right now. CBD is going to snipe this one away. That's going to make it even harder for Aggie. Uh-oh. And then CBD has access to Top's Key as well, because he just opened up Raya Lucaria. Oh, that's really going to take away a lot of the things that Aggie could have used to pressure with. Yeah, here comes the 3rd one for CBD. Aggie might be like 10 feet away. No, that's only a 2nd one. He actually didn't grab the one in Raya Lucaria while he was there. I thought that would have been the 1st one that he grabbed, since he was just in Raya Lucaria. But he warped away, warped back, so now it's a race. I don't know how close each of them is. I know CBD's is not far, but Aggie's is just inside this room, I think. I think this is genuinely going to come down to seconds. Unless this is only Aggie's 2nd. Apparently it's only Aggie's 2nd. Never mind, it's not going to come down to seconds. It's CBD's easily, because Aggie did not get the one in Redmane Castle first. I thought he did while he was there, but he throws up his hands in frustration. That was a way he definitely could have at least gotten very close to coming back, but now CBD ahead 10-7 and about to return Top's Academy key. Set up this devastating bingo line threat that Aggie will have to deal with, and yeah, I mean it's not looking good if you're an Aggie enjoyer. It is definitely looking like CBD should close this one out. Like, you know, 99% chance of victory for CBD from this position. Aggie, no bingo options. Yep, not a bingo option whatsoever, so CBD can just win by majority. So he just needs any 3 squares before Aggie gets any 6 squares. And if those 3 squares happen to involve returning Top's Key or restoring Morgoth's Great Rune, then CBD would also get a bingo line out of it. Aggie enjoyer. It looks like Aggie is heading for Top's Key, but I think CBD just was going over to grab it. I mean, he hasn't grabbed it yet, but like CBD is certainly way ahead on grabbing it. So if it's a race here, that's just another time that Aggie's going to get sniped here. Technically, Aggie does want to race CBD on things because he needs to get snipes to possibly win, but I mean, he's too far behind to actually snipe. The content Robin Hood. That's right. I steal from these rich streamers and give to you poor viewers. The content. That's right. That's really, I'm a hero if you think about it. It's Morgoth's Great Rune. Surely it won't come down to that as the last square. Oh man. I can't. No spoilers. No spoilers. We're gonna review that match later. I can't though. But no spoilers. We're reviewing that match later. Was wondering why the Bingo Bandit wasn't online. Good to see you. Yeah, it was just a little late. Just a tiny bit late. Because I was forced by an evil entity to play my most hated game against my will. It was Chris. He's the evil entity. He made me play League of Legends. So this is so sad. Which meant that I was doing things for later than I normally would be, and I kind of just need at least a few hours a day to just kind of chill and do nothing. Like, I need that. I can't, it's hard for me to have days full of doing stuff, so I just kind of took a while to just do nothing, and then I was like, huh, I'm supposed to start up stream now, and so I was a little late. That's rough, yeah. It is, it really is. I would think Souls players would play Dota considering difficulty and whatnot. That's what Chris wanted to play. That's what I would have been happier playing. But Dom, I think, wanted to play League of Legends, and then Chris was like, oh, that is funny for doing it on stream. I think Chris is willing to play Dota even off stream, but League is kind of funny as an on-stream thing because it is bad, so we suffer more. You know? All right, Aggie heading for the Misbegotten Crusader. Not a bad thing to go for. He did not commit all the way to Top's Key, which is good for him because CBD is returning it right now. League can be fun sometimes. I mean, sure. You know, slamming your head in a door, I suppose, can be fun to some people and some situations. Like, you know, theoretically at least. Almost lost respect for you, but you're playing Tristana, so we Gucci. Well, I didn't have a whole lot of characters to choose from the free player pool, since apparently my account forgot everything that I ever owned in that game, since I haven't played it for... I said 7 years? I actually think it's been like 10 years since I actually played League of Legends at all. So all my stuff is just gone. I think what it might have been was my account was completely gone, and then somebody at some point was like, we should play League of Legends, so I was like, whatever, and I installed it, and then I think I had to make a new account because I think my old account literally just doesn't exist anymore. Riot just deleted it, but I don't know, or I forgot my password or something. I think it's good if you have a pre-made team, so the hate it gets is overblown sometimes. Well, let me tell you, we had a pre-made team. I don't know. I don't know. It's still a very whatever game. It's still Dota light, but less fun. There's the Misbegotten Crusader from Aggie. 11 to 8. It seems like Aggie is doing a good job of not falling further behind, but unfortunately, not falling further behind is not good enough to overcome a 3-square deficit and actually win. CBD just heading for Knights Cavalries now, which is going to be very hard for Aggie to stop even at all, but instead it looks like Aggie's heading for Vike. Surprising. I would have thought, you know, it's not a good plan, but the only plan that I can think of for how to potentially win... No, he's not going to Vike. This is Consecrated Snowfield. Never mind, he's heading to... Duo Knights Cav? He is doing Knights Cav, but with Duo Knights Cav Aggie. This is insanity. Nobody does Duo Knights Cav. You can find, like, 6 other Knights Cavs in easier locations. There's no way this is worth it. Look at how long this fight is gonna take. Like, yeah, okay, there's 2 in one spot, but like, the time you spend fighting them is so long. They just have so much health. And Dota's so different now as well. Maybe that's true. Maybe Dota sucks now too. I don't know. I also have not played Dota in like 7 years. Dual boss is a square, however. There is... Oh, okay. He wants the synergy? Okay, you know what? Fair enough. This is still an absolutely absurd play, but like, all right. It is a duo boss. If this is his last, you know, Knights Cavs or last duo trios and he gets to, you know, bang bang Mark II squares, all right, you know, I guess that's reasonable. Is CBD not streaming? He is not. He's only streaming on Discord, which was very kind of him. I wasn't sure who I should spectate between Aggie CBD versus Ness Swed, but I saw that CBD was streaming in Discord, and I'm like, well, the only reason he'd be streaming in Discord is if he wants me to join and watch. So I was like, all right, then I guess we're watching CBD and Aggie. He really wanted me to see this game, so he pre-set up his Discord stream for me.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Maybe absurd is what wins. Maybe. I have 2,000 hours in Dota 2. Last played 2019, and it's gonna stay that way. Let's see what Steam says about my Dota 2 stats. Steam says Dota 2. Last played February 14th, 2019. Playtime 2,921 hours. I literally have not played the game since Sekiro came out. Sekiro instantly, literally, the instant that Sekiro came out, my MOBA playing was cured. Sekiro is a miracle. Some people go to, you know, to therapy or you know, like anti-addiction, you know, counseling or AA or things like that. No. Just install Sekiro. Your vices gone. That's all. That's the only thing you need. Sekiro is the therapy. Last played on Valentine's Day. Sekiro saved your life if you think about it. Praise Miyazaki. Exactly. It's weird. Souls pulled me out of Dota and Deadlock pulled you out of Souls. There's the 4 Knights Cavs for CBD Aggie. He looks over. He shakes his head. He knows it's Jover. He was so close. And he made a risky play, and unfortunately, does not quite pay off. He attempted. There was an attempt. A better way to end a relationship than to play a MOBA together. True. I'm focusing on relearning Magic the Gathering for an open I'm going to in October because a friend of yours is visiting and he bullied you into it. Magic the Gathering is like, the cards are cool, and like I like the idea of like drafts and stuff, and it's even got a pretty good online client where you can play it with Magic the Gathering Arena and like all of this, and it's like it's definitely the type of card game that I could get super like into and like a lot, because I do like card games. But then lands exist, so then I play a few games and go, nah, never mind, actually. Nah, maybe this one isn't for me. Ooh, CBD going for painting rewards here. 3 painting rewards is quite a few, but I mean, all CBD needs is any square, and then he wins, and Aggie has to somehow manage to scrap together every single remaining square, which is just really not reasonable to expect. Nearly 4,000 hours on MTG Arena. Would not recommend. Like, I almost would recommend if they did something about lands. I think the loss yesterday was partly on Chris not practicing when everyone was grinding. Was really looking forward to a lot more intensity. But hold on. We're gonna. First of all, it was intense. But second of all, we're gonna review that later. Sorry that I read a little too much of the message there, but it's fine. We're gonna review it later. No spoilers. No spoilers. lot of my experience with MTG is from a LGS budget league. LGS, I don't know what LGS is, but is it the limited format? I hear about limited in MTG. Once a year, you were in high school. Ah, local game store. Oh, okay. Yeah, you be careful using acronyms for people that don't play the exact same game. It can be hard to keep up. Ooh, they're racing each other on duo trio bosses here. They're both heading for the Crystallian duo. Aggie could absolutely win this first, potentially. Oh, he does have strike damage with Marika's hammer. Didn't know there were spoilers, sorry. Oh, good, all good. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. We're just gonna avoid them till we review. FLGS. Is the F freaking I don't know. Friendly local game store. Okay. Hey, at the freaking local game store. Ooh, Aggie much faster on this boss so far. And this is the last one he needs. That strike damage really putting in work, whereas CBD having to slowly try to make his way through with standard damage. So Aggie does snipe this away from CBD. Very nice. CBD now wondering if he should mog away 130k or just finish out the boss anyway. He's kind of stuck in here for a bit. This is very good for Aggie. Very good. F is for friends who do stuff together. I should have remembered that. Aggie surprisingly with no talismans whatsoever so far for this board. I mean, I guess that's not too surprising. Base game can have a hard time finding actual talismans that you want to use while doing squares. How many monitors do I have? 2. I have 2 monitors. I've got the one on the left and the one on the right. Chat is on the right of the one on the right. And then both of the games I have currently going on the left. Deal with tabletops too much to not just autopilot local game store into LGS. That's, you know, that's fair. That's fair. Just, you know. I, as a former teacher, am careful with my language to make sure that my language is not using it the way that I know how to use words, but using it the way that the person I'm speaking to will understand the words. So, you know, if I'm like, it's kind of obvious when you think about it in a teacher context, but, you know, if I'm currently starting to teach algebra and I just go, oh, you just solve for X. And the student goes, what do you mean solve for X? It's like, oh, no. I need to start with, you know, okay, now, you know, we're gonna talk about what a variable is or whatever. You know, like, it's just, I'm very careful to make sure that the things that I'm saying are in the way that I expect somebody would understand it. Like, I even have friends who, like, have played Elden Ring and all that, but I will still sometimes spell out the words, you know, Elden Ring instead of just, like, ER or something to be, like, you know, don't want you to think, oh, he's in the hospital? Like, I'll just be like, Elden Ring. Because even though they have played Elden Ring, they're not, like, you know, as Elden Ring-brained. What did you teach? High school level math and science. Current math teacher there. Got to build up from the basics. Yep. Just throwing jargons, yeah. So anyway, I was holding priority and pivoting on marking the bingo square Elden Ring, too many syllables. It's 3. Elden Ring. It's 3. It's 3 syllables. Have you considered that using jargons makes me feel cool? I've considered it and thoroughly discarded it. Then ring. 3 syllables too many. Yes, we should say it with 0 syllables. Why did you stop teaching? To full-time stream. Well, I stopped teaching in a classroom to tutor and private teach through a tutoring company because that was way easier during COVID. Because teaching in an actual classroom during COVID when everything went online was horrible. Would not recommend any teacher to ever have to go through that. But voice crack. But that's how you know I've been talking too much. But tutoring was still fine. Online tutoring is fine. Online private one-on-one teaching was still fine. Classroom teaching though sucked. How long was I a teacher for? In a classroom, only 2 full years, 2 full school years. But privately, for like 7 years in total or something. Well, I guess 2 of them would have been in the classroom, and then, 5 of them would have been outside of the classroom, something like that. This high school math, university level math is so tough. Yeah, it's a big step up for sure. Want to say your commentary has been really on point lately. Appreciate the effort you put into it. Thank you. I put in a lot of effort to make it effortless. Which is a funny thing to say. You have to put in effort to make something effortless, and I think it worked out really, really well today. I think that the first commentary that me and Dom did on last weekend, I still think I did well, but I think I was a little maybe stiff isn't exactly the right word, but I was thinking a little bit too much about, what I was saying and like trying to say everything right and try not to make mistakes and stuff. And today I felt like I was just like very relaxed and it was just a very fun time. While I was still, I think, doing a good job of doing what I wanted to do, explaining things well and making hype moments and things. So I think the commentary practice has honestly paid off quite a lot. Your commentary is a skill. I once watched a tournament with terrible commentary, couldn't go through with it. Commentator is a big part of the show. 100%. Like a much bigger part of the show than you realize. In a lot of cases is the commentator. You like tell yourself like, no, I'm just here for, the gameplay. That's all that matters. Like nothing else matters. But like, yeah. Genuinely a commentator can bring so much to an experience. I say that mostly from a, watching side rather than being like, oh, you could just jump over that without torrent? I thought you needed torrent to get over that. Oh, and here comes this thing. What? Wait, you can just ride torrent and then you'll just miss? Huh? CBD not doing remembrance. Aggie got painting rewards 10 to 12. I'm guessing the only reason CBD did Radon here is just to restore Morgoth's Great Rune, which makes sense. Or it could be for a remembrance boss to do remembrance. But like, technically, theoretically, Aggie maybe still has a chance to win. It is for remembrance. He's heading for remembrance right now. So he could actually snipe this away from CBD. He would then actually be ahead on Morgoth's Great Rune. And then if they race on whatever it is, if CBD races him on Morgoth's Great Rune and Aggie wins that, then it's just a race to Vike. Or if they both pivot out and race on Vike and Aggie wins the race to Vike, Aggie could be ahead on restore Morgoth's Great Rune. This is genuinely technically possible for Aggie to win. We thought it was over, but like, it's not over. CBD, I mean, still only has to get any one square. He can still go wherever he wants. He can still do whatever he wants. But, like, Aggie technically has as much or more priority, I think, on all the remaining squares. Ooh, CBD is close to Godric, though. And Godric is not as slow of a kill. Or, sorry, is not as fast. It's not as slow. Godric is faster, is what I should just say. Godric is a faster kill than Radon, so CBD, despite entering here later, could still end up getting the square first. And yeah, both of them will have, like, exactly the same capital progress afterwards. You're really good at clutching, yeah. Oh wait, it all comes down to Morgoth's Great Rune. That would never happen. We'll talk later. We're gonna review the official matches later. Don't worry about it. Aggie's weapon is better for Vike. Well, presumably not Marika's hammer. Presumably whatever other weapon he primarily is using. But dang, he is shredding with this, actually. Wait, big stagger. If he can get the kill before he leaves. No, he doesn't get the riposte. Well, now that's going to lose him a ton of time. There is also a phase transition for Godric that does also take some time. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to come down. It's going to be really, really close. They're both now heading into the second phase. Oh, CBD gets the riposte before the phase transition. That's going to get him so much extra damage. Aggie needs to win right now. There's no CBD wins this. He just walks up, smacks him 2 times and wins. Aggie would need to kill him right here. Wait, he's got the long yapping afterwards. No, Aggie does win this because of the yapping. Officially, Aggie gets to mark it first despite killing the boss second because there's no yapping. Aggie gets the square. Wait a minute. They have exactly the same progress on the 2 remaining squares. Aggie just has to guess right and double snipe. The Yap Tech. Defeated by cutscene. Now here's also the other question of, does Aggie rush one or split progress? And does CBD rush one or split progress? If they both split, that's good for Aggie. If they both rush, that's good for Aggie. If one splits and one rushes, that's good for CBD. CBDing right now, I'd assume, perhaps. Is CBD not streaming because he didn't want a DRL incident? What DRL incident? I don't think I know what the DRL incident is. But CBD presumably is not streaming just because he was maybe only going to do like 1 or 2 games and didn't consider it worth it to start up stream for just a short stream. But I don't know. But we could ask him in the post-game interview or whatever. CBD might just pivot if Vike doesn't get marked in the next couple of minutes. He absolutely could. But Aggie could predict he would do that and do the same. It is still approximately a 75% at least chance that CBD wins. Actually, I would probably say it's an 87.5% chance that CBD wins because it's a 50-50 chance that they both split or they both rush. Then, if they both split or both rush, it's a 50-50 chance on like which thing they end up going for first. And then, even assuming they both end up going for the same thing so a snipe can happen, it's only a 50-50 that Aggie actually wins that snipe. So, 1 in 8. That's 1 in 8 that Aggie wins. But that's not impossible. Aggie with the faster kill on the Draconic Tree Sentinel. Oh, Aggie putting in work here. He's ahead now into the capital. Uh-oh, Aggie weapon diff. It's a solid weapon he's got going. It's going to be 50-50. Either Aggie wins or he doesn't. Oh, true. So you're saying it's a 50-50 right now. This is bingo practice, not official match. Not yet. This is not an official match yet. We're going to review official match later. Oh, double status is so sick. Yeah. Assuming Aggie and CBD have the same setup, but Aggie's damage build seems better, which bends the odds in his favor. It is looking as though at least one of the 50-50 conditions that Aggie is faster has been met. So it could be a 1 in 4 at this point that Aggie wins. Aggie pivots! He's going for Vike! Does CBD pivot? That is the question. If CBD pivots right here, we've got our other condition met, and we're down to like a 50-50. Oh, he doesn't! He doesn't! The condition not met! This should mean CBD wins because he is pushing for it. Oh, so sad. We were one condition away. From it being probable that Aggie won. Did Aggie get the grace? Yeah, he got the grace in the capital. Yeah. So he wouldn't be like Omega behind CBD if so, but he'll be enough behind because whatever he does, he will, you know, he will show that he has Vike, and CBD will be ahead of him at that point. He has to hope CBD grabs this grace right here and immediately pivots out, which he does not. Because then he'd only be behind by the capital skip, which isn't that bad. But now he's going to be behind by at least the full walking through the capital. Ooh, actually, okay. America's Hammer is good on Vike. Damn, I did not realize. Okay. Bang! He gets Vike falls on him, breaks the no-hit. That's so funny. Honestly, even just the regular hammer hits are not bad for this. He's got no mana flask, though, so he's just got a R1 from here. Swaps to a butchering knife for a little bit of extra range. I think that's a good call. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, that last hit's a little greedy because it's a little slower than the others. It's technically possible for Vike to just hit you out of it. Ooh, trades, which... Oh, luckily Vike backed off. If Vike had gone in, that could have been really scary. Kills Vike immediately first try. Aggie's not that far behind, but CBD is hard committing on this Restore Morgoth's Great Rune. He didn't even think about grabbing that Grace. He did not even consider it. He went immediately towards Morgoth. Let's see if he has an incident. That's now the only hope left, which is it has gone from a 1 in 8 to like a 1 in, I don't know, 1 in 20? Because like these are just not that hard of bosses for CBD. And CBD would need to have multiple incidents. It's probably less than that. It is probably like a 1 in 50 that CBD loses here. It's always possible. And if it happens, you know, like it's not like, oh my God, CBD, how could you? It's just like, you know, it does happen to even the best players sometimes. It just doesn't happen very often. The odds are low, but never zero. It's a sure thing, am I right, Mitch? Mitch, am I right? Yeah. Sure thing. Sure thing. There's no way that CBD dies to Goldfree. I mean, you can't even die to Goldfree. He's impossible. He can't even hit you. He just, like, whiffs near you every time. Aggie and his skip. Yeah, which he eventually gave up on, I guess. He should just learn to not do that. It's just not consistent. Like, the speedrunners just learned, oh, that skip, it literally isn't consistent. It depends on your frame rate. If you have a different frame rate, then your same setup for the skip just doesn't work. And, like, ever since we learned that fact, I'm like, oh, then I'm never going for it again. It's gold free, am I right? True. I've died to gold free. So have I. That was, we were the thing is, caster curses don't work if they're done like intentionally jokingly. They can work if they're done kind of intentionally inflammatorily, but intentionally jokingly, it never works. was looking for CBD POV. Is he just streaming personally here? He's just streaming on Discord. Yes, he is streaming on Discord. He is not currently streaming. Facetiously, sure. Yeah. That's I think that's the correct word. I appreciate you taking time to perfect your craft. I hope you commentate a ton more matches this season. Me too. It's been so much fun, and will continue to be fun. But we got a lot of people that also want to commentate, so I don't think I will be able to steal, you know, the majority of the matches in the season. I don't think I'll even be able to steal, you know, a quarter of the matches in the season. I think we have a lot of people that want to commentate, so... and adding on the usual suspects for commentary, Jack also wants to do commentary this season. And, like, there's just many people. And every competitor that does not make it to the main bingo event, I'm sure will also want to commentate. Maybe not every single competitor. But, you know, if CBD does not end up making it, CBD might want to do commentary. If Blanks doesn't make it, I expect Blanks is going to want to do commentary. If Chris doesn't make it, I expect Chris is going to want to do commentary. Like... I don't know that Ness has done commentary. Okay, well, no incidents from CBD for Morgott. It was kind of an uninteresting fight where he just kind of won easily with no problems whatsoever. So I guess CBD would have the skill issue on the Fell Twins, which, I mean, I guess is maybe more likely because they have less practice on the Fell Twins because you don't do it as often, but... Is that an NES controller on the shirt? It is an NES controller. It says classically trained. Like, you know, trained on an NES, even though I never owned an NES. But my mom thought this was a funny shirt to get me. And I was like, I agree. Thank you, Mom. Uh-oh, a little Comcasting. Oh, a lot of Comcasting? Oh, a lot of Comcasting, perhaps? A little Comcasting? Alright. We have FPS drops, yep. We would never be able to do the skips with FPS drops like this. Uh-oh, it's still happening. Uh-oh. I can almost see the stream. Hooray. Oh, boy. Alright, so now all CBD needs to do... I mean, Aggie still just isn't that far behind. He's maybe had faster fights, but, like, he's still way far behind enough. All CBD has to do is beat the Fell Twins, go up another tower. Now, if he does lose to the Fell Twins, he would genuinely be behind
Actually, I'm
Aggie.
Bitcoin mining in the background, hence the delay. Hashtag sorry, not sorry.
Wow, that was loud. Tommy, thank you for the sub. 56 months? Holy. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Streaming through PowerPoint. It's a good streaming program. Aggie really loves his butchering knife. It's just a great axe. It's just a solid great axe. Who doesn't love a great axe? That audio was as good as you hoped it was. A match where every commentator deafens and commentates at the same time over one another. That does not sound great. Aggie, stop going for this skip. It just doesn't work consistently. Aggie, stop. And Comcast, stop! How have we dropped 4% of our total frames? Oh. Nope. Okay. It was good for like half a second, and then it went bad again. Comcast, please, please, Comcast. I am begging you. Please. Oh no. Commentary reminded you of the OG Dota TI commentary. Going good. Yo, let's go. Practicing commentary is not something you've ever considered? Well, you gotta practice something to get good at it. I have said this for everything. The only thing I can't practice for is having good internet, but... 96% success on frame rate sounds good on paper when you don't know how bad that really is. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Wait! No, we're still dropping some frames. Okay, it said it was green. It said it was green for a second. It lied to me. All right, CBD wins. He's past all the parts where he could skish you. You think Elden Ring Bingo could be a legit esport? It's so fun to watch. I mean, it is. What do you mean could be? It is a legit esport. It is a thing where there is an event that makes money that maybe technically doesn't have sponsors yet, but like might have sponsors, where the players get paid to participate. Like, it is an esport. It just is an esport. What if he falls off the elevator? True. Oh, green? No, I jinxed it. Stop. I need to stop looking over and thinking that it's fixed. Comcast will not let it be fixed. What if the elevator in Capital isn't working? You'd have to take the stairs. True. This is how esports get started? Kinda. I mean, it's kind of already got started. Like, I mean, you know, if your definition of an esport is like, must be officially sanctioned by the developers, then no, it will never be an esport. But if your definition of an esport is, you know, a competition where players compete for prizes of presumably cash, in an organized fashion with rules and, you know, referees and stuff like that, then it is just an esport.
GG's.
You're on duo? What?
I am.
Yeah, he was close.
Did you have DTS code already?
Before Vike, yeah.
Okay, that's what happened.
So close, almost snuck away with it.
That would have been a
Fuck
wild
Lance
comeback.
Yax. Fuck Lance Yax. Lance Yax was one hit from dead and then hit me with the tailspin into claw true combo. Except it wasn't a true combo, but it killed me.
I see.
Dang.
And then I lost the square. Oh, what else? Oh, yeah. And then I lost Whetstone Knives because guess what? The fucking festival closes the door to the wet blade.
Yeah. You have to kill him.
I didn't know. That's pretty fucked up. I don't like that at all.
Guys, I don't think hitting gamer skip first try is gonna make up.
You know,
you know what?
unironically, if I actually hit it first try both times, I would have been insanely close to getting the square.
But if you also hadn't tried it either time, you would have saved a lot of time as well.
But
so.
Mitch, that's not the point. It's not about whether it's a good idea. It's about just doing it anyway. It's about sending a message. You know, the real problem was I tried that method that someone posted of the gamer skip, being 100% consistent, and it didn't
Uh-huh.
fucking work.
It's
I should
not-
have just done my old thing.
It's not 100% consistent. It literally can't be unless your frame rate is 100% consistent.
I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure Twink solved it.
No.
Have you seen his video? He does it literally 5 times in a row. Or
5?
maybe even more.
I'm investigating.
I'm gonna have to investigate too.
Yeah, wait, well, hold on. Let me go back to your skip, Aggie, to see if
I mean, maybe I did it wrong. I just did it purely off memory of watching the video, and it didn't work. I tried twice.
Off memory. Where is the video?
Sure, he says, yeah, you run off this, and then good.
let me see. Is it in
I'm looking
rules
back
at
in
this point?
strats and I do not see it.
It's somewhere
It's
in
in
the Bingo
rules.
Brawlers Discord.
I can forward it. No, that's not, I'm just gonna copy and paste it.
Okay.
It's in our VC chat.
All right, I gotta review.
All right.
Let me see. Simply do that, guys.
That's just doing it normally.
He has a lineup and a timing.
Did
for
you
it.
read the description?
No. Let me read the. That's just doing it normally. In order to make the skip consistent, I had to identify what was the difference between a successful and a failed attempt. Blah blah blah. Visual cue. On the destroyed side of the rampart, there is one brick that I use as a marker to jump from. This doesn't really give us much to work with, but this visual aid is the starting point of making a consistent setup. B. Audio cue. Stepping on the sand onto the smaller ledge right on the brick wall. Stepping on that ledge makes a quick audible double stomp, and upon hearing that audio cue, I perform my punch jump. Well, now it's about reaction speed. I'm an old man. I'll jump late.
Well, that's
I mean, that's
beside
fine,
the
though.
point.
Yeah.
That's beside the point.
Feel free to slow the video down to hear this sound change. Ultimately, audio cue is a simple, although reductive way of recognizing what I think is a very subtle change in height from the sand to the ledge. Okay. Punch timing. Once you jump from the ledge, it's important to twist your character model in such a way that it faces the wall. The punch is how we redirect. Yeah, that's normal. That's when you should punch. It's almost immediate. Yeah. By combining these 3 cues tips, I managed to succeed with high consistency.
The punch is fucking me up. This punch is not working as well as my normal punch. It's really hard to hear the fucking sound cue with the music and the dude guy going off.
I do think this is almost exactly the setup I used when I made a macro for testing, and it worked 100% at some FPS values and 0% at other FPS values. And I think it was exactly this setup that I did. Issue is you can't turn the same way every single time. There will be variance. That too.
I did it. Yippee.
Yippee.
It doesn't really feel any better than what I was already doing. But maybe.
Maybe.
I'm gonna do it my own way. Fuck it.
Can do it his own way, chat.
Okay, yeah, my way. One of one success.
Holy.
That's
That's
consistent.
100%, dude.
We got it. It's solved.
Yeah, I don't know why Calm is casting so bad today. It's like genuinely, I don't understand. I lowered my bitrate, so maybe it'll drop fewer frames. It's just gonna look like ass. for a bit.
Ness and Sweat had a game go to time, and it was a tie.
Dang.
Holy. Base game or DLC?
DLC.
Hmm. No, thanks, Bad Hank. We need to drop YouTube. I actually don't know if YouTube is taking up bit rate or not. I don't actually know how my encoder is sending things out to Twitch and YouTube. It actually probably is straining to send to YouTube as well.
It really doesn't feel like it should be.
Now that I
something
think
that's
about it.
consistent, though. I'm gonna be real. It doesn't feel like it should be a frame rate meme.
But it's fine. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it should be, and yet.
You're the boy who called frame rate meme, though.
Well, except I've been right every single time, and I've been proven right every single time, and I've tested it, and now everyone agrees with it. And Blanks went in the Discord to say we should ban those skips because he agrees they're frame rate dependent. And then Drink Time also was like, oh yes, I did also test and found that they were frame rate dependent. So, I'm just saying.
Drink was referring to other ones, not this one, because Drink discovered this setup.
Well, I mean, even in the description, he says he's not sure if it's frame rate dependent.
5 times in a row is good enough for me.
Yeah. Well, hey, I did Lanciac skip 10 times in a row. So you're gonna do Lanciac skip in all your games?
Oh yeah, Lanciac skip is consistent. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not doing it in every game because sometimes you go for Boggart and then you already have the Grace over there. So.
You should go for it anyway. Get to Boggart faster somehow.
No, I think you would lose time.
Do it
You're
anyway.
gonna get the Boggart faster if you like kill Lanciac like first. If Lanciac is on the board.
Yeah.
and that's if you get her Grace.
Saw Chris do a different skip here that takes just a bit longer. Yeah, that's the negative aura version. We can't do
Which
that.
fits him perfectly. This fucking Peepo negative emote is tripping me out in your chat.
Dude, I kind of like it.
It's like an uncanny valley, but for emotes.
It's
It's
real.
like,
I've
is
never
that
seen
is
anything
that an
quite like
emote?
it. It's kind of genius.
Our match is not live streamed from the Bingo Brawlers channel proper.
It's like those, like,
There's a
cardboard
Bingo
cutouts
Brawlers
at the
channel?
fair where you stick your head in.
You mean the YouTube channel or?
But for emotes, they all become Peepo.
Because I mean everything is streamed on Captain_Domo's channel. Is there a Bingo Brawlers channel? I thought it was all just on Captain_Domo. Match today wasn't live streamed from the Bingo Brawlers channel. Which channel?
You know, I should probably
Twitch or
fucking
YouTube?
negative aura version of the skip.
I didn't know there was a channel if there was one on
That's what
Twitch.
everyone else is doing anyway.
Is negative aura faster than the other punch one? Like the one that you just land on the
They
little
upload
ledge
VODs,
and roll
right.
on top of the gold roof.
YouTube. Okay, the YouTube channel. Yeah.
I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't even know if Bingo Brawlers is streamed on YouTube at all, or if it's only the VODs that get uploaded there. I have no
How do you do
idea.
that one? I've never done that one.
It's a lineup that you have to jump over the wall that you're at, but then like you have to angle at the you have to angle it at the corner of the building jutting out. Like there's a little ledge on the column.
Looks like just the VODs. Yeah. I guess that's just the purpose of it. Have you timed whether that punch one is as fast as the version Chris does? Because it looks a lot harder.
The punch one? I haven't failed the punch one in a while.
In a while is yeah, but have you seen if it's faster? Because it looks, it doesn't look faster to me, and it doesn't look safer to me personally.
What do you
It
even
doesn't
do
look,
for the
but
lame
you have to set up and you have to do what, like the one that Chris does. You have to do like 3 drops.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
But it's three drops
drops.
like directly instead of going around and doing one drop, you know?
I mean, you have to set up for the backs because I failed that one too. You know, because when learning, so just like I failed the one that you do over the ledge when I was learning it.
So the main question was just, is it faster? If it's faster than the version that that you do near the wall, then I think it could be worth learning.
So I don't know. I have not timed it, but I'm in my head. I'm like, well, running to the punch drop, I'm assuming takes about the same time as setting up and getting on the first ledge of the negative aura one, and then when you drop again, I'm guessing that's the same amount of time that you drop a second or third time on the negative aura, and then you're already like at the. I think getting to the road is probably the same, but so I'm not sure. Announcement.
Okay. Announcement.
Gaming. Oh boy.
Secret announcement. Announcement we can't say anything about.
Dubious secret announcement.
Bro, yeah, I'd say yes to both of them, dude.
I mean, yeah. I'm gonna put a vote for both. That's fine.
In the words of negative Aggie, by the way, of Aggie, it'd be negative aura not to, you know.
So true.
Negative Aggie's gonna be a fucking emo tomorrow.
Negative Aggie.
Oh boy.
The only thing about this skip is you do aggro enemies, so your stamina is depleting a little bit.
Yeah, you get a stone sword key though. That's kind of cool.
You do get a stone sword key.
Maybe at the end of
that
one
was
of these.
enough, dude. I had so many fucking incidents this match. I tried to get the fucking wet blade and I didn't have a stone sword key.
Oh yeah.
Just all sorts of disasters. That looks so sketch.
Yeah.
You jumped later and hence you hit your head. If you jump earlier, then you shouldn't.
Good freeze frame on the teleport there.
The skip that curls to the right instead of punch to the left, it's punch to the right. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Hyperion?
the dist one, the really terrible dist one. Is that what Hyperion's talking about?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know. No one's ever doing
that. Oh no. The first one. Is it FPS dependent? You got me. What is it? Just like go slightly down the stairs and then basically use a jump punch to skip the first bit of the one that Chris does?
No. It's like it's by where old Landell skip was.
Oh.
You have to jump around the building.
What? Oh, that sounds bad.
Interesting. Well, now I want to try.
Well, yeah. What if it solves all of our problems? What if we find that it is consistent?
One time, and that was 4 years ago. Okay.
Just curl around the corner and land on the little ledge / pocket. Okay. Yeah, that sounds easy.
You know, I see the vision.
I do see the vision, actually. Where's twin time find a setup? Yeah.
This is only.
Oh, you
they-
can't
they
land on
decided
that
to-
ledge. Oh, that's sad.
What?
Okay. I was
You
gonna say,
can't?
wait, that
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
look that
yeah.
bad.
It's higher up. Yeah. It's much
Okay.
higher up.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, that one looked easy, but okay.
Yeah, if that worked, I was like, wait, why aren't we doing that? Oh man.
What if we just downpatch the game to get the easy ledge back in? Yeah.
You know what?
So
You know
true.
what?
The bingo patch.
And then you just get Sonaf, and then you get RKR, and then that's it, right?
Yeah, man.
Remember a keyboard and mouse setup of the jump punch, where you instead just do one roll, it gets you down to the spot. I've technically seen that, but it did not work consistently for me at all.
We could just mod the old skip back. Why not? Why
Yeah.
have a discussion about whether we should ban, whatever, when we could just make it to where we're all in agreement that we don't have to do it anymore?
This is true. This is true.
Why not just add teleportation? That's what graces are for. It's already in the game.
Yeah.
You can't add something that's already in the game.
We do have teleportation. That's graces. Yeah. Why not just zip? True. What if everyone had a zip button that was modded in, but it only works one time a game? You get one time that you get to
Everybody
zip.
gets one.
Everybody gets one zip a game. So if you
What
got that
patch was
one square, you gotta win. You just zip there.
Does anyone have a clip of negative aura skip? I need to learn.
I believe the last. Oh, was it 1.06? I thought it was 1.02. That's when
I
they
don't even know where
changed
you
a lot of
do
stuff.
it.
I don't know. It's right next to the bubble blower guy. The one at the
This
very
bubble
top.
blower gun?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You walk on.
You slow walk off the edge. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Has to be walking, can't be full speed.
Yep.
But not crouched, because crouched is too fast or too slow. One of the two.
What if everyone got to choose which patch they ran on? That'd be way too much work for Nord.
And then as
Nord
you
would
go
have to get-
to the right. So yeah, you
Yeah, I should let you tell me step by step.
yeah, once you get onto the little ledge, if you face right at the wall, there's a section you can go down to the right that's like under the stairs, and then there's a section to the left that's under the flat bit. You go to the right under the stairs to land there. Then you do a jump and punch around the pillar to go under the flat part.
Okay, so I land here.
Yep,
and
then you go under the stairs. So not the flat part, you go under the stairs. Yep.
Uh-huh.
You just walk there, yep. And then you do a jump and punch back to now go under the flat part, so you go around the pillar to the left.
Good.
Yep, it's pretty, well, okay, well, it should have been easy. I don't know how you messed that one up.
It's because I'm just so unused to having negative aura.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a totally foreign concept.
It's basically, this is like Moog sewer skip, where you just jump punch around.
Wait, do you sprint jump? Oh no. Wait, you land here? Is this what am I supposed to do?
That's not what you're supposed to do, but that worked.
I don't think so.
That's not what you're supposed to do.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, a lot of people like the backstep. I don't know how you set up the backstep without a bow, but...
New skip just dropped. Okay, ignore that last part.
Are you, like, holding
that
a
last
walk
part
button
doesn't
while
count.
you're doing those jumps? You're, like, jumping so short there.
That was like no sprint.
Even so, it's like... I feel like you usually go farther.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, what the hell do I do when I'm here?
You walk all the way across to the other end, and then you walk into the window. The arch thing there. You just walk right into it.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, you walk to down to the ledge. You just walk straight at it.
Neat, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Hyperion. Oh, gosh.
Hyperion with a...
Oh, no. All right. Let's...
Oh, no, Hyperion. No. Okay, no. Oh, my God. And then you have to do that.
Hyperion what?
Oh, God. Oh,
Show me Hyperion.
Oh, this is...
Look in the VC chat.
And it's so slow,
Yeah, you
too.
see that? You see that?
That's awful.
Let me see.
Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. Tom, link your short of doing it with the backstep.
The genius.
This one's
We should
so
do this.
bad.
This should be the only legal version of the skip.
Yeah. Ban all the other ones.
Why they do this so crudely,
though? I think Tom is grabbing the backstep version so that apparently that one's the easiest if you know the lineup.
What? Scammed.
Maximum aura skip. I'll see it again.
Okay, let me do the punch one and time it.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Or not punch one, the ledge one, the when you go onto the gold room or the gold roofs.
Yeah.
Do you want to just race? I'll
you
do
go.
the negative aura.
Why they do this?
I think sure, I guess. How do we?
Literally set your compass
I
at a
warped
certain
to the
tick, then
grace.
press O? What do you mean O?
The grace. I guess Mitch has to count us down.
Hold on, I'm watching Tom backstep real quick.
All right, so you stand here, you walk
Where are your
off
priorities, Mitch?
That's crazy.
on keyboard. You can just there's a walk button.
We're
You know
punching
what?
over here, and Mitch doesn't appreciate it.
Never. All right, I'll count you guys down. You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go!
Where are we ending?
When you reach the road. When you reach the road.
Okay.
Do you guys have timers going? Because your streams are so desynced.
The bingo timer's going.
Oh, there you go then. Okay.
I'm on the road.
I'm on the road.
I'm passing by the carriage right now. Just touch the wheel.
Interesting. You were faster. You're definitely faster though. Negative aura is canceled?
All right, chat. How well did Aggie do negative aura? Did he did he lose enough time?
I did it competently. I wouldn't say it was flawless, but I did it
Mm.
competently.
Okay. Circle for backstep? Oh, well, but you still have to then line yourself up, so you'd have to use keyboard for backstep version, right?
But not on controller. Northeast facing.
There's a
180
lot of
turn.
dropping happening with
Backstep,
negative aura.
hold right.
Yeah, a lot of slow get-ups for
Oh.
sure.
Northeast, and then you just tap backwards on keyboard. Oh, it's just a keyboard skip. Okay. Know what? Yeah. All right, I approve. It's a keyboard skip. Everyone should learn the backstep version.
Go.
1 tick east of north. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think the only one that is gonna be faster is gamer skip.
Which I just nailed. Shit. I mean, God, that feels so good to get right.
The gambler always feels good when the gamble pays
That
off.
It's consistent.
but what if it hits? All
But
right?
what if it hits? That's so true.
Bro, that's twice in a row.
Mmm. Twice in a row is guaranteed.
He's turning into Adam Sandler from Uncut Gems, dude. I can hit again.
The backstep skip gets you to the dragon faster because you can, yeah, you can go down the elevator and do that path, which is faster. I believe this has been timed, that the backstep is the second fastest after gamer skip.
Oh, so if you are strictly going for gold free, or only gold free, or Morgot, I guess then.
Yeah, gold free or Morgot. If you do not care about grabbing the Grace after the Erdtree Avatar.
Avenue Balcony, yeah.
Yeah. As long as you don't care about that
You
one.
can just go the other way, yeah.
Yeah. If you need that one to also, like, you need Sewer Moog and gold free, then yeah, it doesn't really matter. CBDs might be slightly faster.
Or I usually get Avenue Balcony for Morgoth's Great Rune because I don't want an incident going to Morgoth's Great Rune, so I just run to the door.
Yeah. I know that doing the skip the second time is faster, but I don't think it's like that much faster.
It's a few seconds.
Yeah, but if you do the backstep method, it looks like the backstep method is consistent, so I don't think you'd have to worry about having an incident.
What is the backstep?
I've got a short from Tom. I'll link it.
Why is he self-promoting in your chat, dude? That's crazy.
Why is he self-promoting? That is actually crazy, actually, now that I think about it. There you go.
Let's see. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Northeast. Fuck!
Tom?
The controller has failed me.
Oh, you tried to do a controller. Okay, well that would
Yeah.
that would do it. I thought you did a keyboard. I was like, I'm surprised. Now you just had keyboard ready.
I mean, it's right in front of me.
Yeah.
I don't know the fucking controls though.
WASD is literally the only thing you need. You just have to press S.
Well, you need walk. I don't know what the walk button is.
Oh, he does like the walk. You can do that on controller. You can controller onto the ledge. You just need keyboard and mouse to hit S to face exactly backwards.
Wow, you know that did make the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then I fucked it up anyway. Nice. Left alt? Is it a toggle or is it a hold?
It's
Let's
a
find
hold.
out.
Although if you are on the new default controls, it might no longer be left alt. That was the original default when the game came out, and they
It's
changed some
X.
stuff. It is now X. Okay, well, I don't know why they changed that, but there you go.
Yeah, X the one's gonna give it to you, I think.
Yeah. Slowly walking.
I pressed S too hard.
I don't know if they're doing another match, but even if they're not doing another match, we have official matches to review after.
I think I'm just too much on the ledge.
Damn, I can't believe like when Chris does this, it's negative aura, but when we do it, it's like it's the most aura thing of all time.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's true.
Except for that part.
Just run a little bit longer along the ledge before the jump.
I guess so. I guess so, man.
CVD's reference going entirely unacknowledged. What did CVD say? I think I missed it. I don't think I was paying attention.
Have I ever actually seen Chris do anything with aura, getting 13 squares without winning bingo? There is some amount of aura to that. It's undeniable.
Aggie, don't spoil it. I was going to do official match review. Aggie.
Oh man, he's never living that one down.
Looking at Smithbox at the ledge collision, I think you just delete the one where the old skip is and it'll work again. Yeah, 100%. That'd be exactly what it is. They just added one extra thing in.
Shit.
My night of bingo catch up in shambles. Well, they might be done for the night here, so we might be heading into it soon, but I know. I tried. What was the reference, CVD? What was the reference? Oh, the X gonna give it to you. Well, I acknowledged that. Well, I didn't acknowledge it in that like, oh, I got the reference.
Right,
I went, yeah, he is gonna give it to you like slowly at walking speed, is what I said. That's acknowledging, and then continuing on. That counts as acknowledgement. I'm just saying. Wrong crowd for DMX. No, I got it. But what am I supposed to say? Oh, I know that song.
Why
Is that
the
what you
skip
wanted me to
literally
say?
just doesn't work if you go fast. I don't like it. You gotta like let your character settle or something.
I think maybe it's you want to be a little closer, like when you walk onto the little ledge, maybe don't be exactly on the corner, but walk forward a little first before you do the back step. So that you're more like center pillar instead of corner pillar.
Oh, okay, like more here.
Yeah, I think that might be it.
That was not
Okay,
it.
well now you're facing the wrong way because you didn't readjust after.
Oh, did I not?
Yeah.
Go.
What was a skip to the domed roof? Instead of jumping to the pillar, you jump to the domed golden roof near the deuter. Yeah, I've done that one before as well. It's a little slower, but it wasn't bad.
Oops, sorry.
You
Wait.
put that square right back there.
Hey,
Okay.
How dare
he lost the square. Aggie, you
He
can
lost
still
the
win.
square,
Go
dude.
get it. Go get it.
He mismarks. He's locked. He's locked.
He's locked.
This is why you never stop the match in Elden Ring.
There's still a chance.
Bing. Oh.
No.
I think Aggie has figured it out.
Yippee! All right. All right. Well, GG's, gentlemen. I'm out of here.
Alrighty.
Adios. Good game,
Adios.
CBD. Bye.
Adios.
Bye-bye. All right, now I get to review the official matches.
I'm trying to time negative aura. If I can land it.
Are you using the keyboard for the setup?
No.
Oh, well. Yeah, that's tough without the precision.
Looks like it is about 4.5 seconds slower. Although it can be faster if like your drop down and everything is a little bit faster. But
Yeah. It's probably slower by whatever time you take to hesitate. Approximately.
more than likely, yeah.
Yeah. Which most people are going to hesitate. You're not just going to literally walk directly on, get it exactly in the angle, send it, like, all within 1 second, so. Aggie, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. You're just in time for us to review the official matches from the last 2 days. We still have one, the finishing CBD versus Pepe Jack match, and then we've got the matches from today. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
All right, goodbye, Mitch.
All right, goodbye.
Good luck with the review. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, chat. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Laugh at Chris. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
These guys trying to spoil my content that I'm rightfully stealing from Domo. All right, let me close this. All right, let me... Oh, I just said that. Not my own channel. Captain_Domo. And then we swap over here. And then... Oh. Thought I could just find it from there. Videos.
I still have a ton of
Oh, wait. Not this one. No! Spoilers!
And have lines blocked anyway, so I
Yesterday. Here we go. Right back to where we were from yesterday. Nobody saw that. And put yourself on top of Domo this time so we have 2 Mitches. That's a great idea, actually. But not for the first match. For the first match, it was me, Zoodle, and Domo.
Which means dropped is
Me, comma,
acquired into
Zoodle.
inventory. So you don't pick it up from the floor.
Nailed it.
You don't trade it in. It's if you interact or kill something and you
Watch the
automatically
whole
save it,
be right back
that's
or we'll
why.
miss something.
So
Right,
when you
right.
see dropped weapons, Dane's weapon doesn't count.
Anyway, to catch everyone up to speed on where we are in the official reviewing, this is match 3 of yesterday. Well, a day and a half ago. Whatever you want to call a day and a half ago from now. This match, 36 hours ago. That one, we are on game 3. It is currently tied 1-1 game. Pepe Jack versus CBD. They have gone back to the DLC for the final game.
Dropped weapon, right? I guess what's another one? A lot of the.
I haven't watched Chris vs. Blank's match 2 yet. Should you go watch it now or wait for you to recap it? Up to you. We are going to recap it. So if you want it recapped, that is a way that you can have it. I am going to mute them just because otherwise it's a lot of talking that we're going to do over each other. Sometimes there are funny moments in the commentary as well, but I don't know. I feel like it's maybe a bit much because I do want to be talking through most of it. I don't want to just sit here and watch them talk about it. I want to talk about the things that I find interesting. So that is what we're going to do. Gotta put Chris Blank's match 1 ending on a loop for a bit. Well, when we get there, hold your horses. We got a previous day's match to review first. Commentary on the commentary. Who's commentating tomorrow? Parky, I think. I think Parky is commentating tomorrow, if I remember correctly. You might be able to find that on the Bingo Brawlers website now that we officially know who it's going to be. Who I almost said, which would have spoiled, but now that we do know who it's going to be tomorrow, I believe it should exist on the bingobrawlers.com website if you do want to check that. Yeah, she is. Cool. Awesome. That's nice. Parky has been doing really nice with commentary with like the DRL and stuff, so excited to see her on the bingo commentary as well. The Starro Fist joke is why I followed. Thanks. That's why I say it, specifically to bait out followers. All right, so this start, Jack went. Jack is going for. It's so freaking dark in his game. He's going for the Graves skip, whereas CBD not going to the Graves skip, instead of going to the 3-path cross. So what are they rushing for? Let me remind myself, because I actually did not watch this game very thoroughly. Larval Tears is a big one to go for early. CBD is heading in the direction where Larval Tears actually are. There are much faster Larval Tears over here to the left than there would be trying to do the Grave skip. There is one up the Grave skip, but I believe it's slower. I don't think you can actually win Larval Tears going this way. So Jack probably foregoing Larval Tears. CBD also closer if he wants to do more armor set after, because you need to talk to more for that at some point. Well, technically you don't have to. Technically you can just like get him to invade you. But if you want to just tell him to be sad, you need to go talk to him. So CBD ahead on 2 of the likely early squares. Jack ahead on maybe the DLC Ashes of War is maybe what he's going for here. I'm not entirely sure what Jack would be rushing here. With going the Graves skip. Just realized the follow button hadn't been clicked. Apologies. I mean, no worries. The follow button, it's there for your benefit. I don't really care about followers. I care about people that actually actively choose to watch. So if you follow but never watch again, then it doesn't really matter to me that you followed. And if you watch all the time but never follow, what do I care if you followed? You're still watching. So the follow button is there for your benefit, for you to find the people that you want to watch. So follow if you want to see it, and don't follow if it doesn't make a difference to you, you know? I think Jack went for hefty pots. Ooh, he dies on Jolly Skip. How did that happen? Hold on. Let me see. Is it his fault? Well, first of all, it's his fault for having such a freaking dark game. Is he playing on brightness 0? Yeah, no, he just got bugged, though. Not his fault. Not his fault at all. He just got the stupid bug where it doesn't count you landing on torrent. It sucks. Nothing you can do about that. But he genuinely, like, turn up your brightness, dude. I can't see anything in here. Okay, now that he died, it is no longer as abysmally dark because it is now day instead of night. So at least now we can see something. He's truly Dark Souls gaming, yeah. All right, Jack now going for the alternate version of the skip, which is a tiny bit slower. Probably just because he said, well, last time I went for the fast version and I died, so might as well go for the slower version and see if I don't die, which in this case he does not die. CBD, on the other hand, going actually for those larval tears to finish it off. So CBD will definitely get that first square. I have looked at all of the starting squares you can do, and larval tears is actually very, very good as a starting square. Not only can you literally get it very quickly, which CBD is doing right now, But it also leaves you in like a decent spot for like, he could go get the painting right now if he wanted. And it just does not take that long. So CBD in a pretty good spot. He does not go for the painting right now. Makes sense. There's other things he wants to rush. Doesn't want to use a bunch of synergy on stuff that doesn't help him right now. Editor, turn up Jack's gamma by about 50%. Gamma would not help. That would just make it look really weird. Brightness is what we need. Bug was just the game auto-correcting the brightness for the sake of the broadcast. True, true. Yep. All right. So now... Yeah, Hefty Pots. I guess Hefty Pots is along a diagonal, but 4 is enough that it's slightly awkward to get. You can get the 1 at the very start, which is easy to get. That one's not bad at all. You can get... Is it 1 or 2 in Bonnie Village? I want to say it's only 1. No, 2. Do you normally end on Bonnie Village? Is it normally 2? I think it is 2. And then the 4th one, yeah, and then the 4th one you could get by going into Morth or Bonnie Jail. And then that's your 4th one, but then you have to like mog out or use like a sacrificial branch to get out without losing your runes or something like that. 2. Yeah, it is 2. Yeah. Thank you for the confirmation, chat. Thank you. Jack does have a very nice version of that skip where he just jumps directly down, doesn't have to like land lower. He just jumps from the right spot where you don't die. Is the NA tourney over? How are the standings? It is not over. It is only about halfway done. Yeah, there's the Hefty Cracked Pot here. Then he can go over to the Great Axe check on the way to the second Hefty Pot check. That is over by the other big pots. Rusted Anchor! Great weapon to find. Did he run past it? I mean, I guess he wants the Grace first, and then he'll get the pot. How do you feel about banning Tialier skip due to the bugs and how it seems to always cost someone a square or sometimes even the game? So... The thing is... he does have the sacrificial branch. Okay, if you're gonna do cracked pot or hefty pots first, this is the correct way to do it. He is just going to be like losing to CBD overall on map progress, I think. I think this was the worst starting option, but that is not to say that it is a terrible starting option. It's just not as good. You know, there is also clear 2 jails, so technically he will have the Bonnie Jail Grace for later, so there is some synergy. But I do think that, like, even counting the synergy, I do think this is slower than what CBD has done. Especially because CBD is in a better spot for another good early square, the More Armor set. So it's 2 or 3 more weeks. I think we get it done in... Well, maybe we're more than halfway. I think we get it done in 2 more weeks at the most. 1 or 2 more weeks. All right, Jack did get the 4 hefty pots. Marks that. Intentionally dies. Does not lose his runes because he has the sacrificial branch. But CBD is already starting to upgrade his weapon. CBD with backhand blades as well. Something he's very comfortable with because he has used it in the DLC only season. So he knows how to fight basically every single boss in the DLC with backhand blades, but he didn't buy enough smithing stone 2s. Uh-oh. He bought the incorrect number. That's going to lose him some time. Now all of a sudden, that's time for Jack to catch up. A smithing stone short for an upgrade. Yeah, I did not know that. I was eating or something while you guys were starting this game. I think I went out and got food or something. I don't remember. So I did not know that. Uh-oh. Rusted Anchor is as scripted as Dragon Halberd in season 1 or 2 right now. True. Always Anchor. All right, now finishes his upgrades, but has lost the time lead that he had on Jack from doing a potentially faster square, maybe. Or at least the time lead has kind of whittled down. Mountain Dew sponsorship when? Only if it's zero sugar, Mountain Dew, Baja Blast, Tropical Lime. Honestly, I don't even like this stuff as much as, like, I feel like I should. I kind of prefer other zero sugar sodas. When canned. If it comes directly from Taco Bell, it hits different. But in the canned form, I don't know. I don't know. Something's different about it. Auto upgrade is really good for this. So much more weapon variety. I 1000% agree. I think that without auto upgrade, you had to like find one weapon and stick to it. And so because of that, if one person happened to find a better weapon than the other person to start, the match was just already over at, 5 minutes in. The match was already decided. Somebody already won. Whereas nowadays, yeah, sure, somebody might start with a worse weapon, but then they'll find a better weapon later, have an easy time switching to it, and now the match evens out again. Like if they both upgrade a random weapon, but then they both kill ADM and race for it, somebody wins ADM, but they both get a great katana out of it. Now they can both switch to a good weapon. So I really, really like that it brings out more weapons per match, and it keeps the matches much more even. Forgot about the Tiolier skip question. I did forget about the Tiolier skip question. Okay, so the answer to the Tiolier skip ban question, I guess I'll pause for the moment while I talk about it, is it is technically fully consistent. Technically. As in, if you made a macro that did always the same actions, always jumped from the same height with the double jump, always jumped at the same angle into the corner, it would always work exactly the same. There is nothing about it that is technically random. But humans not being frame perfect button pressers, there is a very likely chance that you could just die. I mean, less than 50%, but more than 10%. Yeah, if that happens, it does absolutely swing games, and it does suck. So, is the solution to ban Tiolier skip? I kind of feel like no, because it takes so long to go around. I don't like banning skips that like just make the game slower, and like Tiolier skip saves enough time that it really feels nice to have. It lets us get to ADM better instead of having to like go around and skip Tiolier and then maybe come back up to Tiolier later. Like the pathing of the entire DLC just kind of gets messed up if you don't have it. So I mean, I don't think we'd ever have this, but like, what if there was just a spirit spring there so you could just jump down and then we could still use the skip without any chance of dying to it? Could be better. I don't know. I feel like the DLC becomes very slow without it. I like what it does for the DLC, so I would want it to exist. But yeah, it is weird and inconsistent for a human to do. What is the fastest way to farm XP in Sekiro? Duplicate infinite skill points using the newly found duplicate things glitch. Outside of that, advance the time to night without killing the ogre in the bottom of Ashina Castle, and then get close enough to the ogre that he breaks out of his chains and kills the guys next to him, and then reset from the idol and do it again. Let the ogre one-shot the guys, reset. Let the ogre one-shot the guys, reset. Let the ogre one-shot the guys, reset. That's the fastest way. Cheating! Domo should remove all NPC boss squares. True, because I hate those guys. Spring would be really neat. I've seen so many heartbreaks to the bug. Yeah, I Domo does not, though, want to change the game away from unmodified as much as possible. Like, you could have a bunch of spirit springs everywhere that could make things faster and faster pathing, and you know, you could have what's another thing that people like from mods? Oh, you could have faster lighting the grace animation that people really like from like the DRL, right? There's a lot of quality of life that could be added, but the more that you add, the further you get from the regular vanilla experience of the game. And there is something to be said about the vanilla experience is nice to keep, so. Thank you for the well thought out answer. Would also like a spirit spring or something like that. I think that could be cool, but I understand why Domo would not want that. And assuming Domo does not want that, do I think that it should be banned? I think no. I think I would rather have it exist than not exist, even with people possibly dying to it. Okay, here is an interesting point in the match. They're actually both going for DLC Ashes of War. Jack does the DLC Ash of War in a synergy play with Edred, whereas CBD just goes directly for it with the 3 fastest ones that he can think of that are kind of along the way to where he's going. And so it is, at this point, a race for who will get the DLC Ashes of War first. You can see Edred is just taking a long time with the backhand blades. Like, backhand blades are solid, but, like, against Edred, they're not optimal. You have to do these jump attacks, which take a ton of extra stamina and time, and then, like, it doesn't even do that much damage, and it only staggers him sometimes, and you're locked into it, and, like, it is just definitely not the optimal weapon for an Edred quick kill. And so CBD does get the DLC Ashes of War first. Jack, though, is committed on this boss kill so that he can get the bosses with a knight in their name later. Aggro versus combo play. Theory says that aggro should win out. Only if you know you're racing, though. Combo wins out if you're not racing by a lot. Combo is much better if you're not racing, and combo is worse, but not actually like that much worse if you are racing. Like, it's worse, but like, hey, at least I've still got a boss with a knight in the name, so at least I've got some priority for later. So I think comboing is often quite good, but you do need to know when, okay, there's like an obvious square on the board that he's going to go for. I should not combo with it. In this case, I don't know that that was the case. I thought CBD would have gone for more armor sets, but he instead went for DLC Ashes of War, so I think Pepe Jack trying to combo was a very reasonable play. Doesn't work, but it was reasonable. This is the perfect layout for watching Bingo Brawlers. Video up and you down with board and time. I guess video up. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, I could swap around my my layout for watching other people practice, I guess. Make it look closer to the official matches. Sensible play all around. Absolutely sensible plays all around right here, but maybe arguably more sensible from CBD because he's just scooping up. Give me that one. Give me that one. Give me that one. He is just scooping up the fast squares. Larval Tears was the fastest square on the board. Dane might have been the second fastest, but he goes for that one third. He instead goes for DLC Ashes of War second, which is a very reasonable one to go for second as well. So like he has just been like, oh, there are good squares and I'm gonna go do the good squares, and they're working out great for him. Jack, I think, going immediately for bosses with knight in their name. It's also an NPC dropped weapon that he's going for with Knight of the Solitary Jail. Is there a third synergy with it? It's also a Nameless Mausoleum. Jack going for big synergy here. He's technically getting 1/3 of one square, 1/3 of another square, and half of a third square. So if you count that up, that's kind of technically more than 1 square for killing this Knight of the Solitary Jail. But only if he actually ends up getting all 3 of those squares by the end of the match. I bet Domo has enlightening commentary, I'm sure. That's what he sounds like when he scoops up the squares, too. Yeah, that is the sound everyone makes. But, I mean, Jack is currently behind by 2 squares and is giving up map progress to CBD. Oh, just gets roll caught by the Knight of the Solitary Jail as well. That is rough. He just rolled a little too early. He got caught by 1 attack, which happens, but then he rolled too early, so he got caught by the follow-up as well. 1 5/6 of a square. No, 1 1/6. Yeah, 1 1/6 of a square for this one. Unless there's an extra part of it that I did not see for the synergy of Knight of the Solitary Jail. A third, and half. Jack had not upgraded the weapon when he started that. Yeah, that is right. I do remember that from the commentary. He did start the fight with an unupgraded weapon, and then he had to drop and pick it back up. But now he's got an upgraded weapon, and it's doing just fine on the damage. He is also currently naked. I think for weight reasons. I don't think Jack is one to just be naked for naked's sake. Ooh, gets caught healing here as well. But that anchor is heavy, but that is not the time to heal. You do not heal after he has readied his crossbow. So you'll see he's running away. He sees the load, and then he starts drinking. You can't drink then. That is like the one time that you absolutely cannot drink, or you will die 100% of the time. He also doesn't have the hard tier. Yeah. I think base game is more strategic. I like it more. Kind of depends on what you mean by strategic. I mean, both of them literally have strategy. Like, by definition, it's strategy either way. But I would say that there is a lower execution barrier on a lot of things in base game. So it comes down to, if you make a better plan, you are very, very likely to win. Whereas in DLC, if you make a better plan, you are very likely to win, but you could skill issue. But obviously both of them are 100% strategy all of the time regardless. There's no way to have a not strategic game of bingo. I don't really need a second take on that phrasing. No, it's perfect as is. Leave it in. All right, Jack, still fighting the Knight of the Solitary Jail. It has unfortunately been multiple deaths here. So he does need to clutch up here, as CBD is just getting further ahead with the things he wants to do. CBD didn't even touch this Grace earlier next to Moore. Has to go all the way back to touch it again. Is he not going for Moore's armor? CBD now with the game that's so dark I can't see anything that's going on. Yo, Reverse Sentry, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Prefer watching base game simply because I know it better. I've only played the DLC once, where I've done at least 6 playthroughs of base game. That's, yeah, great reason to prefer one. I generally prefer watching DLC because I have played more DLC bingo. So, but I mean, I love watching both. I think both are super fun, but I know the DLC a bit better because I've done it a bit better, and that familiarity makes it easier for me to appreciate the good plays. Like yesterday when I was pointing out where both players made some slight technically mistakes in the ordering that they did things in, because if they had done things in an opposite order, it would have been better against snipes and faster overall. Jack does get the kill, goes back to now finally like kind of fully set up, finally get some talismans. I'm surprised Jack gets the jumping talisman because I think the jumping talisman is really bad unless you're dual wielding, and I think he's just going with the anchor. Like, I don't think the jump attack talisman is a good general talisman. Maybe he doesn't have anything else he really wants, but like I'd probably just go for a defensive talisman then. He likes a yump. I mean, there are some yumps you can do. I just don't think there's like enough yumps to justify it. Hello. Usually don't like fast commentary, but yours is perfect. Not too fast or not too slow. Perfectly understandable. Oh, thank you. I try to make sure there's always something interesting to say, but in a legible way where I'm trying to understand it. Take the time and the pauses when I need to, but try to always be giving something that's important. Okay, so now Jack has the two bosses with Knight in the name and is going to finish it off here on Rolana. Now, is there any other synergy here with Rolana? He could do it hitless, in which case he could kill a Remembrance boss hitless, but Rolana's really, really hard to do hitless. He might try anyway, but I don't think he's going to reset for it. Is that it? I would really love to see some more synergy here. Otherwise, you should just probably go for the other Black Knight instead of Rolana. I must be missing something, right? There's got to be a reason to do it. I genuinely can't see any. Am I stupid? No, he is going for hitless. He's resetting for hitless. On Rolana? That's such a risk. Oh, I didn't know that. I was not paying attention again during this game, so this is my first reaction to it. Ah, yeah, that's really risky. I mean, he is pivoting out, which I think is good at this point, saying, okay, that's not working. Never mind that. No way, channel your inner auctioneer. Well, during the most exciting moments, I will be probably too fast, but in a good way. Or at least a way that I like listening to. I like when people are very excited during the fast and exciting moments. Rolando was so hard for me. Hitless is nuts. Yeah. Wait, he's going back? Ah, Jack. Jack. Buddy. There's Gaius's pants on the board. Just do Gaius hitless like everyone else. Just do Gaius hitless like everyone else that plays DLC bingo that doesn't know any other hitless bosses other than Gaius. Whoa. The map? What? Domo, what is that? Domo, bring me back to the footage. Jack got this trust. I mean, maybe he does. I have never done Rolana hitless in my entire life. No, that's actually not true. I have done Rolana hitless, but it was during a bounty where I had a parry shield. So you parried her 6 times and she died. So I technically have done her hitless, but I've never done her hitless in bingo. He does have a very, very good weapon for her because she is weak to pierce damage. So this anchor does a ton of damage to her, but like she just has so many moves that can just catch you with weird follow-ups. He is doing a really, really good job of it so far. I mean, maybe he gets this. Maybe he makes me eat my words, but ooh, that was all so scary. Like, I feel like there was a chance that any of those attacks could have hit him. Ah, like that. Yeah, she just has weird hits and weird hitboxes. And okay, he's just finishing her off now. Okay. I mean, yeah, at this point, you just kind of might as well. Oh, that was risky too. Luckily, ducks under her attacks. That actually could have just killed him. Not only got him hit, but that one could have, like, killed him or very close. Okay, getting away from the fire, playing it safe. Very nice. He might have been able to stagger her out of that, but it would have been a risky bet. Yeah, she was very close to a stagger. All right, CBD heading straight for Gaius, on the other hand. So CBD has just taken all this time to get map progress. Nice jump attack from Jack. So he could be going for Gaius Pants. He could be going for Remembrance Boss Hitless. He could be trying for both at the same time, which now he can get because Jack can't steal it away. He could also be setting up for Metter. It was in this direction, in the backside of Shadowkeep. There's also the Tree Sentinel duo that CBD now has access to. So CBD with access to just a ton of squares back here that Jack really does not have access to yet. CBD can also get the incantations at some point, like in the Rao area, which is not directly where CBD is now, but given that he has access to Shadowkeep, he can also go to Rao, which just has a bunch of incants in it. So a lot of potential, good things that going CBD's way for being here. Jack does finish off for Lana, does get the third boss with Knight in the name, but that was a long time for one square. Oh, CBD is going for Hitless. He gets kicked in the face, so he does have to quit out. So he didn't get it first try either just yet. We'll see if, like Jack, he resets for it more than once, or is he only going to go for it once? Jack eventually did not reset for it, but I remember what CBD does next, and the host got really confused about it. I don't, so we'll see. We'll see if I get confused about it. So far, CBD, I have basically liked his play. He has scooped up early squares, then positioned himself at the correct spot in the map to get a lot of synergistic squares. So far, CBD's play to me is effectively perfect. I mean, I'm sure there's been some movement flubs. I'm sure there's been some, slight whatever. Like, you can be like, oh, it's not perfect play. But, as far as the strategy CBD has employed so far, I really like what he has gone for. Whereas Jack, I think, has gone for things that are just a little bit slower. It has technically got some synergy, but not enough to make up for how much slower the squares have been so far. Anchor is really slow for Rolana. It's true, but I think that's okay if you just take good opportunities. It might be bad for Rolana hitless. It's good for Rolana in general. I would love to have Anchor on Rolana. I think it is a very good weapon to kill Rolana quickly. Maybe just not hitlessly, because it is slow. Nice. Ideal weapon for her. Yeah, really, really, really good weapon for her. Nice job from CBD, keeping the pressure up on Gaius. Not even swinging an extra time. He was mostly safe if he swung an extra time, but he just didn't, just in case. Ooh, did swing one extra time there. It was a safe, but it was closer than I was hoping it would be. Ooh, the scary turnaround attack where he's got a hitbox active forever. Oh, and the slam charge. CBD did not bite on that. If he does the big slam, a lot of times you want to hit him because it should be safe, but if he charges right after, it's not safe. Like that again! CBD not getting baited. He's playing this so smart. He is playing this so well with not taking any risks whatsoever. Very, very nicely played. Strafes around the kick. Doesn't even go for 2 attacks there. Yeah, oh, nice. Just finish him off. Huge Remembrance Boss hitless. Very nice from CBD. That's exactly how you're supposed to play it. If you want hitless, no risks. You are not going for the fastest fight. You're just going for a hitless fight, and he gets it perfectly. Why does CBD not grab the Skidoo here, though? Why? Or the pants. I mean, the pants I can kind of see. I'll hold it. I don't think Jack is here. He just did bosses with Knight in the name. He can't be at backside yet. I could understand that. Why not the Skidoo, though? Went squares. Okay. What square are you going for? Let me see. Let me see what you're going for. Is the square that you're going for a killing square? In which case, I would really like to have the Skidoo. Let's see. Jack, on the other hand, heading to Mesmer, which is not a square on the board. I mean, Burn the Ceiling Tree is. Leveling up Skidoo not on the board, so it's not like he would go here just to grab the Skidoo fragment. I mean, he sort of could. Now heading towards Jory or Hippo area, one of the two. What's there? What's there? CBD heading for NPC. What NPC is he? Is this just Skidoo? There's no way he's coming here for just Skidoo. Hold on, let me find what he's doing. More armor set, I guess, without telling more to be sad. Or 3 unique NPC invaders. There it is, found it. I was like, there's NPC invaders on here somewhere. I just had to find it. My eyes can just wipe right over squares unless I'm like very carefully looking at them. So there it is. 3 unique NPC invaders is what CBD is going for. This is a killing square. I don't know why you wouldn't get the Skidoo for this. I think you save back the time of getting the Skidoo, or at least very, very close to it, on this square, and then by the time you've done 1 or 2 more squares after, you have massively gained time, I think, by getting the Skidoo. So I would have liked to see the Skidoo, but I guess if you really think it's a rush necessary, it doesn't look like an important square position to me. The row is already blocked. I guess maybe the column if you're really... No, but you could block the column with Gaius Pants. So I don't see this being such an important square positioning that you feel the need to rush it without getting efficiency. So I'm not sure I like it. I mean, I won't harp on about it, because you are the one playing, and I'm just the one, you know, armchair coaching or whatever. But I am a big proponent of efficiency in general. Does the Moor shield count as dropped NPC weapon? It does not, because shields are not counted as weapons for the DLC. They might be counted for base game, but they're not for DLC, I can tell you that. Oh, and he gets Moor's armor set. Yes, very nice. Moor's armor set without telling him to be sad, instead using him as a unique invader for the 3 unique NPC invaders square. Very nice. 5-2 in CBD's favor, and setting up a potentially very scary column 5, where Jack does already have a nameless mausoleum, so maybe Jack doesn't have to be that scared, but CBD heading to Ancient Dragon Man, who drops a weapon, so potentially setting up for that square there. We're on the analyst desk now. Nah, call him stupid, double down. True. And the 3rd NPC invader here as well. So he could do 3rd NPC invader, which is great. And then can use this directly to go towards ADM if he wants for an NPC dropped weapon. I guess he doesn't have to. He could pivot out if he wants, just finish off this square. But yeah, CBD in a very, very nice position. 6-2. Jack just having a little trouble getting his bearings. What has actually Jack been doing in the meantime? I've been laser focused on CBD. I want to see what Jack has been doing in the meantime. Jack grabbed an incant here by Jory. Does this not take 1,000 years? Yeah, he went up to Mesmer, who is not a square. Then went all the way down towards Jory. Grabbed the painting. There is paintings on the board. Went past paintings to grab the incant down here, which gets him his 2nd incant. And then sets up... there's also a nameless mausoleum down here, and there's Jory on the board. Okay. Okay, this is reasonable. This is reasonable. He wants to set up for a lot of things. I think Jack is setting up for, like, a ton of things at once, and he hasn't, like, sent any of them yet. So Jack is thinking, okay, I'm not actually 4 squares behind because I've got an NPC dropped weapon. I've got some incants. I've got access to Jory. I've got a nameless mausoleum and access to a second one. So Jack is thinking he's got a lot of priority built up, but CBD just thinking, I've got squares. Jack got a little progression towards Jory, yeah. He might have dropped down to Mesmer before I marked hitless. Could be, but why would you, even so, why would you do Mesmer hitless instead of Gaius hitless with Gaius Pants on the board and Tree Sentinel Duo on the board? I think isn't there never a world where that's a better play? There is Burn the Ceiling Tree, but like, Burn the Ceiling Tree is not only Mesmer, it's also Romina, and it also doesn't get you in the place that gives you access to Tree Sentinel Duo. Like, I think that's going for the worst square, effectively. Maybe I should, like, coin that as a turn or something. It's going for the worst square when you could go for the better square. Now, in this case, he would potentially have gotten sniped on Gaius, and maybe he knows that, but he can't have known that at the time that you marked hitless because you hadn't marked hitless yet. Now he might know it because you marked hitless, but he can't have really known that beforehand. It's a good grace for a sorcery. There is sorceries. There's sorceries and incantations. That's a great point. It is a good grace for a sorcery. So if he goes for sorceries later, that's a good point. Nope, you're right. You're right. I was focused on incants. There are both incants and sorceries on here. There's a sorcery just under Mesmer, Foe of My Beloved People. So, yeah. Okay, some more synergy. So Jack is effectively setting up for like 7 squares at once. Jack has set himself up, eventually, for NPC dropped weapons, non-merchant incants, painting rewards, Jory, sorceries, Ceiling Tree, Matting Hand NPC, nameless mausoleums. He has split progressed 8 squares. Which is a lot. He's not going to get all 8 of those squares. I don't remember the result of this game, exactly how many squares everyone gets or anything, but like, I'm pretty confident he's not going to win all 8 of those. So he has made progress towards 8 and is probably going to have at least a few of those taken away from him. So he's not in like a horrible spot here, but like, I don't know. It feels like a little too much splitting to me. Combo player, yeah. And Jails because he's a grace too. Yeah, and Jails, 9. You're right. He has set himself up for 9 squares that he is definitely not going to win all of. Whereas CBD just has basically said, oh, that's a good square, I'm going to get it. Not I'm going to set it up, he says I'm going to get it. And that so far has basically been the difference between their play styles at this point. CBD now, for example, heading towards incants, I believe is what's down here. Actually going like the kind of normal way down here, which I can respect. It's very safe going the normal way. There are a few different skips to get down here faster potentially, but he just grabs this one here real quick. Incants are generally faster than sorceries. Sorceries, I think, are usually a bit harder to find. Jack going for his second mausoleum, his second NPC dropped weapon. So it'll get him a square. It'll get him a block. This is a solid play. I like this one. Finishing off the nameless mausoleum priority you had, while also synergizing with NPC dropped weapons. If he finishes this with ADM for the 3rd NPC dropped weapon, I think that's pretty great. Sometimes you got to keep the gameplay spicy and interesting for the fans. So he's doing well. True. But now, you know, the possible incants that he was setting up is not going to pan out for him. He has lost that square to CBD, who does get it first. So now it is 8-2 in CBD's favor. You know, if we did not know he had so much progress on things, it would look like, oh, CBD landslide, you know, Jack has no hope whatsoever. And while I would still put CBD squarely very ahead at this point, Jack has a lot more comeback potential than it might first seem. Because he didn't get sniped on everything. He has just set up things without getting the payoff yet. CBD now heading to the Tree Sentinel duo. Honestly, when you're ahead, it's fine to just take the squares that are fast that you have progress on. There's the Nameless Mausoleum for Jack. Only thing about getting Mausoleums first was that I knew he hadn't killed ADM yet. That's true because every Nameless Mausoleum drops a weapon. Yes, correct. Every Nameless Mausoleum does drop a weapon, so you knew he hadn't done ADM yet. That's a great point. That is a great point. And you recognize that in the middle of the game. You said, "Oh, so he hasn't done ADM." That's very good quick thinking. That can be something that's hard to see. It's easy to see what somebody marked and infer what they did from what they did mark. It's harder to see what somebody didn't mark and infer something from what they didn't mark. So, nice job, CBD. Yeah, that's good. That is good recognition. So now CBD knows he's ahead on Southern Coast. And in fact, he will know exactly the moment Jack gets Southern Coast access. So he can hold on to all the priority he wants all the way until he sees Jack mark 3 dropped NPC weapons. If he can just like leave it as almost this landmine of show me your progress there. Very neat. Crazy side channel to recognize in the middle of the game. Yeah, absolutely. So basically, like, CBD knows he can hold on to, for example, painting rewards, which you're gonna have to do by going through ADM. So he just kind of doesn't have to pull the trigger on that at all until he sees Jack mark NPC dropped weapons. Deathrite Bird is down there. He doesn't have to pull the trigger on that till he sees Jack mark NPC dropped weapons. So yeah, nice recognition from CBD that he can just know his opponent's progress. I'm starting to think that CBD might be really good at this. Well, I don't know about that one. He's like, okay, I guess. Even Metter, right? Metter, you are always going to go through ADM before. Also, Jack lived at 1 health. He's pogging. Look at that pog. Let's see how he lived at 1 health. Hold on. The bats. So he's not healed to full here as he's going to drain the water. This is actually his second time through. He didn't drain the water the first time. Gets knocked off by the bat. He's on the ground. Doesn't quit out immediately. Starts getting comboed. Then finally quits out. But does manage to quit out safely. Jack is a fighter though. And comes back in and he's effectively dead. He checks his health and he has literally 1 out of 1704. Literally 1 health. Bro, check him PC. Check him PC for sure. The number literally said 1 on the screen. Award him an unofficial match victory for getting to exactly 1 health. CBD lightly doing really well. Seems as a decent strategy every time. Oh yeah, no, CBD obviously is very great. But we can't say that because CBD is in the chat. So instead, we have to say CBD. I don't know. That guy's kind of washed. I don't know. It's you can't compliment somebody who's in the chat. It's not. It's gonna get to his head. New square idea, get to 1 HP. You have to find a way to engineer it. CB throwing a dart at the board to check which square he's going for next. Well, when you're ahead 3-9, you can do that. You can just do that. Jack now setting up for another new square instead of committing to any of the squares he has already set up. However, It's a good square to go for. Not even gonna lie, because it blocks out the column 1 from CBD, where the other two are Burn the Ceiling Tree. That takes a while. And Metter. Ugh, you do not want to be forced into Metter. So getting this threat out off the board early does totally make sense, but it's going to make it hard for him to... Wait. Oh, okay. CBD is going for Magma Worm. For a second, I was like, he already killed ADM. What's he going to ADM for? He's going for the Magma Worm for Dragon Hearts. Yeah, just... Dragon Hearts isn't that slow, so a solid one to just go for immediately. Honestly, another one that I probably... Well... No, he doesn't actually have a good way to get there. I was going to say Chief Bloodfiend because you just go to Chief Bloodfiend and kill Chief Bloodfiend, and that's it. But getting to Chief Bloodfiend does take long enough. I can see not wanting to commit to that. The Dragon Hearts being a little bit... You know, you have to kill 2 things, but at least they're 2 close things instead of 1 really, really far thing. Haven't even gotten majority and still had to get 1 more square. I haven't actually killed ADM yet, I think. I thought I saw you... Didn't you... Oh, maybe you didn't. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe you haven't done it yet. Maybe I'm wrong. In which case... I guess you're going to do this and then directly go to ADM from here? Otherwise, ADM first probably would have made more sense, so that you can open yourself up for more things. There's your first Dragon Heart. Let's see. Do you head straight for ADM? You do. Okay, never mind. You hadn't done it yet. Never mind. Never mind. I thought you had. Yeah, you did the Invader. That's right. That's right. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. Now heading... to ADM, getting access to the southern coast. That's access to Deathrite Birds. That obviously finishes off Dragon Hearts. Dragon Hearts will let Jack know that CBD is almost certainly in the southern area, has access to it. Ooh, Jack now chasing on ADM. Which will get him the 3rd NPC dropped weapons, but that will also give CBD the information of exactly how far ahead he is on all this southern coast access. Jack setting up more squares as well. Wait, what did he just set up? Is it what I mentioned already? He set up tree spirits. Oh yeah, he doesn't finish off tree spirits here. Do you not finish that off for efficiency's sake, or... Would you always have to go down to the ulcerated tree spirit no matter what? Is there a way to go from ADM to the other tree spirit? I'm not sure. Oh, CBD having a very, very nice fight with ADM. Is ADM weak to Pierce? Dragons generally are weak to Pierce. But is he a dragon or is he a man? Non-merchant sorceries. Oh, is sorcery... Do you get a sorcery from the... ulcerated tree spirit? I guess so. Well, that's one we had already counted him as having set up since he went to Mesmer and he could drop down from there, but yeah, okay. Trogdor. Burninating the countryside. He's Dragon D's nuts. Hope this helps. Thank you. Yesterday's commentary review was Chef's Kiss. Thank you. It was very fun to do. I think it was maybe the most natural commentary I've ever done. I don't know that it's my absolute favorite commentary I've ever done. I think I really liked the GDQ commentary for Bingo or the Fast 52 commentary for Bingo. But I think it was the time that I've just been the most laid back and just having fun with commentary. So it was a very, very, very good time. All right. Yep. Jack heading for the Ancient Dragon Man. CBD knowing he's ahead here on the Dragon Hearts. Probably just going to kill this dragon on the way through. Should be very quick with a Pierce weapon as well as Frost. And then since you'll know Jack is right behind him, I wonder if CBD will then commit immediately to Deathrite Bird. I feel like that's what I would do. Deathrite Bird is just... I mean, it's a scary boss to go for, but it's pretty fast. Are we human? Or are we dragon? ADM's negations are all -5 and physical defense aren't split between damage types. Ah. Maybe he's not a dragon then. Maybe we all misjudged him. Maybe he's just a man. So the thatched roof cottages will be safe. Okay, there's the third NPC dropped weapon from CBD. He knows, oh, Jack is right behind me. He's still got plenty of time for this dragon heart, but he does not have time to dilly-dally if he wants to get Deathrite Bird as well. An ancient man. Ooh, but he's not actually going for it. 10-4 in CBD's favor. Like, big lead still here. All the things that Jack has planned to get eventually, he still would have to go finish off in order to be close to CBD. CBD, I guess heading to painting rewards. I guess that's what this is. Technically, Jack, I think, could snipe CBD here if he went right for it, but he is not. Jack instead heading for the ulcerated tree spirits. I think this is good. This makes sense. And honestly, I don't hate the ADM from Jack either, because it was his third NPC dropped weapon, so he did get a square, progress a zone, you know, finish some of the priority that he had. I don't hate that at all either from Jack. I think he has set himself up in a bad position, but I think from here he's doing pretty good. Consummate? Consummate. Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah. He's gonna consummate. I'm convinced ADM is the creation of like Miyazaki's nephew or something. He's half dragon, half man with a giant katana, and oh yeah, he has a move where he one-shots you no matter how much health you have. True. So true. I was quoting Strong Bad in the Trogdor episode. Ah, I don't remember. All I remember is the Trogdor part. I don't remember the full episode. I just remember Trog. That's the only thing that has stuck with me after all these years. Trogdor was a man. I mean, he was a dragon man. Well, maybe he was just a dragon. All right. CBD, yep, heading up past Senesax. This is going to be... He skips the Skidoo here. Right, isn't that where there's the Skidoo by the Rolling Rocks? A little surprised he skipped that one as well. CBD did go back for the Skidoo after Gaius, I think. I think he went there when he got the Gaius's pants. So I can't be too mad at him, but I'm a Skidoo fiend. I know where those Skidoo are, and I'm grabbing them on the way through every time. I love being skidooed up. Somebody quickly say your commentary has been so good. The practice really shows. Looking forward to more. Yo, thank you, Dan Vaughn. Thank you. Oh, the guy hunting dragons, Egon, isn't the guy with the dragon hunting weapon ADM. Yeah. Why would an ancient dragon man have an anti-dragon weapon on him? Does he just... Does he just have that to, like, hurt his own kin? Or, like, what's up with that? Alright, CBD now going to get the paintings. Now, do I love this play from CBD, the painting rewards? It's not bad. It's something you can just do. It's something I think he thinks he's not very likely to get sniped on, which is very reasonable. But... it's certainly, I don't think, the fastest thing you could go for on this board, but you don't really need to go for the fastest thing when you're up 10-4. They need dragon hearts. Oh, so to become the dragon, you must kill the dragon. I mean, if that's the case, then why are there so many damn dragons around? You'd think they would have, like, hunted each other to extinction. ADM ate too many dragon hearts, probably. Yeah. The ancient dragon, parentheses man. Meaning he aligns with the ancient dragons against the drakes, parentheses Bale. Maybe? I don't know his lore. All right, CBD grabbing the painting and also getting some progress towards Jory. CBD does not know which nameless mausoleum Jack has done for his second one, and really has no way of determining that that was, in fact, Rakshasa. I guess he could think it's likely that it was Rakshasa, because why would you go to Red Bear? That would be silly. Also, Dancer... you could get to, but if so, you probably would have gone through ADM to get there, which CBD knows that Jack didn't. So CBD might be able to know that he has Rakshasa, but probably wouldn't know that for sure. You are what you eat, or something. I always thought the Ancient Dragon Man was a servant of the Ancient Dragons and was using his anti-dragon weapon to hunt drakes and or Bale, since the Ancient Dragons hate the dragons and vice versa. I guess maybe so. Maybe that's it. Aren't magma worms just guys who ate too many dragon hearts trying to turn into dragons? I'm pretty sure that's canon. Yes, that part is canon. But I don't know what the Ancient Dragon Man is. I don't know if he ate dragon hearts or if he's just a guy. Just a guy that likes dragons. Or hates dragons, or... who knows? Oh, we've got the map just to show CBD riding along a very normal pathway. Oh, it's because this is a painting race. Jack is actually committing to the paintings, but he's got to make it up the mountain, whereas CBD has already gone all the way up the mountain and then pivoted out and now needs to collect the other painting. So CBD needs to get the painting, then the painting reward, then needs to warp back and get the second reward. He currently only has one painting, but he does have the top of the mountain grace as well. Jack, on the other hand, has collected at least one painting, not the reward, but the painting itself, and is heading to the reward up near Bale. I don't know if he needs to do the entire second painting as well, though. Theodorix was a troll who ate dragon hearts. That's why he's so big. Oh. I did not know that one. That's interesting lore. It's firm in the belief that ADM is simply a furry. Actually, it's a scaly. Get your terms right. Dragons have scales, not fur. He sure is a troll. Well, apparently the natural enemy of a troll is an octopus, so... Did Jack... hold on. Did Jack pivot out? Did Jack get the painting reward? No, he got part of the way up, and then he pivots out. Well, now he's setting up even more. Jack, at this point, genuinely has progress on twice as many squares as the number of squares he has actually claimed. Which... can work, but it's so scary. It's setting yourself up to get sniped everywhere. So it is not a style of play that I like whatsoever. The only way that I like setting up for multiple squares at a time without like claiming them and finishing them off is if you're setting up for a sneaky line. Which maybe he is, actually. Now that I think about it, he is actually... wait, he is setting up for a sneaky line now that I think about it. This is his third tree spirit. He's set up for painting rewards. He's set up for sorceries, and he's got access towards Jory for Maddinghand, while not doing Jory yet to not alert CBD that he's been in the area. Wait a minute. That is sneaky. That's real sneaky, actually. Now that I think about it, are those all the ones he's progressed? Did he just like fully progress and try to sneak this diagonal? He hasn't set up Devonia. He's kind of set up Jails, but like, whatever. That was the first thing in the game. He hasn't set up Chief Bloodfiend, although he kind of is now with this guy. He hasn't set up Deathrite Bird. He hasn't... well, Jory is along the way to Maddinghand. He hasn't set up Metter, and he hasn't set up Ceiling Tree. Yeah, he literally is like, I'm so far behind, my only hope is to sneak this diagonal. That's actually really, really, really clever. That's really, 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 really clever. That puts into context all the previous actions that felt strange were all in service of hiding his progress towards this diagonal so that he could try to sneak it from CBD. Very, very, very clever. He is gambling his entire Bingo Brawler's life on this one diagonal gambit. Killed it today on comms. Yo, thanks, Appo. Gambling his whole life, but unfortunately, CBD going right for those painting rewards. And this is the scary thing. This is the scary thing with trying to sneak a line, is if your opponent sees the line and is about to mark painting rewards. Bang! Now all of a sudden Jack looks over, he sees it, he goes, ah. He puts his hand up, he concedes, he says, there's no way I win. It's over. I'm too far behind. He'll play it out, I think, from here, I assume, because it's just good sportsmanship. But he put up his hands, literally saying, I can't win anymore. It's over. That was what I was trying to do. CBD caught me. And on this day, CBD was just too fast, just too effective. I think that was much better play than I initially realized from Jack, because I think that was a very smart way to hide progress on the diagonal. I think that was a very, very good way to try to get yourself back from a very losing position. I think that was a great gamble, a great risk to take that probably would have worked on a lot of bingo competitors, but on this day, CBD sniffed it out, and CBD blocks it, and all CBD has to do is get any 2 more squares. I think he's heading for Deathright Bird right now, and will win the game. To be honest, he continues to put up a damn good fight, though. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm calling it as though, like, it's over yet, but it's not over yet. So, it's not over yet. CBD does only have to get 2 squares, but it's not as like CBD has progress on a ton of squares, right? Jack is better set up for Jory. Jack is better set up for Mattinghand. Jack is better set up for sorceries. They're kind of both equally... CBD's maybe better set up for Metter. They're equally set up for Devonia. Jack is better set up for Chief Bloodfiend. So there isn't really any squares that CBD is better set up for, except for right now he's going to the Deathright Bird. So at this point, he is more set up for Deathright Bird, just because he is going for it right now and Jack isn't. So in the start, Jack is still great. The series was fire. Yeah, this was a really, really, really good series. Not terrible gambit, but wrong order, I'd say. You got to prioritize the square that your opponent has shown the most progress on. So how did CBD show progress on painting rewards, then, is the question. Unique NPC invaders arguably hints you towards ADM, but only arguably. Remembrance boss hit list hints you towards backside access, especially with Gaius Pants. Dragon Hearts strongly hints you that he's done ADM. That's a good point. Tree Sentinel Duo, that's just backside access as well. So I guess the fact that you know he has Shadowkeep access and you know he has gone south at some point, I guess does point to painting rewards being the #1 priority. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think I agree. I think if you were able to perfectly, like, mentally go through all the calculations in your head, I think painting rewards was slightly more optimal, but I think Jack still made a very, very admirable play with the knowledge he had. The other thing that you might think is I should block the one that blocks CBD's column first for 2 reasons. One, because it maybe is more likely then that CBD wants to have it. You know CBD has backside access, so you know CBD could have done ulcerated tree spirits. And you block CBD's column, getting rid of a threat for yourself, while at the same time, if CBD sees that this gets marked, he might say, oh, he was trying to block my column and he was trying to block my row. Of course he went for tree spirits. That's not a diagonal threat. That's a block on my 2 threats, right? What the heck was that? What? Did Chris just vine boom me because I've been sitting in the Discord? I can't believe Chris would do this to me. I can't believe Chris would do this to me. Lamau. that was definitely Chris. I can't believe it. I do believe it, actually, now that I think about it. Got a commentary square. There, yeah, that's it. So, In a theoretically perfect hindsight 2020 world, maybe painting rewards was better, but I think ulcerated tree spirits was a very, very good read on the situation of it's a bit trickier because it doesn't look like you're going for the diagonal. Painting rewards looks like you're going for the diagonal. So I think Jack's play was also still very, very smart for what he went for. Even if it wasn't, you know, the 100% perfect play, it was like the 98% perfect play, you know? Chris. Bad commentator getting distracted by random sounds. No. It's important that the commentators get distracted by random sounds. Because otherwise the audience will get confused by what those random sounds were. Don't worry, Chris. We'll get to your games soon enough. Then we'll see. All right, Jack, going for Jory here. At this point, what can you really do but just take some squares? Now, Jack, I don't think is like fully given up, but if Jack was really, really thinking about how to possibly win in the best possible way, I don't think Jory is the best call necessarily on it. Because I don't think CBD has shown... I mean, CBD has shown paintings, so technically that kind of hints towards Jory. But Pepe Jack basically has to try to snipe whatever CBD does, so he should try to go where CBD is most likely to be. And at least my read on the board was always that Deathrite Bird was the next most likely, because it's just go to a place, kill a boss. It's just like pretty fast. But he goes for Jory. Should get the square here. He is probably going to hold on to the matting hand till the very, very, very end of the game. And CBD about to get Deathrite Bird, which will show him that... will show Jack that CBD is just getting squares. And so Jack then just has to predict right for every single square from now on. Could have been worse. Could have been alert sound. Will be leaving shortly. Well, Chris also does have to get to bed. He's got Bingus in the morning. Oh, CBD getting absolutely blasted by fire. He's got to be so careful. He's at low health. Okay, he does manage to heal up, but I mean, that was a very, very scary spot. That was that fire that goes out in a star. He just got caught in it, took a couple ticks, and even with this much health in the DLC, and he's wearing armor, still almost fully killed him. But luckily... manages to avoid the death, manages to heal up, gets the Deathrite Bird. Very nice kill from CBD. Simply snipe him 7 times in a row. Yeah, it's as simple as that. Just snipe him 7 times in a row. All right, Jack finishing off the sorceries. Very nice, 12-7. Now just snipe him 6 times in a row. I mean, that's all you need to do. 6 times in a row, 6 snipes. That's all you need. CBD doing the very, very, very smart play. Oh, I'll just do the longest square that's on the board. I'll just go to Metter. Jack's going to do something that isn't Metter. I'll just go to Metter. It's fine. I'll just go to Metter. Jack's not going to go to Metter. Jack's going to think I'm trying for something faster. So I'll just go to Metter. Sometimes the safest play when you're ahead is to do the worst play. Because the good plays are the ones that are likely to get sniped. Just play the best Bingus of your life. So from here, it'll take a while, but it's a guaranteed CBD victory as long as he does not have too much trouble on Metter. Yeah, I always do the worst play. Exactly, and that's so smart of you. I'll just always do the worst play. Although the thing is, though, Chris, you're supposed to be ahead when you do the worst play. That's... You might be forgetting a step there. Stefx, yo, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. We hardly know her. Not really anything Jack can do against that in this situation. Yeah, there really isn't. This Jack took one final gambit when he started falling way behind, and it, you know, it came close to working, but it's just a little silly at this point. Now CBD not committing to meta, actually. He's pivoting. CBD a little bit of a split pusher, a little bit of a, what if I get a little here, a little here, a little here, a little here before committing to things. And you know, that's reasonable to do. You are at the buffet. You've got your pick, CBD. Whatever you want to do. If you want to sample, if you want to take samples and just sample this, sample that, and you want to bring those back to your plate, that's fine. If you want to commit and say, nope, I'm only getting crab legs. It's all crab legs. I'm grabbing 13 crab legs and putting them on my plate. That's also up to you. You have your pick, and whatever you pick cannot be wrong at this point. We believe. Oh god. Come on, chat. We need to hold off. We need to hold off till we review the game. We gotta review the game. No spoilers till then. It's hard. It's hard not to when Chris is literally in the chat, but that's too many crab legs. Nah, I could eat 13 crab legs. Nah, I could do it. I could do it. Has there ever been a win with more than 13 squares? I actually think that there was. I don't know if it was. I think it was an unofficial match. I think there was either a player or a team that got to 13 but hadn't blocked all the bingos. Was informed of this and then went, oh, and then went and blocked the bingo and then won with 14 squares. I think. But I've done the one with 14 squares before. IDK about official though. I don't know. I don't remember. I remember watching a match that happened. It might have been you. It might be exactly that match. So maybe I'm thinking of that one. Maybe it was just in practice. Devonia race, yep, it's getting exciting. This is what you want if you're Jack. You want this to be a race. The more things you race on, the more things you can snipe CBD on, the more time you can waste of CBD, and so the better your chance of making the improbable happen. You just need 6 squares in a row, so that's just 6 snipes in a row, and so if CBD walks himself into 6 snipes back to back to back to back, then you win. That's all it takes. I don't think it was official. Almost said today's match was a first. Well, it was a first. That way, we're spoiling again. We're spoiling again. We're spoiling again. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's hard. It's so hard not to talk about it though. Jack is really clean with this Devonia. I think Jack might be the best Devonia fighter out of everyone. I don't know, maybe Tom has a better Devonia. I don't know that I've seen it in a while. I know that I have a worse Devonia. I think we have seen that CBD does not quite have as clean of a Devonia. I think we've seen... maybe Blanks is a good Devonia. I don't know. I shouldn't say much, but all I know is Pepe Jack has a really, really clean Devonia. Way, way cleaner than mine, for sure. And I don't remember who all has clean or unclean Devonias. Jack is insane, dude. I'm sad to see him lose. Yeah. It's possible. Maybe the limelight got to him. You know, it can be hard to keep your composure if you're suddenly thrust into this environment of like, oh yeah, now there's, you know, prize money on the line and thousands of people watching live and hundreds of thousands of people that are going to watch the VODs, and you know, it's just like, oh man, that's tough. Quick Devonia cleanliness tier list. I'm at the bottom. I'm smack dab in F tier. I do not know that fight well. Jack S tier. Well, he did die once, too. I have seen him die. So A tier. Jack gets A tier. I think in Season 3 it happened because bingo lines were worth additional points rather than ending the game, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure there was a time when bingos ended the game that somebody, again, possibly just in practice, but somebody got 13 squares. The game did not end. And they had to go get one more square, and then they still won, but with 14 squares. CBD is a crazy strong competitor, and Jack went for a really sneaky play that was a gamble from the start. Well, I mean, I think he only committed to that play when he was behind, or do you think he was going for that even from the early game when he wasn't, like, behind yet? Because I think he only went for that after he lost, at the very least, Ashes of War, right? There's no way he was thinking that when he was doing Black Knight, Edred. There's no way he was thinking that when he was doing Rolana, because neither of those helps for that. I think it kind of formed as an idea in his mind once he had already done Knight of the Solitary Jail, so he had an NPC dropped weapon. And then he was forced into ulcerated tree spirits. And I think maybe from that point he was like, wait, this diagonal though, kinda neat. Does feel like a reactive play, yeah. So I think he got behind first and made a gambit. I don't think he was gambiting from the start. Not from the very start, but I mean the play itself was from the start of the play risky. That's true. You have to take risks when you're behind. You know what the riskiest thing is? Trying to slowly win on majority when you're down by 6 squares. That's the riskiest thing. It is less risky to take a risk than to not take a risk when you are behind by 6 squares. Because if you take no risks, you are no chance of winning. All right, Jack, all the way up to 9 squares already, taking the things that he has progress on, forcing CBD at least to have to go to Metter, which it almost looked like CBD was trying to avoid, was trying to find something faster to do first. Oh, CBD gets a... That was a weird fall damage thing. Was Torrent not healed? Did Torrent just die? What happened? Let me see. CBD obviously lands here nicely. And then you need to scoot down here, and you need to scoot down to a certain spot. That looks good. This jump looks good. He only takes half damage, but then dies anyway. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. That was weird. Jack killing that Matting Hand NPC. And there may have been something last season where the block came down to like a base game player and the DLC player was able to just pick up an extra square because there wasn't anything else to do. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I don't know. All right, CBD this time. That looks very good on the setup, except that his screen is so dark it's hard to see. Jack does get the Matting Hand NPC. Now it is 12 to 10. I mean, that's pretty close. He's way behind on progress to Metter, but like all that split progress that we mentioned from him earlier got him so many squares at the end. It really does feel like if Jack just had, you know, 2 more squares out of the early game and then got all this progress that he did, like he would have won. Like he really made it so that it only came down to a few squares, which is really, really impressive for how far behind he was initially. Does Wild Strikes have an extra attack you can do? There is a ending attack you can do, yes. You can do Wild Strikes, Wild Strikes, Wild Strikes, Wild Strikes, and you can either end on like a horizontal slap that does good amount of damage, or you can end on like a... I think it's like you flip overhead and then slam or something that does like a ton of poison damage and stuff. One bingo had the bingo still available. Not sure if it was bingo brawlers. One bingo had the bingo still available. Well, crap, didn't know that. Yeah, it's not used super often because most of the time people will just use all of their stamina to just keep wild strikesing till they're out of stamina. And so they won't even think about doing the follow-up. But there is follow-ups, yeah. Yo, Bam Bam Begalo. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Still available after someone had 13 squares. Yeah. I am so sure that I remember that game as well. Unless we're having a collective hallucination. I called that a hallucination. A collective hallucination where we all think something happened that didn't. But I'm pretty sure that happened. Jack also has a really, really clean Mesmer. Like, I love that Mesmer fight. The jump attacks that he gets on there are so good. I endorse coining hallucination. Who up hallucinating? I mean, if nobody else is hallucinating with you, then you're not really hallucinating. You gotta practice seamless segues into Shilling Bingo Brawlers merch and you're golden. So true. No, that's the one part that I don't know that I'll ever get good at on commentary is stuff like that. Every time I do like charity events and stuff, I leave other people to mention the charity. Every time, you know, there's like, oh, and don't forget about the merch, I let someone else say that. That's the one part of commentary I'm really bad at because I'm just so invested in the game that it like I can't, you know, be distracted by anything else. Perfectly cromulent word. Yes. I don't know, I find it to be quite shallow and pedantic. Need a word for hallucinating on your own? Hallucinating, maybe. Yeah, if only we had a singular of hallucinating. I don't know that there is a single word that means hallucinating, but like, you know, just a general solo form. Like, man, I really wish a word like that existed in the English language. That'd be really nice. Hallucinating. All right. So all CVD has to do is finish out the fight here. I know we're not too locked in on commentating the gameplay because it's, you know, it's both of them going for different things. It's both of them playing very well, and it's just CVD being ahead enough that going for Metter is unstoppable. But Jack making it a very, very respectable score by the end. He took a big gamble that did not pay off, but, like, it almost did. Like, it was genuinely pretty close to working. Like, if CBD had just not noticed painting rewards right away and had gone for sorceries or matting hand as the block, or even especially if he just didn't see the diagonal, or not didn't see it but didn't rush to block it, Jack had a very, very solid chance of winning. And even not really after that. Once he was blocked, it was pretty over, but before that he had a lot of chances to not fall quite as far behind, but nothing ended up like working out for him that well. Is this bingo event main game plus DLC? It is main game 1 game, then DLC 1 game. So yes, I think, if I understand your question. And then the final game, the third game, is a coin flip for which one is done. Loki Insane Romina fight. Yeah, he got a lot of butterflies, but he played it like really well. I think he kind of almost did it hitless as well. Oh, gets hit there, though. Bang. Does not get credit for Burn the Ceiling Tree, as the game is already over, even though he wants to go mark it. He wants to just be like, look, low, it was 13-11. Look at how close it was. But does not count. GG, CBD moves on in the loser's bracket, and Pepe Jack, unfortunately, the very first person that we fully have to say goodbye to. I mean, he played so well, and like I really think Jack could have done very well, but it's kind of just, you know, a lot of things didn't go his way, and I do think the first winners round, he got a little messed up a bit in the base game stuff. It felt like he was just kind of off on the base game. Also had to fight Blanks, which is like not an easy, you know, opponent, but he played super well, and I could have seen him going far, but unfortunately ends at here. Does not make it into the top 2. Does not make it into the main Bingo Brawlers International Edition. To be honest, Jack can win first game if he just peed his pants. Yeah, if he had a catheter installed, or pee break mid game must have been urgent. Yeah, I mean, obviously must have been urgent. Like that's kind of how those things work. Didn't know about Jack until the season, but he seems cool. I really hope he comes back. Yeah, he's been really cool behind the scenes for a while. He's been one of the like referees and people that has, you know, helped out with things. He's been a good practice partner for everyone, willing to play whatever that anybody needs in order to help people get practice. So yeah, he has been awesome, and he played awesome, and he really shows that, yeah, hopefully he'll be back. One of the best ways to make sure that he does come back is to watch him. If you watch him outside of Bingo Brawlers, you know, make him a little more popular, then it becomes a lot easier to invite back season after season. So I'm just saying, you guys could have a hand in it. Jack is a Giga Chad, yeah. Lesson here is complete your squares. Actually, no, not completing the squares actually ended up being a very smart play for him. I mean, it did not end up working out. I think the lesson would be take fast squares instead of synergizing slow squares. I would say, if anything, because that's what got him behind early, but then not completing his squares is what almost got him the sneak diagonal. So I would not say the lesson is complete your squares. I thought that was going to be the lesson, but that's only because I missed the diagonal. He fooled me, but he did not fool CBD. But yeah, the unfortunate early thing of trying to synergize bosses with Knight in their name, NPC dropped weapons, nameless mausoleums, they're all just like kind of slow squares, whereas CBD was like, oh, Dane, that's one guy. I kill one guy and I get a square, you know? Oh, unique NPC invaders. Sure, it's 3 of them, but they all die bang, 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 as opposed to bosses with Knight in their name take a while. Or the NPCs that dropped weapons, they take a while, you know? So it's just, the lesson is do fast squares, I think. The true lesson is do not have a diagonal blindness. Yeah, maybe the lesson from the winner's point of view is block all of the lines if you are that far ahead, including both diagonals. 1v1 is pure skill-based, unlike 2v2 is too unpredictable. 2v2 is also skill-based. I wouldn't say that 2v2 is not skill-based. I think in both cases you can have boards that favor one team or you know, work out weirdly, or a super snowball or whatever. I don't think that 1v1 or 2v2 necessarily changes that too much. I don't know. Maybe it does a bit, but all right, on to the next one. I'm gonna not show for a second because I was at the end result screen of the last one, so I'm gonna go to the start and now show it again so we don't spoil the results. And all right, make it full screen. And there, look at how handsome and smart that guy over there is. And then Captain Domo, doing commentary. You know, I'm just here to witness to his greatness, you know? Midge meets Riz business. Yep. Couple of handsome lads on the screen. This Mitch's is such a nice shirt. I really like that. I like the vest mostly. I think if just the shirt and the tie looks pretty good. I mean, it's a nice shirt and tie. But I think the vest is what pulls it together. I think I'm a vest wearer. I think any formal-ish event, I think a vest just fits me. Nice shirt, Mitch. Thank you. All right, we start with base game, Chris versus Blanks. You look great in vest. Thank you. Real investor, a good investment. All right, so before we start this game, I definitely know all of what's going to happen in this game because I was there. Speaking of, why do I have my keyboard display on screen? Get that out of here. So, but looking at it, if you were to look at this board and if you were to say what looks like things that people would rush, my immediate first instincts are kill 3 friendly NPCs. People love to rush that one. It's pretty fast. It gets you weapon checks. Like, that one's pretty good. And kill the Millicent, Invader, and Kaled. That one you can do with no weapon setup. You just baboosh her. So those are 2 that, like, people rush. Dom also marked kill Wormface, which people do often do fairly early, although maybe not first thing. And kill Bloodhound Knight while summoning Blythe, which it turns out, and I wasn't aware of this to start, but you need to do that before you kill Radon. Otherwise, you get locked out because Blythe moves from the Mistwoods. So, this also being a board where Radon is on the board and we're like, oh, someone's going to do Radon early. It's like, if someone wants to do Radon early, they probably also want to do Bloodhound Knight early. So, that turns Bloodhound Knight while summoning Blythe from a, you know, you could do it early, but you don't have to square, into you have to do it early, because otherwise you can't do Radon, and there's Radon and Colossal Armaments on the board, a very, very, very powerful 2-for-1. Your past self is agreeing with you. Daryl and Radon being on the same line is diabolical. It's pretty diabolical. Also being on the same line with Fia's champs, that you get to most easily from after Radon. Also kind of diabolical, not gonna lie. Never saw that in my first playthrough because I did Radon early. Yeah, it's very easy to miss, for sure. Just joining in, what are you looking at? We are reviewing the official matches. Did I change the title? Did Yathlon change the title? Let me change the title to reviewing official matches. Reviewing official Bingo Brawlers matches at Star O Chris versus at Blanks. There. That's what the title should be. Yes, that's why it's wonky. Oh, I don't see the current title. Nowhere on any of my 2 monitors do I see the current title. So, I only swap it when I remember to swap it, which is rare. Take a shot every time you mark a Bingo Brawler square. Well, that would be up to 13 shots. Or, theoretically, more. You could theoretically mark up to 20 squares without having won the game. It would
Hydrate.
it would never happen, but theoretically it could. Thank you for the hydrate. Zero Wonkiness was amazing title. Oh, okay. Gotta pay your mods more so they change this stuff. My mods do a great job of changing things if I remind them to. And even if I don't remind them to, apparently do it as well sometimes, which is great. Because I forget. I don't remember. 20. Yes, everything except for a diagonal. So theoretically, you could get 1, 2, 3, 4, which does not get you this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, which does not get you this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, which does not get you this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, which does not get you this row. And 1, 2, 3, 4, which does not get you this row. And since all the ones that you're missing are along a diagonal, you don't get that diagonal. Since they're all in different columns, you don't get any of the columns. And since you're missing the center square, you don't get the other diagonal either. So you could get all of the squares except for one diagonal and not win the game. It is possible to get 20 and lose. Engineering that would be quite a feat, but it's possible. Shot per square could only function as a deranged catch-up mechanism, yeah. Yeah, the stars are only there. Domo puts the stars on for the audience to have squares to look at as things to possibly be aware of for the players. Domo does a great job of starring the squares early. I love what he does. I would say a possible point of improvement would be Domo could move the stars around actively, like all throughout the game, to what we are actively seeing players go for or prioritize. Would be a neat way to do it, right? Imagine if there were just always 2 stars on the board and they're just exactly what players are going for. So as soon as we see Chris, you know, warp into Kaled for Millicent, we put a star on it and take away the star from whatever he just got. I think could be a cool way to do it, but would take a lot of work. A lot of like active work of like, you know, right now trying to show what they're going for. I feel like Domo would forget to do that. I feel like everyone would forget to do that. I would forget to do that. We watch things with commentary and I have a board in front of me and I star some things and I forget to move them around. But, you know, if there was an effort made for that, it could be cool. I don't know. Could be something to try. Take a star away from Chris, then he's 0 Chris. Well, maybe he already had... Maybe he'd actually become star -1 Chris, actually. Yeah, I think he'd be star -1 Chris is what he would be if you took a star away. Maybe a third person to mark stars could work. Could be. That third person would have to kind of be guessing as to which things we think should be starred. I like having one of the commentators star because we can star the things as we are talking about them. And so it can actively align with what viewers hear us talk about a square and at the same time see a marked square. Whereas, let's say we're wrong. Let's say we're just idiots and talking about the wrong square, but then the marker marks the right square that they're going for. It can be more confusing for an audience to go, why is there a star on this one, but they're talking about this one, than it would to just be, oh, they're talking about this square and they've marked this square. I understand. Oh, they were wrong. Now it swaps. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. And then you still follow, like, the story of the game. All right, Chris does head straight for the friendly NPCs here at the start. Goes immediately for Vare. Doesn't even pick up the weapon he has. I think it's just a hammer, and hammers aren't, like, that good, so I guess who cares? Just skip it. Why are there two Mitches? No. It is. That's Mitriz. I am Captain underscore Domo, as you can see. I am Captain underscore Domo. That's who I am. Squares the players hover over get starred. No. Domo presses the star button on squares that he wants to star, so that you, as an audience, might look at them. Chris does wait for the katana check, gets Rivers of Blood. He makes a little, like, face with it. I think he wanted maybe a great katana from it. But I thought I was watching Twitch TV / Mitriz, not Twitch TV / Captain underscore Domo. No, you are watching Mitriz. See, the guy over there on the left, Mitriz. You're watching him right now. Obviously, the main person for Bingo Brawlers, twitch.tv / Mitriz. Obviously. Whereas I, but a humble co-commentator, Captain underscore Domo, I'm only here for this one game. Stars are a good telegraphing tool, but they will require getting used to. Yes. Hey, Captain Domo, could you turn up Mitriz a bit? He's a little quiet. Sorry, he's muted. I can't. Sorry, my bad. And you actually look good in that outfit. I like that. It's a good outfit. It fits me very well. Stealing content into identity theft. True. All right, so out of that start, we see that they both just get a square out of it, and then Chris heads immediately down to the church, the Third Church of America generally area, or the Mistwoods. He's heading somewhere into Lower Limgrave. This area is not super familiar to me because I almost always go around. But it gets him closer to the potential Bloodhound Knight while summoning Blythe. And he goes back to immediately buy from Kale and then presumably kill him. Buy the crafting kit. Upgrade the weapon. Nice. Early upgrade that you can do just by grabbing the stones there and immediately using them. Nice call. Kills Kale right away so that he can get the finger snap gesture. And then heads back to the woods to get it first. Blanks has the same idea. They both recognize I have to do Bloodhound Knight before Radon. So I might as well do Bloodhound Knight now. It's kind of almost a forced race, but Chris already has some progress towards there, whereas Blanks, is making progress right now, but is just a little bit behind. More than two-player bingo feels like a production nightmare. It's tough. It's tough to fit everything in, but we made it work. Quite the Mitch cosplay going there, Captain Domo. Thanks. I thought it would look better for the thing. Also, now I'm one of the players riding on Torrent. Wow, look at me. Look at me. Smile. I'm now CBD. Wait, I am CBD. What? I'm CBD now. You can see the map here where Blank's getting to the Mistwood, but Chris already got to the Mistwood, already did the finger snap and Blythe, and now Chris just has to go straight to the Everjail. He's skipping a grace where Blanks or CBD, if you prefer here, is still talking to Blythe in this area, and also goes and gets the Axe Talisman, which is probably very weird to try to see around my frame, but he's heading to the Axe Talisman, which gets him, you guys can't see the board, but there's talismans on the board. So, okay, now we're back. Now you can see the board. Wait a second, that's not Zoodle. At least Domo is still Domo. Yep, at least. All right. Chris easily into the fight before Blanks does. Kills him, marks the square while Blanks is just entering the fight. Blanks sees it and quits out because he wants to fight for what's next. Blanks could have completed it because it is an Everjail and he is literally right here. It would have been quick. It's technically also a weapon check. But decides, no, I don't think Everjails are going to be that important on this board, and pivots out instead. And now Blanks possibly heading directly for Radon by getting a Grace in Altus. Oh, I actually remember. He's going to go upgrade first some. He's going to go get some upgrade materials from the old Altus tunnel. And this makes sense. It gets you a Grace in Altus, which you need in order to activate Radon, while at the same time getting your setup. And the more set up you are, the faster the kill is going to be. So it's a decent trade-off in terms of efficiency of getting the kill. So I do like this play from Blanks. And a Colossal check, and 2 Colossal checks if you finish out the tunnel, which you should, because there is 3 tunnel or precipice dungeons on the board in the bottom middle. So it's a really, really good call here. Set himself up some, get a better upgraded weapon, also get the Grace that you need in order to be able to kill Radon. Like, this is a very, very, very solid play. Chris, on the other hand, doing some other setup. He's actually heading through Liurnia instead. Why does he head through Liurnia again? Let me remind myself. Finish off a boss with the explosive physic, maybe? Does he do it this early? I don't know that there's too much in Liurnia that I'm super excited about on this board. There's stabs eventually, I think. Sorceries, maybe there's something there. I don't know. I don't think there's a lot here that you need to do early in Liurnia, but Blanks dies. He got all of his upgrade materials. Those were like the primary reason he's here, but then does not get to finish out the tunnel because he dies. Let's review how that happened. So he's at full health. He's grabbing the stones and stuff. He grabs beep bop boop. He tries to get out of here, gets hit by the dog. Nice jump over the stab from this knight, but then this knight just fully blocks his way, and then, what, he died? Did he die before the knight even hit him? Was it just the dog that got him? That dog barely hurt him, but then... Yeah, it was both dogs. He actually got hit by both dogs from both directions before the knight even made a swing. Dog checked. Domo was saying that most players will quit out there in that hallway so that they don't get completely body blocked and killed like that. But since Blanks didn't, and he didn't grab actually like any Graces along the way, he actually just doesn't get that tunnel. He'd have to go all the way back later if he wanted it, and I don't think he wants it that badly. So instead, he continues his setup with Haligtree for a ton of money and some of the later game runes. That dog was locked in, yeah. Blank's also popping some of his runes right now before he goes to the Haligtree, which means he is going to want to very, very much not die, or he will have to go get his runes back, because he is, at this point, you know, trying to get a bunch of early runes. Whereas Chris actually is going for a finish off a boss with the explosive physic. Very, very early time to do it. And the reason that it looks like he would do that is to set up column 4. But it's kind of a silly thing to set up because, oh, if I set up 4, Blanks is going to have to block my column 4. by killing a Remembrance boss, Colossal Armaments only. And what is the literal best thing to be doing on this board right now? Radon with a Colossal Armament. He's forcing his opponent to do the best possible play on the board. So, while it is setting up a line, it's not setting up a helpful line threat. It is setting up almost a fake threat that your opponent is kind of happy that you're doing. Finishing off a boss with Explosive Physic, though, isn't like... It's not that slow of a square. It's not bad. It's fine. It's just... Would you rather have the boss with Explosive Physic, or would you rather have Radon with Colossal? You'd rather have Radon with Colossal. So, I do think it is a little bit of the go for the worst square that I mentioned earlier, of like, Chris is a bit ahead, so he can go for whatever he wants. Oh, gets slammed! Somehow does not get exploded! Dies afterwards! Fall to death just like that in the middle of me talking! Luckily, he does get the enemy felled, so it does count. He also gets to respawn at the Stake of America, so he immediately gets to get his money back. He gets to get the Explosive Physic tier. It's not that bad. It's not a disaster, but that is very funny that he just explodes like that. Elbows out. Yep. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Chris just going for just like a reasonable square to go for. But I don't think this was the fastest square he could have done, and I don't think it's in that advantageous of a position on the board, given that Blanks is already setting himself up to block Chris. Blanks actually is like doing a lot of setup before pulling the trigger on Radon. So in theory, if Chris had gone for Radon Colossal only, he actually maybe could have gotten it before Blanks did. Neither of them knows. If I were either player, I'd be thinking, oh, he's going for Radon right now. I've stalled for too long. I'd be like very nervous about that. But both players just kind of ignoring it for now. What is the tiebreaker if no bingo was achieved? Whoever has more squares. So since there are an odd number of squares, you generally will not end in a tied number of squares. If you do end in a tied number of squares because there is just a square that nobody gets, well, then it's just a tie. Now, how would that work for an elimination bracket? I don't know. They play another game? I don't know. Like, I don't think that's happened in an elimination game. Oh, Blanks dies to Falling Star Beast! It looked like he had the dodge as well, but then the very, very, very last one just catches him. He was low on health. Did he have a chance to heal? I want to see what situation led to this. So, okay, at this point, he's at full health. So from here, he's fine. Ooh, misses with that, though. Does an early roll on the tail swipe. Then has to dodge this. Does a good job of going around, but doesn't heal. Instead goes for the attack. Tries to keep up the pressure. Nice dodges on the tail swipe. And then he dodges for, like, the attack that goes over your head and is too late then on the dodge for the tail swipe. Then the fastest PCR kill. Truly. Yeah. How often is bingo achieved versus most squares? I would say most squares is achieved 60 to 70% of the time, and bingo line is achieved 30 to 40% of the time. I would say more often it is a majority, but I don't think it is, like, all the time it's a majority. I think lines are still a valid threat, and do end games sometimes. And another oof. Bofa. Yep, Chris does the Bofa Explosive Physic, which is the fastest one to do. But I don't know that he needed to commit to doing the fastest boss with Explosive Physic. Unless he was really scared of getting sniped by Blanks. He could have tried to... What I would have done... as a hindsight is 2020 backseat gamer, is I probably would have exploded the Misbegotten boss, the Misbegotten that is in a tunnel, You could have done a misbegotten in a tunnel that you finish off with the explosive physic. I think that could have been a really nice way to keep efficiency and synergy while Blanks is setting up for Radon. Instead, he just goes for Bofa, which Bofa's like fast enough. It doesn't really matter. He doesn't lose that much time doing it, but I think he could have gone for higher efficiency in this situation where there's kind of an obvious square to go for, and Chris is going for something that is not the obvious square. Domo's looking different today. Yeah, you notice I got a haircut. Yeah, me, Captain_Domo, got a haircut. You like it? You look so similar to your co-commentator. Yeah, I get that a lot. I get that a lot. Looks good, thanks. I'm liking these these bingo runs. Curious, who is the one who come up with this type of stream of Elden Ring? Captain Domo, mostly. I mean, it existed before Captain Domo, like, made it into kind of an event, but the person who made it into an event was Captain_Domo. Oh, he emphasized the underscore. It is really him. All right, now Blanks. So Blanks, because he actually didn't grab the Grace in the tunnel, he actually has to go grab another Grace in Altus to activate Radon. Did he try to go to Radon first and then realize he couldn't? Let me see. Where did he head? No, there's upgrading weapon. No, he was just upgrading. Okay. So he knew from a while that he had to get another Grace in Altus. Tunnel Grace doesn't count as an Altus Grace. Really? Didn't know that. Okay. Thank you for the information, Blanks. I was unaware. I was always curious, how did you get called up to be a caster for these matches? Does Domo just DM you in the morning saying, are you free to commentate, or is it a predefined schedule? Yes. He does not DM me in the morning. He DMs me, I don't know, a few days before as he's making the schedule, but yeah. He just DMs me and is like, yeah, you want to commentate? And I'm like, yeah, sounds good. There is no, like, official process of, like, fill out this form and then we'll, you know, assign you an order based on availability. It's just, he just says, hey, can you do it? And if I'm like, sorry, busy that day, he's like, no worries, I'll get someone else. All right, Chris also dies to Adan, which was very funny. He went for the wild strikes while Adan went for his similar swing his weapon around, and Chris just lost that interaction. Lose him a bit of time. Chris completing the Everjails as well as the... Is there synergy? Wasn't there... Is this a talisman? I thought there was synergy with something here that he was doing. Maybe this is just an Everjail. Maybe I'm misremembering. Which will show up even, Domo asked last minute, he loves commentating. That's true. Domo could literally, the morning of, say, hey, you know, Zoodle got struck with food poisoning and cannot make it. Can you commentate right now in 5 minutes? And I'd be like, I'm putting on the suit. I got you. What's the training regimen of a professional Elden Ring bingo commentator? You're looking at it. This is it. You commentate until you get better at commentating. That's how you get better at anything. You practice it. And specifically, you practice it actively. You practice it with your brain on. You think about how to improve. You think about what are the things I could do better for next time. If you just do the same thing over and over and over again, you don't actually get better. What you need to do is say, was what I did good? It was good in this way, but it was kind of bad in this way. What if I tried this instead? So, or in this case, sometimes it's learning about squares. For example, Blank's letting me know that the old Altus Tunnel Grace does not count for Radon, something I was unaware of, but now learned. That will make me a better commentator in the future. But then also just thinking about what it is that what I do and what I say and just getting more comfortable with it. Do you know the definition of insanity? Did you know that that's actually not the definition of insanity? After you reach 12 hours of commentary, you are stuck with commentator's curse, and that serves as your diploma. Only 12 hours. Dang, I've been overworking. All right, Chris just finishes off the 3rd ever jail. It is a Crucible Knight. Does Crucible Knights have any synergy on here? Nah, but I mean, there wasn't really any synergy you could go for with ever jails on this, except for Roundtable Knight Vike. I mean, Chris, this would have been silly. I don't think he should have done this. But he could have done Vike as his 3rd ever jail to get the synergy there and get a 2nd square right away, but boy, would that have been risky. Oh, you're a good commentator already, but I could be better. But I could be better. That's the thing, is I could be better. I won't stop becoming better until I'm asked to be a commentator for literally everything. Until there are no other commentators that exist. It's only Mitch. Because everyone says, dang, we have to get Mitch. He's just the best. He's just always the best. So do we know if Wild Strikes works on Vike? We know it doesn't really. It does get tried in this match. Spoiler for later. They both have Wild Strikes on their weapon. At least one of them tries it on Vike. It doesn't really work that well. It doesn't work horribly well. I don't think it gets them killed, but Vike just kind of rolls out of it. Mitch for all of GDQ. Yes. Game's done Mitch. That's what we're aiming for. Blank's doing really, really well with the Great Club on Radon. It being greasable, non-somber, does make it really, really nice for applying those statuses to Radon. Nice avoidance of that attack. That's one of the attacks that always scares me. Bang, bang. 3-4 now. Chris still with the lead. But Blank's getting that easy bang, bang synergy. Blank's with the much more upgraded weapon at this point. And Blank's with the underground access to eventually get to Fia's, eventually get to Ancestor Spirit. He's already got one of the great runes to get to Morgott later. So, relatively even at this point, but if I had to pick which situation I'd rather be in Blank's situation. Mitch.tv, yep. Have you thought about running all the bingo scenarios into Python to see what routes are the objective best for each board? What do you mean, run them into Python? That doesn't make sense. I guess you mean traveling salesman problem it? You would have to know the exact connection time between each bingo board. You'd have to know exactly, objectively, as a time-based measurement, how much synergy squares have, like if you knew all of that already, I don't think you'd even need Python. Like, you would just be set to go. You could figure it out. Make a random forest. Python doesn't play Elden Ring, so it doesn't have any values relating to each square. Exactly. Python has no way to know how fast things are. You would have to know how fast things are to tell it. All right, Blank's heading right for the Misbegotten bosses here, and this one makes perfect sense. Misbegotten bosses is great because it's synergy with Tunnel or Precipice, as well as the other one he's going to go for, the Crucible Knight Misbegotten Duo, is a duo trio boss. So Blank's setting up synergy for 3 different squares. In the DLC, when Jack was doing it, it was like, maybe that's a bit much, because in the DLC, a lot of the combo squares are very long. But in the base game, that's kind of just the squares. The squares kind of just are multiples. Like, look at it being 6 staves, 2 Elder Lions, 12 sorceries, Somberstone Bellbearing 1 and 2, 3 Tunnel or Precipice, 9 Talisman, 2 Misbegotten, 3 Duo Trio. Like, there's just so many multi-things that oftentimes the fastest thing to do is to set up for multiple of them. So it's a very different kind of meta in the base game where synergy is king, compared to the DLC where faster squares can be king. And very important, it threatens column 3. I don't know that that would come into play. Column 3, it does threaten it. It does give you Misbegottens. It does give you tunnels. But then you'd also need rune level 65, which can be very, very hard to get to. Because there's not too much on this board that directly leads to large amount of runes. If there was Moog on the board or Millennia on the board, that would be like almost a direct 2-for-1. You do the big boss, get rune level 65. Even Magma Worm, you could do Theo for a ton of runes. So rune level 65 on this board kind of has to come a little bit more slowly unless you just rush it and just try to do things that don't synergize. It was merely a prank. This is why we study math. Yeah. Has the meta changed from last season, or playstyles are pretty similar? Well, last season was 2v2, so the playstyles are going to be very different because 2v2, like, just the way that everything interacted was different when you are not the only person on your team. Blanks is a very, very nice kill on the Misbegotten Warrior. I also really like how Blanks will, like, drag the Misbegotten Warrior all the way to the entrance so that he's as far from the Crucible Knight as possible, giving him as much time to finish off the Misbegotten is a very, very, very nice way to do it as well. And then he does heal here. He does find some times to heal on the Crucible Knight. That's very nice. It can be hard to find those times, but... getting that first heal in is nice. Chris goes for Wormface. I really like this. Just get a fast square. What does Wormface get you? A fast square. That's what it gets you. It also has like a solid number of runes, 10,000. I guess that's not that much, but it's just a square you can just walk over and kill. And especially with these upgraded of weapons, because both of them have taken the time to upgrade weapons, I really like the just go kill Wormface. It's just fast, gets Chris ahead 5-3. So very, very nice kill from Chris. Both the cells would get you close to RL 65, but you still have to do a lot. Still have a lot to go, and it's quite slow. Yeah, so you certainly could do that. That's definitely a way you could do it. It's just, yeah, that's a very slow synergy, but possible that you could do. All right, there is the second Misbegotten for Blanks. The Zweihander drops. That's an interesting one. Blanks realizing how important rune level 65. Perhaps he does that later. No spoilers. Would be a very, very important play for him, potentially. Now Blank's heading immediately for the Somberstone Bellbearing 1 and 2. He has already done the Falling Star Beast. No, he attempted the Falling Star Beast. He died and he pivoted out, so he actually hasn't done it yet. This is also a Tunnel and Precipice dungeon that he can synergize it with. Chris going for it immediately as well. So it's kind of a race here. They're kind of both racing on Somberstone Bellbearings and racing on Tunnel and Precipice. A great synergy that both of them have found so far. Although Chris probably knows that Tunnel and Precipice, Blanks has already done one of them. So Chris may be just trying to take away only Somberstone Bellbearing 1 and 2 before Blanks gets the full synergy. Although Chris actually has also done a second Tunnel or Precipice dungeon. He actually has done... So he can actually take away that synergy instead. He can take away whichever synergy he prefers. But yeah, because he already did the Old Altus Tunnel that Blanks did not get earlier, he does have the chance to take this away. If Blanks had gotten the Old Altus Tunnel earlier... This would be Blanks' third, but unfortunately it's only his second instead. Love the double mixture. Yep. Wait for Mitch to watch these matches because I like his commentary. Well, see, here's the thing. You also could have had my commentary. Like there's also a Mitch over there. I'm just saying, you know. If you want to watch it here, because you want to also talk about it as we go, instead of it being like the more official casting of the match, That's a great way to do it as well. But I'm just saying, you also could have in this particular case. 2 Mitch, 2 Riz. All right, Chris heading straight for the tunnel, and actually Chris already in his 3rd tunnel and Somberstone Bell Bearing 1, but misses the skip, misses it a 2nd time. Hits the hard part, but then misses the easy part. So that's 3 misses. Tries to do the punch thing, it doesn't work, misses it 4 times, and has to pivot out and just go the normal way. Yo, frick this skip, I go around. Honestly, I go around too. I guess maybe Chris in future matches, which is not a spoiler because both the winner and loser have future matches. Maybe Chris in future matches will be a go-arounder as well. If you were to give a % accuracy for this round, like you do in chess, what would you give it? That would be a spoiler if I gave you that answer right now. But ask me at the end of this round, and I definitely have an answer. I mean, I'd have to think about it, but there is an answer that I don't want to give it right now, because up to this point, I would give the accuracy of blanks to be like 90%. Maybe. I think he's gone for good squares. I think he's gone for good synergy. I think his execution has been a little bit off because he's died a few times. That has lost him what could have been, I think, a nice early lead. And I'd give Chris like an 80%. His execution has been very good, but I haven't loved all the squares that he's gone for. It's still mostly been good squares up to this point, but giving up the Radon, and in fact forcing blanks into the Radon, isn't something I necessarily loved. And I would have liked maybe a little bit more synergy with the explosive physic. But I did like his friendly NPCs. I did like the Bloodhound Knight while summoning Blythe. I did like the Worm Face. And I didn't mind the Everjails, although I didn't love it. So that's where I would put them, like, currently at this moment. But things can change. And so, yeah, Chris gets into the Falling Star Beast and actually has huge damage. He actually would have taken it out really, really, really quickly, but instead gets sniped on the Tunnel or Precipice dungeons. Maybe, I guess, I shouldn't say Chris's execution has been that clean since he did miss the skip. But, yeah, definitely misses it by less time than he spent going for those skips. If he had just not done the skip at all, he would have had an extra square that he would have sniped away from blanks. Instead, he still gets the Somberstone Bell Bearings 1 and 2, which is still great for him, but does not get to rack that up with the Tunnel or Precipice as well. Accuracy assumes we know the optimal play, which we kind of do, because we are the armchair, you know, we get to see things from an overview and see how they work out. So we're kind of like the chess engine that gets to see, you know, 64 moves in advance and says, technically this one is a blunder because if your opponent does this sequence of moves, it becomes forcing for you to eventually lose your rook. You know, we get to do that. We are the chess engine that gets to call your move a blunder, even though as a human, it would be a very reasonable move to do. Hindsight is 20/20. Yep. Blank's heading right for the demi-human chief in order to get his last duo trio. I do like this here. You know, you've already got good progress on it. You don't want it to get sniped away. You don't necessarily know what tunnels Chris has done, which could include duos, in which case it did at least include the Crystallian duo. So I think just saying, hey, let me get this square that I've got was a good call from him at this time. Also blocks a diagonal that could have been potentially scary. So I like Blanks cashing in on this. Chris heading straight to Godskin Noble without status effects. Now, I do like this as long as you are using this as a way to get to rune level 65, because then you put huge pressure onto Blanks on the diagonal. The bottom left to top right diagonal, if Chris gets Godskin Noble and let's say continues on to Rykard or whatever else he needs to do, but ends up getting to rune level 65 out of it, now all of a sudden Blanks is forced forced into a Remembrance Boss incantations only, which isn't great to be forced into, especially because Blanks has already killed Radon. So if Blanks has to do incants only, Blanks is effectively locked out of sorcery only. Technically, you can do sorcery only on Moose. Technically, you could do it on, I don't know, Morgoth. Like technically, there are ways you can do it, but it would be really, 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 really hard to do a Remembrance Boss sorcery only if Blanks is forced to do Godric incants only. So, I think this could be a very, very strong play from Chris. By the way, is Golden Club not allowed for Noble without statuses, or Great Club, rather? No, you can use Great Club. It does not have a status. It has a damage, a non-physical damage, that is not a status effect. Status effect means sleep, rot, bleed, poison, frost, madness. I think that's all 6. I don't know if there's more than 6. That sounds like all of them to me. Chris, ooh, in Volcano Manor, killing this Bloodhound Knight along the way, even though there's no necessity for it, just for the chance at a claw here, because it does have normally a Bloodhound Claw. Gets hook claws. It's not a bad claw. I mean, basically every claw in the game is pretty good. So something that Chris definitely possibly could use for getting big bleeds on things. Deathblight, you're right. Deathblight is also one. I forgot because that's not a status you can apply to enemies, except for maybe NPCs. I think you might be able to Deathblight NPCs. I'm not actually sure. Chris going back, looking at the weapons in the round table hold. Doesn't look like he loves what he sees here. Grabs the Clean Rot Spear. Interesting. I guess he doesn't currently have any weapon that doesn't apply bleed, so he just needs something. Clean Rot Spear probably would not have been my first choice, but it's all right. It can get the job done. Blank's doing Elder Lions, which I do like here. It's just a fast square. Just go get fast squares. I don't hate ever just go get a fast square, as long as there's no obvious threats right now, and I don't know. Looking at this board, I don't really see any obvious threats. I mean, knowing it from Chris's side that diagonal is a threat, but knowing it from Blanks' side, it doesn't look that scary yet. You can death NPCs. Okay, there you go. So I guess that is another status. Very few ways to apply death, though. Yeah. This is why I was confused. Chris has Great Club in his inventory, but he searched around a bit for a weapon for Noble. Maybe he doesn't have the stats for Great Club. Maybe it takes too much stats and he doesn't want to commit to that. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good question. Well, I think Chris has already gone to bed, so I don't think we can ask him, but unfortunately, Noble is a dead-end square because Serpent Hunter doesn't auto-upgrade, so Rykard Dedge from Noble is 6 minutes with an okay fight. That is a while, but we'll see if that would have been enough. We can take note of when he kills Noble, and then see if within 6 minutes of that, you have marked rune level 65 or not. Strike is really, really bad for Noble. Oh, right. Strike is really, really bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good point, Blanks. Good. Great point. Strike is really, really bad for Noble, so it would have been a slow fight. So Chris would rather have the spear than have strike damage. Would Rykard plus Noble even be enough for rune level 65? I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot of runes. It would get close at least, maybe. Holy and Strike 2 extra bad. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, what are all the weapons in the... Hold on, let me take a look at what all the weapons are in the shop. If there's anything I would have liked over Clean Rot Spear. Okay. Bleed. I like that. I think I like that one. Isn't that Horned Warrior Sword or something? I feel like maybe that one would be okay. Bleed, strike. He bought this, bleed. So his literal only 2 options were the spear or the sword if he does not want to use strike damage or bleed. Record gives a ton of runes, but not enough for 65. Not on his own, but Chris has already done some other things as well, so I don't know. Full send, Radon, bow, to be honest. I don't know about that one. You also can, and I'm not saying this is a good idea, but you can smack Godskin Noble a few times with your bleed weapon just to do some damage, then swap off of it for a bit, hit him and let the bleed come back down, then hit him a few times with your bleed weapon and so on, if your bleed weapon is just way better than any other weapon in your inventory. But it is scary, because if you miscalculate and accidentally get any bleed at any time, then you'd have to restart the fight. Is there any particular reason to not go for bleed? Because the square says kill Godskin Noble, Volcano Manor, without status effects. Bleed is counted as a status effect for Godskin Noble. So the square itself says you must not go for bleed if you want to mark the square. Chris heading down here for... Is it sorceries? Or is it incants down here? It's one of the two, right? It's a seal. It's a book of incants. So I guess he's setting up for Remembrance boss incant only. So he is pushing that diagonal, I think. He is setting himself up to potentially get an incant that could help. And then also setting up towards Godric. So if he goes Godskin Noble, Godric with incants, and gets level 65, then he just wins. How bad are bows versus Godskin? Not good, I can tell you that much. Blanks, instead sending Estelle, because Estelle gives a lot of runes. That should get him very close to level 65. Yeah, no, Chris not committing to the Godskin Noble, so definitely will not be able to do Noble plus Rykard at this point. I think that takes too long for rune level 65. Bows are just bad generally. DPS is terrible. Yeah. Yeah, not so good. You get to keep your range, which can be nice on some bosses, but if you're in a speed competition such as bingo, where the faster person gets the square, bows are not good for that. If you want to do like a safe competition, bows can be fine. Bows can, you can absolutely keep your distance, shoot once, keep your distance, you know, and you can get through bosses and it can work out just fine. It's okay for a casual playthrough. It's not, I wouldn't recommend it personally, but you do you. People do bows. But bingo, it's not it. Bow only Godric takes years. Yeah, it's not great. Bows versus whips, which is worse? Bows. At least in terms of raw DPS. Which would I rather use if I had to do like a hitless run or something? I'd probably rather use bows than whips for like a hitless run or something. I don't know. Oh, Blanks almost died from that meteor. He blocked it, which does some damage reduction, and he still literally went to 1 health after it. So he barely lived on that. I think he tried to do, there's like a strafe you can do where you just walk diagonally to him. I don't know. He's in kind of a weird spot for that. I'm not sure that that's what he was going for, but he tries to just avoid the meteors, gets clipped by 1, but luckily was blocking so he does not die. 1 HP square marked. Yeah. It was quite a match. Spoilers on the end. We'll get there. We will get there. I'm watching it as though it's the first time. We can experience it together. We can experience what is going on at this moment, and let's not worry too much about what will happen in the later parts of the match just yet. My speaking is getting so hard from talking so much every day. I'm making way more vocal flubs than I usually do. Calculated armor optimization for that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Chris doing the incant only Godric. He's doing it sooner than I expected. Thank you for the hydrate. which does set up the diagonal, but it sets up the diagonal in a weird way where he is just not that close on rune level 65. Rune level 65 is really, really important right now. Not only for Chris's diagonal, it's the easiest thing right now for blanks to block with, but also it's blanks' column. All he needs is level 65, and then Chris is forced into Fia's champs. And it's blanks' row. If blanks gets rune level 65, then Chris, in addition to having to do Fia's champs, has to do Morgoth's Great Rune or Ancestor Spirit. So if Chris were to get rune level 65, he's got pressure on the diagonal. If blanks gets rune level 65, blanks has double pressure on a row and a column. So very, very important square right now. And trying to do something very slow like Godric incants only is not really going to help that much. Godric has, I mean, he's got some runes. He doesn't have 0 runes, but like, it's not enough. It's not enough to make the difference to rune level 65. It's not even close to that. So Chris probably getting a little blindness on going for his diagonal rather than also thinking about what stops blanks from his threats. Diagonal top left 2 triple threat. Yeah, that's not that much of a threat because Chris already has some stabs, but yes. Yes, absolutely. There is then also this one where Chris would have to do Vike, or he'd have to do sorcery only, which would suck. Or he has to collect stabs, but he can collect stabs. The stabs wouldn't be too bad. So, I mean, good point, though. There are literally 4 lines that go through the center, and all 4 are important right now. All 4 are a threat for somebody right now. So blanks just going exactly for the rune level 65. This putrid avatar, there's nothing on the board that has you kill this putrid avatar. He's just doing it because it is the fastest way he can think of to get a bunch of runes. Incant he's using here is just awful too. It's doing okay. It ain't good, but I mean, he's getting it done. It's all right. It's all right. It at least has a pretty low mana cost, so he doesn't need, you know, infinite blue flasks. But yeah, it's not doing a lot per cast. Nice at the top left dial. Easy 180k for that avatar. That's a lot. That's way more than I expected. That's actually a really, really good thing to go for runes, especially because of how easy avatars are to just kill hitless, so you don't have to worry. Oh, it's scaled up, but I can just kill it hitless. Let's see what it does say. Plus enemy felt. Okay, he's gonna warp away, but he had 170, so if he has 350,000 after this, 330,000, so it's 140k actually for that avatar. But still, that's still a lot. 140k for the avatar is a good amount. He levels up to level, what was that? Was that 53? 63? Let me see. 64! He only ends up leveling up to 53. I don't know why. He doesn't commit the levels just yet, but he was just barely off of having enough to get to level 65. He had enough for 64. Yeah. He didn't commit to 64, but he had enough for it. Chris had taken it a little scary here. He almost got Godric down, but completely ran out of... didn't actually run out of healing flask, but he was low health, and he just kind of sent the final cast. Does get it. He did run out of blue flask, so good thing he had that many. I think it's 160k from Snowfield one. That is the Snowfield one, so it's 140k. We just saw that he got 140k from it. Or sorry, 170 sorry, 160. Sorry. I said 140. I meant 160. Thank you for the correction. Or did I? Maybe I said 160. No, I think I said 140, but yeah, you're right. It's 160. He just goes and kills Wormface, which gives 10k, which is not a lot, but is enough to make the difference here, as we are about to find out, because as soon as Blanks warps, he sits down and... bang! Rune level 65. Chris making a little impressed face. He's like, oh, really? But, I mean, maybe that's not the reaction to have, because now Chris is in a lot of trouble. Blanks has taken the lead back in squares, 8-7, and has two very, very threatening lines. Chris literally has to do Fia's Champs at some point, and then Chris also has to do either Ancestor Spirit or Morgoth's Great Rune. Both things you do not want to be forced into. Chris has only killed one Great Rune boss so far, so he doesn't even have access to the capital yet. Neither does Blanks. But he hasn't killed Radon yet, so he doesn't have access to Fia's. So if Blanks sent Fia's right now, he would just be way ahead on that and could just get it before Chris could possibly get there. 2 lines and a diagonal. Yep. So actually 3, I guess 3 lines. That's true. 3 lines. 2 that I would consider very scary because he has 3 of the ones in it, but also 1 slightly less scary because he's got 2 ones in it. Co-commentator Mitras can't even get a word in. Yeah, that guy's just always quiet. He's just always quiet. He's in commentary. He's not a very good commentator. He's still working on it. Give him some time to practice. Maybe eventually he'll figure out things to say. Honestly, Chris's damage with this spear, not bad. I'm not a huge fan of spears, but like this one's doing fine. This one's doing just fine. $64, like the Nintendo 64? Oh my gosh. Chris doing great on the Noble. Gets another stagger. This might just be the kill right here. Very nice from Chris. Does get that square. Ties it up 8-8. I think Chris, you know, at this point, really, really wants to maintain possible majority here. So he doesn't want to go straight for the blocks, right? The blocks are bad squares that you do not want to do. So you would rather leave the squares and only do them when you think Blanks is finally going to cash in on them. If you can hold them till the very end of the game because you think Blanks isn't going for them till the very end of the game, then that's going to be your better ticket to victory rather than doing them early and falling behind on majority. I see you've never tried Mesmer Soldier Spear. I don't think I have. I've tried the Cross Naginata that has bleed on it because it had bleed on it, and that spear was okay. It was okay. It lost me a square because Ancient Dragon Man jumped literally like 7 times in a row. But I mean, that's not really the spear's fault. That's Ancient Dragon Man's fault for trolling. Some spears do a double strike, some do a sweep. Interesting. Mesmer Soldier Spear is pretty good. Okay. Why not send it on Fia's? Chris just marked Remembrance Boss with Incants, which would likely be Godric, and then marked Noble, so shows he's not working toward Fia's. Why not just rush it for the win? I agree. I think it is certainly something that Blanks could do. It is unlikely at this point that Chris has done Radon, but Blanks has no confirmation that Chris definitely hasn't done Radon. We think it's unlikely based on the fact that he's marking other things, but what if Chris had done Radon a little earlier? What if Chris was doing Radon, you know, right at the same time that Blanks did Radon, and then Blanks just barely sniped Chris on it, and then Chris still has Radon dead and could challenge Fia's Champs, right? That's the thinking, I think, at least from Blanks, is I would rather not get sniped when I feel like I'm in a good position and I can force him to do Fia's Champs rather than doing Fia's Champs myself. Spear's best use case is being ice spear sticks. True. That throwing the ice spear thing is very good. I love Wild Strikes. Wild Strikes is so good. Lex can also use his pressure to get more squares and win majority. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Like, imagine a majority race where you know with certainty that your opponent has to go do a bad square. It's like, oh, great. I probably win then. I get to do good squares, and my opponent has to do bad squares. Awesome. Love this. So that's probably what Blanks is thinking. And honestly, like, you know, it's kind of the meta. I'm not saying it's necessarily the better play in all cases or even most cases, but it is the meta play. Like, this is how everyone has been playing bingo. Everyone has been setting up a threat and then pivoting off of it. You could go anti-meta, you could go counter-meta by rushing your bingo lines, but what the meta has become is set up a line, don't finish it, expect your opponent to go for it at some point. Good square, bad square is what I call my screen at work home. Home/word? At home/ still work? I feel like you said it right the first time. I think you can grab Flail and Wild Strikes just on your way to Margit as a warrior and then just nuke them in the first 10 minutes. True. He reviewed this game last night and he did say that he was worried about different lines. Yeah, yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. Semi-spoilers. We'll get to that later. But, yeah, Chris going for stabs. I think this is a smart play here. It's not a super slow square. It's not like a fast square, but it's not a super slow square, and it blocks that diagonal, so at least takes out one of the possible threats. And it's the only threat he can take out without taking an eternity. Blank's going for this Deathbird that has... Does it have a sorcery or does it have a talisman? He's waiting till he gets something, but now I don't get to see what he got. It was definitely one of those two things. I do not know what that Deathbird gives. I guess I would assume sorcery? Or, oh, blue feathered branch. Of course. Yeah, that's a talisman. Sorry. Yeah. I should have known that. I don't know that, but I should have known that. Yeah, blue feathered branch sword comes from that one. Yes. Well, you know, high-level competitions can turn to beginner level because in high level, you don't expect beginner level plays, which makes them very strong plays, yeah? Countering the meta. Being off meta can be good. Grabs the Lance Talisman there, very nice. I think you can also kill the Invader for the Hammer Talisman over there as well. But Blanks actually just already has 8 talismans. So all he's got to do... Oh, doesn't have enough money. Or no, he has 7 talismans actually right now. He went back to buy it, but he doesn't have enough money just yet. So now he's going to do the Invader for the Hammer Talisman. And then hopefully that will give him enough money, I think, for the final talisman. There's no reason those talismans should cost 5k a piece. There really isn't. They're not even good talismans. But I mean, that's vanilla. That's what FromSoft decided. That is highway robbery, yeah. Have you ever seen anyone rush to kill Grail? Like, with status effects, or like the square kill Grail without status effects? I mean, either way, no. That's a very slow starting square, but... I mean, we've probably seen somebody still do it in, like, the early mid-game. It doesn't have to be late game, but there's not really a good reason to do it, you know, early. So he does have 7 in his inventory. He did show it. And Chris buying a bunch of sorceries so that he can get to 12 different sorceries. Doesn't quite have it yet, but he should be very close. Oh, he marked up to 11. From this point onward, I was just vibing with my Great Club. Honestly, the Great Club does great. Not a bad call. I like the chicken wing better, the Blood Fiend's arm, but you know, Great Club ain't bad at all. Great Club, very, very solid, colossal weapon. No real reason you needed to swap off. Unga vibe, yep. Meta for rushable money is a pickup in Haligtree off the Melania Grace. At the very start of the game, yes, but both of them I think have already grabbed it, so I don't think you'd be able to use that as like a backup. Truly a Colossal Enjoyer Seed, Josh Staff, Great Club, and Blood Fiends. Yeah, you could have even been dual wielding. You could have been even Jump and Unga Bunga. You get both the Unga and the Bunga in one hit. You don't have to double hit for Unga Bunga. You do one hit, that's Unga Bunga. The Ash running NPCs is so satisfying. The DRL strat, yes. Now Blank's heading over immediately towards Vike. Doesn't set up any additional line threats, but they've kind of both established themselves as like probably going for majority at this point. From their plays, they both kind of assume from each other that they're going generally for majority. So Chris gonna get the sorceries here. Blank's gonna get the talismans. Oh, Chris does not look happy, though, about losing talismans. I don't know how many he had, but he must have been fairly set up to be upset about losing that one. Chris ahead 10-9, but Blank's with a much stronger line pressure. Like, it's very interesting when one player has the majority advantage, but the other player has the line advantage. And it's like, will that line advantage, you know, flip and create a majority advantage, or do you just win off of the line? Or, if the person with the slight majority advantage handles it just right, it's possible to keep that majority advantage while blocking. Can be very, very tough, but possible to do. Ooh, Blank's heading right in on Vike. And doing great damage with his Great Club. Chris also committing over here to Vike, but a little bit slower on getting there. So this will be Blank's square, barring any huge incidents. Tallies was Chris's last possible bingo. Oh, that's right. Talismans was Chris's last possible bingo from column 2. And Blanks dies! This puts Chris ahead. As long as he has a good fight, Chris should actually take this square away. Because Blanks just got fully comboed, wombo comboed, the silly, stupid combo that he could just pull out whenever he wants, the I kill you button. Chris has to start progressing Fia's champs. He does at some point. He literally has to progress Fia's champs at some point. And especially at this point, now's a good enough time as any to talk strategy. Right? I've kind of been dancing around it a little bit, a little dancing around, a little just be like, oh, what should they go for? What could they do? Right now, let's pause. Let's talk strategy. Let's talk optimal plays. Let's talk how both of them should think from this moment. Because I think up to this moment, a Vike race is kind of reasonable. But who is it more reasonable for? Thank you for the hydrate. We had Vike reason number 4,829. True. It's more reasonable for Blanks because Blanks is kind of trying to vie for both majority and possible lines. Whereas Chris, if he's going for majority, and the only way to do that is to block the two lines. So if you are Chris, you literally must kill Fia's champions, and you literally must either kill an Ancestor Spirit or restore Morgoth's Great Rune. There is no other option. If you do not get exactly this square and one of these two squares, then you cannot win. So knowing that, as Chris, you obviously need to set up Fia's, and you need to set up one of these two. Probably Ancestor Spirit, because it's kind of on the way to Fia's if you just kill Radon. Or, I mean, technically, you could go Fia's and then use that as a way to get to Morgoth's Great Rune. So, like, you could think about that. And then all you need is one more square. Now, Chris has chosen to do that as Vike, which makes some sense. And so, if you're Chris, you could get Vike and immediately rush Fia's champs. The problem with that is Blanks, if he's really thinking through it, knows that as well. Knows that the only thing Chris can do right now is get Fia's, get either an Ancestor Spirit or Morgoth's, and get one more square. So if Chris gets Vike right here, it's a straight race to Fia's. A straight race. Neither of them have any reason to do anything else, period. Like, there would genuinely be not a single reason to do anything else. This makes it a bad move for Chris. Because if Blanks is thinking through the strategy, Chris is forcing Blanks to go get a bingo. Right? Like, if you think through it, it's really complicated, I know. But if you think through it, the second that Chris wins Vike, Chris's only way to win is to get Fia's champions and one of these two. This square no longer matters whatsoever. This square no longer matters whatsoever. The only thing that matters is Fia's and one of these. So he would be forcing himself into a race with Blanks that Blanks is way ahead on. Blanks, on the other hand, if he gets Vike, you know, he can still think about, oh, I can still win with some other synergies, whatever. So Blanks still has, like, more options and more things that he could do. But if Chris gets Vike, it straight turns into a race. I thought his in-camp boss was Radon, to be honest. I thought he had pest threads or something. Didn't think he'd put off Radon for that long, assuming he never killed Radon. Is objectively bad game sense. Sure, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Maybe I need to walk through it a second time. If Chris has Vike, right? We're gonna ignore what actually happens in the game and just say, Chris, right now, bang, Roundtable Knight Vike. They both notice it and they go, ah. And then you gotta think, what can Chris do next? If Chris gets Estelle, it doesn't do anything for him. If Chris gets Remembrance Sorcery only, it doesn't do anything for him. Because all that would do is make it so that if he gets majority, he would have to get a 14 or 15 square majority. Because if he gets Vike, he must kill Fia's champions in order to be able to win on majority, and he must get one of these two to be able to win on majority. And if he does that, he would just already have 13 squares. So both of these just get kind of like crossed off the table. They just don't do anything anymore for the rest of the board. Yeah. So that's the idea. Is these two no longer have any influence on who wins the game. Blanks is so both players would know Blanks either has to win Fia's or has to win both Morgoth's and Ancestor, because if he loses Fia's and he loses either one of those, then the game would be over. So that's all I am saying, is that if Chris wins Vike, these two get just thrown out, basically. AKA Chris needs to do the threats because he can't win otherwise. Yeah. Regardless of whether or not Chris has Radon progress, right? I'm not really putting that into account right now. All I'm putting into account right now is just the guaranteed facts of the board. Takes less than 10 minutes to set up Radon, so at 102, it's just impossible to know his progress. Yeah. I am not assuming that Chris has Radon progress or that Chris does not have Radon progress. It is irrelevant to the outcome of the game It is irrelevant to which squares you need to go for, whether or not Chris has Radon progress, when looking at what squares matter or what squares don't. It does matter for how fast you can get to those squares, but it doesn't matter for what squares matter and what squares don't. Instead now, Blanks is at 10. Blanks gets Roundtable Night Fike. And let's reevaluate at this point. Let's reevaluate. At this point, Chris still has to get Fias, still has to get Morgoth's or Ancestor, and then needs one more of these. So Blanks effectively has multiple ways to win. He can get Estelle and Sorcery and one of these two. That would do it. 3 squares, gets you majority, and he wins. Or he can just kill Fias and he wins. Or he can just restore Morgoth's and Ancestor and he wins. So in other words, he can win in 3, he can win in 1, or he can win in 2. All possible viable options. And so, is there any way to say for sure what the best option out of those is right now? Now, we happen to know he's got more progress, he should do Fias. But is there any way for him to know that this is just objectively the best play? I kind of think so. Now we're way over analyzing, by the way. This is just a very fun board that you can go so in depth in analysis. So I'm sorry if this is boring. If you're like, just play the match, I just want to see what happens. But if Chris needs Fias and Fias gets you access to capital, that means if Blanks doesn't go for Fias, he likely loses both Fias and Morgott, which would be the 2 that Chris needs to block. So Blanks would have to win Ancestor, Spirit, Sorcery only, and double Estelle, which is a way to win. Alternatively, if Blanks goes for Fias, let's just say he even assumes it's just a race. Let's just say he assumes he doesn't necessarily win it. If you win it, you just win. And if you lose it, you know Chris has to get Morgoth's Great Rune, but then you have to get these 3. That is tough. That is tough. Yeah, I guess if you think Chris has exactly as much Fia's progress as you, then holding off Fia's, I guess, kind of makes sense. It is a possible way to get sniped. So there really is no definitive best play here. There's the play that, like, I would do. I would just send Fias. Like, Chris really has not looked like he set it up, but, like... But I would say any of the plays are kind of fine from here. Losing a race to Fias basically means a loss because you're behind on Morgoth's. Yes. But, I mean, you have to go that way anyway for an Ancestor Spirit, right? And then Fias is not that much further, and Fias gets you the better access to the capital for Morgoth's Great Rune. Like, I hear what you're saying, 100%, but, I mean, we're gonna watch how the match plays out, and if Chris had better access to Fias, the way that you play would probably have ended up in you losing. I don't want to be like, you know, you played this so bad, or like anything like that, but this match does become very silly. It's all a semi-spoiler for what's about to happen. This match becomes very, very silly. On this board, the Regal one is better. Yeah, I agree. The Regal Moose is definitely better on this board. Chris should rush Fia and get Ancestor on the way and then just need one more for game. Yeah, if Chris goes immediately for Ancestor, setting up Fia's, setting up to get to Morgoth's Great Rune through the teleporter from Fia's, that is definitely a way that Chris could win. Chris could just ignore the Estelle and the sorcery only and just assume, you know, let Blanks have them if Blanks wants to pivot out. And that is definitely a way that Chris could win. Well, at least a way that somebody could think that Chris could win, not knowing that Blanks is miles and miles and miles ahead on Fia's right now. A hindsight Andy, yes. A bit of a hindsight Andy. I really don't think there's any reason for Chris to go to Estelle, though. Like, you have to win Fia's. You have to win either Morgoth's or Ancestor Spirit, and they're both on the way to Fia's. You have to win two things that are in the same area. You have to. You have no other options but to win two things that are in the same area. So this still does not make sense to me to go for the Estelles. From Chris's perspective. Holy double Mitch commentary, yes. Estelle sorcery only would be a cool play. Do they take magic damage, like, at all? But also, it literally doesn't matter. If you did Estelle sorcery only, there's no point in that. Oh, wow, I got Estelle and I got sorcery only. Cool. You still need two more squares. You still need to block Fia's, and you still need to block either Morgoth's or Ancestor Spirit. You have gained nothing. Like, you lose. Good day, sir. In fact, if anything, you're just forcing Blanks to have to go for the good squares and not leaving up these bait squares to try to bait Blanks away from the good squares. I just so chaotic that even past Mitch forgot how lines work briefly. True, true. Chris's best move is to do Radon sorcery only ages ago. I don't know about ages ago, but yes. That was a great way to bring himself back into this game. Would have been to do Radon sorcery only. Giving himself the last non-line square that he needs, and then he could have gone directly to Fia's and then directly to Ancestor or Morgoth. Whichever one, you know, Blanks didn't go for. So that absolutely could have been a way back into the game. Just give up Vike, and just set himself up for the Fia's. Fia's plus Morgoth Great Rune is slower than Estelle's plus Ancestor Spirit plus Sork only. So I think Chris has to hope he snipes Blanks on something. Well, yeah, but that's true either way, right? Like, Chris has to snipe Blanks on something, period. Like, there is no path to victory for Chris without him sniping Blanks. Like, Blanks is ahead enough that he could almost get, you know, all 5 squares completed before Chris could get 3 blocks. Like, it's almost a completely unwinnable scenario in this, like, particular case, but, only knowing what Chris can know, he knows he has to get to Fia's. So, and he knows he has to do either Great Rune or Morgoth's Great Rune or Ancestor Spirit. So he just can't leave those, you know? Oof, double Estelle. Yeah, he goes for not just one Estelle, he goes for both Estelles, which just takes a really long time and is not setting him up towards Fia's whatsoever. Players and commentator all colluding that this was a majority game leading to the blindness. Yeah. We were whispering in their ear the whole time. Yep. And then Blanks additionally going for the Ancestor Spirit here, which does set up for his potential line here. But you have to think, if you're getting Ancestor Spirit the main reason to do that would be to then also get Morgoth's Great Rune. But if you're going to get Morgoth's Great Rune, the fastest way to do that, maybe not the fastest, but like a reasonable way to do that is to go through Fia's. So, I don't know. Like, this board is screaming go to Fia's for both players. And both players are just ignoring it. But just finger in their ear. I can't hear you. Because, right, if Blanks is assuming Chris is in the same area, right? Blanks is assuming, oh, I might get sniped on Fia's, though. What if I get sniped on Fia's? There's also a reasonable chance that Chris would actually go Ancestor Spirit first and then into Fia's and snipe Blanks on Ancestor Spirit. So it's kind of an equal chance either way that you end up getting sniped. Maybe not an exactly equal chance. So doing one before the other... Well, here's the thing, though. I know, this is so complicated. This is so complicated. But hear me out one last time. It's not going to be the last time, but I'll pretend it's the last time. If Blanks does Ancestor Spirit and gives up Fia's to Chris, he's also giving up Morgoth's Great Rune to Chris, right? Because now all of a sudden Chris has better capital access. So if we then assume Chris gets both of those, that blocks both of Blanks' lines, and now all of a sudden Blanks has to either do Remembrance Boss Sorcery only, which he's not very set up for, or has to do double Estelle's, which he does have one of. Not either. He actually has to do both. If Blanks gets Ancestor Spirit but loses Fia's Champs, he would have to win both of these, which still puts him in a bad spot. Whereas if Blanks had gone for Fia's Champs, and obviously you get it, you win. I mean, I guess it's technically even slightly worse if you get sniped on Fia's, but it's like, I don't know, this feels like playing very, very, very scared, I think. Like, you get Fia's, you win. You lose Fia's, you also lose Morgoth's. Going for Ancestor Spirit is setting yourself up to be much more likely to lose Fia's. If it was a race, you've just given up the race. You don't get a chance at it. You just lose the race. Which loses you the two most important squares, and then you're betting that you win both of these squares as well. Whereas Chris could be very set up for sorcery only, which in this case we know he is. And so if Chris gets sorcery only, then he would also just have Morgoth's Great Rune and just win. So I still don't think I like it. Even with Blanks' knowledge, I still don't think I like it. Then I get Sorc only, and I have one Estelle. Why do you get Sorc only, though, if you lose Fia's? Why wouldn't Chris get Fia's, and then do Sorc only, and then do Morgoth's, and then win? I don't know. I don't know. It still seems really risky to me. It's... I know the purpose is to mitigate risk, but it feels it feels like you're taking in a risk by trying to mitigate too much risk. That it flips around and becomes risky the other way. He still has to block with Morgoth. He has to. It's not a choice. Yes. No, I mean, yes. But, like, he doesn't have to do that first. So, right, going for the things that Chris doesn't have to do right now only is safer if you assume that you are sure that Chris is going to do the blocks first. Which, like, he doesn't. It's Chris. I mean, I guess you couldn't have known he definitely wouldn't do the blocks, but I don't know. It still feels like taking on a lot of risk. That you're betting right on exactly what Chris is going to do, and kind of giving up any chance to, like, race on it. I don't know. I don't know. You're so far ahead, it's fine, but... I don't know. Blanks can get Sorc only with Estelle Remembrance. That could be interesting. I mean, assuming you have a good sorcery for it. I don't know how much magic damage Estelle takes.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Ash of War in this club is pretty good. It's very solid. The holy damage especially. Moose takes so much holy damage. All right. So then Blanks goes to Duo Gargoyles, Valiant Gargoyles, the one that we hate. In order to just set it up. Just a little what if. What if we want to, you know, finish out with Fias. And honestly, the Watchdog staff here does so much work. Estelle's 40% magic resist. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that would have been tough. I mean, Chris at this point doesn't really care. All Chris is thinking is, oh, I get one Estelle, then I can get Fias, then I can get Morgoths, and then I win. Or at least that's what he should be thinking. Given that he has just killed the second Estelle. Bang! 11-11. I keep looking at the past Mitch like a fool. Well, he is handsome in that nice vest, so. Ooh, Blank's getting poisoned though. Almost poisoned. Not quite fully poisoned. One of the gargoyles just freezes. Oh, it's not even the one that was low health. Oh, but now there's a bit more poison. Ticks just twice more, gets him poisoned. Uh-oh, and his attacks missed, but luckily he takes him down, but he has no heals left. He has to do the entire second gargoyle with no heals, but he's standing in the poison. Ticks, now he's so low he's gonna get poisoned down at any moment because he has actually no heals left. He does a ton of damage, but is it gonna be enough when he's just ticking down poison? Gets the stagger. If he can just get the riposte, he'll get iframes. No! It was so close. I think no matter what, Radon is a mandatory kill, even if it isn't on the board. It really is. He's the one spot that, like, gates an important area of the map. Like, you just have to kill Radon at some point. That's insane. That was so close. Yo, thanks, Peepo to Sleepo. I'm pretty sure that's verbatim what you said during the match. Probably. Yo. Nasty. Thank you for the Prime sub. 47 months. Holy. Let's go. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. And then just like clean second fight. Just a stagger. Just to take him down. Honestly, the weapon that Blanks has for this is so good at this. And Blanks now, you know, knowing that Chris went for the double Estelle, could potentially reasonably assume, okay, that probably means I'm ahead on Fias, actually. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Or, perhaps to put it more accurately, Blanks has to be ahead on Fias. Okay, here, up to this point, we've been engaging in hypotheticals. Up to this point, we've been engaging in hypotheticals, and I have, you know, I've been maybe harsher than I should. I think, especially with Blanks, in the chat, it maybe has felt like I've been attacking Blanks, and I truly do not mean to feel that way. This was a weird game. I don't, you know, I didn't necessarily think that I would have played the same way as either of the players in this game, but at this point right here, there is an objective truth. There is an objective truth right now that both players kind of miss. It's a different thing, but that'll be the post-game interview stuff. There is an objective truth right here. Killer Remembrance boss sorcery only doesn't matter. That is objectively true right now. It does not help either player win the game. If Blanks gets Remembrance Boss Sorcery only, it doesn't win him the game. He still needs one more square. If Blanks gets Fia's Champion, he wins anyway. It doesn't matter if he gets Sorcery only. If Blanks gets Restore Morgoth's Great Rune, he wins anyway. It doesn't matter. Same thing with Chris. If he kills a Remembrance Boss Sorcery only, you might think, oh, that puts him to 12. He only needs one more square. Wrong. He would still need 2 more squares, because this is still an active threat line, and this is still an active threat line. At this point, it is objectively true that the only thing that matters is these 2 squares. Objective truth, you know, could be hard to see in the moment, but that is objectively true. This square does not do anything. These 2 squares win the game. If Blanks gets either one, he wins, and if Chris gets both, Chris wins. We're going to do Morgoth's via the normal route be faster than bothering with Fia's at all. It is a little arguable at this point. Because Blanks has already done Gargoyles, the trip from Gargoyles to Fia's, kill them, take the teleporter, is very, very close in timing to the time of run to DTS, kill DTS, go over, take the elevator, end up at the same spot. They're within 30 seconds to a minute of each other, and I don't even know for sure which one's faster. I think it depends on how horrible your Fia's fight goes, and I think it depends on if you get killed by DTS. My closing play was going to be Ancestor Spirit. Sork only, finish the style. Chris ruined that for me. Yeah, you were going to ignore the lines, but yeah, he ruined that for you, so at this point, it is now just an objective race for these 2. So pre-Gargs, maybe. Post-Gargs, not so much. Well, if you have not killed Gargs yet, it's way faster to go through DTS. Way faster. Gargs takes a while. But if you have already killed Gargs, it's close. I think DTS is still like a tiny bit faster, but Fia's is like very close. Close enough that the potential to close out the board on Fia's and not have incidents heading to Morgoth, I think is very worth it. Fia's and Morgoth are such annoying squares, they'd rather go for a meaningless square instead. By him marking those squares, he forced himself into a game where he had to win with 14 squares. Yep. We will see, because this is where the game gets silly. Up to this point, it's like I don't agree with some of these choices, but it's normal-ish. Here is where it gets silly. Here is where we enter silly territory. Blanks, instead of finishing Fia's first, where he could go Fia's, then get a Great Rune, then restore Morgoth's. So here's the other thing. Okay, I have to do it again. I'm sorry, Blanks. I have to do it again. Even if you assume Chris is ahead on Fia's, you also assume Chris has 2 Great Runes, I think. So going for the second Great Rune and DTS would still put you behind, even if Chris was ahead of you on Fia's. So by not racing for Fia's, I still don't think that ever improves your chance of play, as opposed to going Fia's first as a way to get to the capital, then doing the second Great Rune, then doing Morgoth. I think that's true. I think there's no world where getting the second Great Rune first increases your odds of victory, I think. Didn't have 2 Great Runes until this point. Right. But you could do Fia's first, then a second Great Rune, which I think would still be just as fast as doing a second Great Rune than DTS, while also giving you the chance to just win on Fia's, if Chris has 2 Great Runes and is chasing on Fia's, right? Like, if you assume Chris already has 2 Great Runes, then if you lose Fia's, you lose the game because he's ahead on capital, right? So I think leaving Fia's until after you have a second Great Rune can only decrease your chance of victory. Now, technically, Chris doesn't have a second Great Rune yet. He hasn't even killed Radahn yet. But, if we assume that he set up properly for Fia's or Morgott's while doing Estelle's, which is weird, but if we assume that he did properly set up with those, then I think not going for Fia's still reduces your chance of victory. Godric and Radahn are mandatory no matter what, if you ask me. Godric sometimes isn't, but often is, yeah. Has anybody managed to think after 2 and a bit hours of solid competitive bingo? Sometimes you don't. It's hard. And then Chris does a very silly play. Sorcery only doesn't matter, so he's just doing a slower kill of Radahn that doesn't matter, because it doesn't affect the outcome of the game. It's easier to understand all this if you don't see lines. True. Just get yourself some lined blindness. And again, I do want to stress, this is all the hindsight 2020, where we are not in the stressful situation of a match, where we can think through things with perfect clarity on what players should do. I just want to stress that again. I like doing this analysis because I find it very, mentally stimulating for myself, of thinking through the possibilities and the chance of victory and what increases and decreasing it. You do not have the luxury of doing that in the middle of a match. So I just want to stress that once again, just in case anybody was unclear. This is all purely the hypothetical, maximum gigabrain, everything. The better your execution on squares, the less you think about gameplay and the more you think about board strategy. True. The less you have to focus on thinking about, your execution, and the more you can think about board synergies. That's great. That's a great way to put it. Any reason Stake Skip was banned this time? It's been banned all the time in Bingo because he wants a very clean, normal-looking gameplay. No knocking enemies off of ledges either. And then here, this is silly. Blanks was chasing on Remembrance Boss Sorcery only. You can see, I think. What, were you actually Blanks, or were you just going for Godric? Were you just going for Godric and you happened to have a sorcery set up? Were you? No, I don't think you were. I think we in the commentary see that he has a sorcery, and we were like, was he going for sorcery only? Well, I think he wasn't actually going for it. He just had it set up just in case. Even knowing everything, I'd never predict Chris. True. Funny enough, Chris being a goober threw off Blanks' plan and gave him his best shot. Blanks wanted him to go for Morgott's and Fia's while he cleared up majority. Yeah. Was going to do it Sorc only if he didn't mark it. But I realized that Morgott's was your path to victory. You were going to do it sorcery only. Okay, okay. Oh my, yeah, that's a little bit of a silliness, yeah. Okay. He did shoot a couple spells. I saw that, but I thought maybe he was just doing that while Godric was far away. Yeah. So if Chris didn't do it sorcery only, he actually could have wasted more of Blank's time getting a square that didn't matter. I mean, Chris is still way, way too far behind to win, but it would have been closer. Chris genuinely had a potential chance. Ryan still thought double Estelle was up, even though it wasn't. Ah, yeah, okay. Just the stress of being at the end of a match. I gotcha. Yeah. Now it's 50-50. Will they chase the same square? No, it's not. It's not 50-50. Blanks has infinitely more progress on both of the remaining squares. He could... Blanks could not have lost from 20 minutes ago. Blanks assumes that he can still lose because he doesn't know that Chris has no progress towards Fias, but it is completely impossible for Blanks to lose and has been completely impossible for Blanks to lose for a long time. Every single thing has gone against Blanks in the last 20 minutes, and he still is in an unlosable position. Not a single thing has gone Chris's way since, like, before Roundtable Night Vike was marked. And Blanks still could not possibly lose. Like... Or sorry, not a single thing has gone Blanks' way. Is that it? Or since after Vike? Sorry, I messed it up the other way. But you get what I mean. Everything has gone Chris's way. And still Blanks is in an unlosable scenario. I guess it's since after Vike. Because technically Vike got taken by Blanks. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Yeah. Blanks didn't know he was winning. Chris didn't know he was losing. Bingo magic. Yeah. It looks like that because Chris marked the wrong square. Yeah, because Chris went for... Yeah. Everyone was going for something silly. This was probably equal parts funny and devastating to watch. I mean, I mean, at least for me, it's just kind of funny. I mean, if you're Chris, obviously, spoiler alert, Chris is going to lose. It is not possible for Chris to even remotely win here. But if you're anyone other than Chris, this match was hilarious. Just the greatest time I've had watching a bingo match. So funny. What games we get in for SGDQ? Elden Ring. All bosses split amongst 4 players. It was fun to watch him get a good clip out of it. We'll watch the clip at the end. The clip is so good. I think when it was like 10 to 10, if you draw a decision tree of all possible outcomes, 90% of the class ended with Blank victory and 10% with Chris, and Blanks ended up choosing a rather long path out of the 90. I think if you drew 1,000 paths, 999 end up with Blanks winning, and 1 ends up with Chris winning, and we got real close to the one where Chris ends up winning. I think it's way, way, way more in Blanks' favor from there. Like, Blanks was effectively ahead on everything remaining. Like, I think barring Blanks dying over and over and over again, I don't see a world where Chris possibly could have won from the point where it was 10-10. Honestly, even from the point where it was 9-10, it still maybe was... You know, almost impossible. We got timeline 998, yeah. Doctor Strange meme. I'm glad I get to watch the game now. This is great. Oh, yeah. And for the record, while we're doing commentary here, at some point in this, I say, "Oh my God! If Chris gets Fias, he'll have majority and he'll have blocked Blanks' line. He's gonna win." And then Domo goes, "No, there's another line on the board." And I'm like, "There's another line on the board! I'm stupid! Oh my God!" Blanks just has to get either one and he wins. That was a good moment as well. I didn't see it either. It was, in the moment, it's so hard to see. Even just as a caster, we're not even playing the game and we got line blindness. So, like, there's no way I can blame either of the players for not making optimal plays when I literally couldn't even see a line while not playing, and my only job is to look at the board and tell you what lines are on it. And I missed one, like... I had one job and I beefed it. Ooh, gets hit there. Have you also been affected by Bingus line blindness? You might be entitled to compensation. You might be. Yeah, well, we'll get to the clip when the game doesn't end. Playing as Chris places you in the same dimension as the Fell Twins. None of the rules apply. Just none of the rules apply. It's just a silliness dimension for sure. Look at Chris's face. He thinks he's on his way to victory. I mean, and like for him, it's like, how did this happen, right? It's like, I knew he had Radon. I thought there was no way I get Fias, but he's thinking somehow I made all the right calls. I brought it all the way back into majority. I really, you know, sniped blanks and I got him chasing the wrong things. And this is so good for me. And like, well, we're about to see how that turns out. Here's how Chris can still win. Oh my goodness, the hit just went right through blanks there. Check him PC. While he was wild strikesing. But I mean, nobody dies to Godfrey anyway. There must be some sort of strings attached. There must be. All right, Chris heading into Fia's. Something he should have done a while ago in order to also get access into the capital, but you know. It is what it is. Is this the world first 12 to 13 bingo win? Official matches it is. I guess at this point, Chris thinks Blanks is having a Fia incident. Yeah, it's like the only thing that makes sense, probably, to Chris is like... Right, because even if you're Chris and you assume, oh, this isn't a line, right? If you just block that out and you say, oh, that's not a line, well then... that would mean that Blanks would have no reason to get this. It wouldn't matter. And the only thing that would matter for both players was Fias. So you'd think Blanks has to be going for Fias. And you'd think, oh, I know he got Radon 1,000 years ago, so he has to be ahead of me on Fias. So yeah, the only reasonable explanation, if you're Chris, in Chris's mind, is that, oh, he must be having a big incident. This match got him playing League, true story. It got me playing League, which is the worst thing. I was collateral damage on his mental suffering. Which, to be fair, Fia is very incident prone. That's true. That's true. Fia is very incident prone. Yeah, Chris actually gets a very, very nice Fia's fight here. So too, Blanks gets a great Morgott fight. Bang! Gets him to transition at like 20% health, so he just gets to finish him off real quickly. Oh, except that he gets babooshed at the end. So not like a super fast finish off, but still, very solid fight. Go around behind him, wild strikes, bang, bang. Ooh, does get slapped a bit. Has to be a little careful now. Good dodge, keeps his composure. I have seen people get hit by that because you're too worried about it, and so you dodge at the wrong time, but Blanks knows it. Has a nice fight. Chris also with a great Fia's fight. Like, he does not have to run around for 2 hours. He actually gets in there, hits them, chases after them, goes for the thing. And at this point, I would like to direct your attention to a clip that... hold on one second while I prepare it. Just one second here. All right. So now we shall see this this moment play out in Chris's perspective, with sound, of course, very important.
Solid, solid. Oh, I didn't block his bingo. Oh, fuck.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Game is
yeah,
not
yeah.
even-
Yeah. It's cut.
Oh, what a good clip. What a good clip. Oh, generational clip there. Oh, that's so good. Yeah. That's literally the best clip I've ever seen. It's so good. Oh my god, it's so good. Mind controlled Chris to think you would win with the majority for the clip. Hey, excellent work on the mind controlled. Like, bravo. Couldn't have done it better. And that is the real story of this game. It is Chris not even realizing how many squares he actually needed to win, not going immediately for Fias because he didn't think he had to, because he didn't think he needed Fias and Morgoths. He thought all he needed was Fias, so he thought he could end on it. So not going properly to block what Blanks was doing, and yep, this is the result. It's so painful in retrospect. No, it's funny. Laugh at it. Chris would want you to laugh at it. Chris would not want you to go, oh, I'm so sorry for him. That's so sad. He would want you to laugh, and I'm gonna laugh because that is hilarious. It's so good. And he doesn't even take the teleport after. Yeah, he's so frazzled. He doesn't even take the teleport after Fias, which could put him right in the capital, save him a ton of time of running. But not that it matters. Blanks is so far ahead. Then Chris went DTS. Yeah. Let me just kill an extra boss for no reason. Oh no, I don't feel bad for him. You misunderstand. Yeah. You think it was still the correct square to go for, even if he knew he had to get both? Well, yeah, but just earlier. He just needed to go for it earlier. He needed to go for it. I mean, probably there's no reason to do Estelle. He should have done sorcery only to get his second great rune to go Fia's Morgoths. Right? That's what he should have done. That was a path to victory. That was his most reasonable path to victory. But yeah, he did not recognize it. If he had done that and given up Estelle's to Blanks, I mean, Blanks might have still gone to Estelle's at some point, because Blanks really was trying to, it felt like, avoid those squares. So he could have maybe gained back more time. I think that would have been the... 1 in 1,000 where Chris could have won, is a world where he noticed. He went sorcery only, Fias directly into Morgoths, and Blanks did kind of the same play of avoiding Fias, until it suddenly becomes too late, where Chris gets Fias and has better capital access. So I think that was kind of the only way that it really could have happened and worked out for Chris. Which, I mean, honestly, kind of luckily did not happen, because it would have been, like, then I kind of would have felt possibly bad about it for Blanks, because, like, he definitely really had it, but the avoiding Fias, like, that doesn't cost him, but I think could have, in that 1 in 1,000 possibility, could have. What a game. Chris is the most experienced bingo player, by the way. Is he? I don't know that he does as much practice as some others who practice a lot. Made a montage of commentators just shaking their heads at the game. Yeah. Is Chris's line blindness terminal? It might be eventually. I mean, he has been playing since season 1 or 2, I think. Yeah, but I mean, so has Aggie, so has, who else was in season 1? I mean, me, but I took a bunch of seasons off, so I'm definitely not one of the most seasoned. No, Aang didn't continue. Gino took a lot of seasons off and hasn't come back. What was in season 1? Only Aggie has been in every season. Oh, and Chris skipped season 2. Well, then, that makes Aggie the most seasoned, so... Isn't Morgott Remembrance 2 could have planned to stack them, Sork? Yes. That would have been a bit weird. Sorcery only Morgott is a bit weird, but yeah. Yeah, could have been. Could have been. The thing is, you wouldn't get it, though, because one of the two of them would have done Sorcery Only Godric. Both of them needed Godric, so one of them was going to do Sorcery Only Godric well before Morgott's Great Rune comes into play. Like, so, yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't have really worked out that way, I don't think. I can't stop replaying the yeah. Are you gonna watch match 2 as well? Yes, we will watch match 2 immediately after this. It's just, this was the silliest match. Chris with 13 squares doesn't win. Blanks with 11 squares, guaranteed victory. Chris still the GOAT though. Oh yeah. He still needs 2 remembrances to get into the capital. 2 great runes specifically. Remembrances are not quite good enough. Aggie's been in every season, yeah. So he is the most seasoned. The yeah will be in my dreams tonight. I was saying about Fias now, it makes sense to do Fias first, then kill Godric for potential capital access. Yes, exactly. That's all to get across, and all to say that only in the hindsight. I love doing hindsight analysis, not to try to say that anybody did something wrong in the moment, but only to say I love thinking about like the little optimizations. Like, for example, I watched CBD versus Jack, and we talked about how both of them forego some skidoo until a bit later, when they had to get them at some point anyway before they marked their next square, so they were being slightly inefficient with it. So, for example, Jack went for the Tree Sentinel for his first Blessing of America when he had not yet gone to the church to get the Skidoo and the Blessing of America down there. So he could have killed the Tree Sentinel faster and gotten closer to 11 Skidoo by doing the church first. So these are just the types of things that I really, really like to think about. Are how can you make the most optimal play with the information you're given? CBD also quit out that Everjail square. Blanks? Or CBD quit out Moog, I remember. Blanks quit out on an Everjail in this match, but it didn't. He wouldn't have won it anyway. Crazy game, to be honest, yeah. Oh, Aggie and Chris were also doing bingo way before bingo brawlers became a thing. So was I, but I didn't like it. Well, I liked bingo that was non-lockout. I liked bingo where it was like go for lines and you could like make your own routes and it was kind of like a little speedrun race. But I did not enjoy lockout bingo because I felt it was a little too like volatile. Like it you get sniped on something and like it really sucks and like it snowballs and like it felt very, very... I just didn't like it. I didn't like it as much as like, oh, I want to have a speed run where like I can make a line and I'm going to come up with a cool route in my head for how to speed run it as fast as possible and, you know, race you on that. I liked the idea of a race more than this like, oh, if I get there 0.2 seconds faster than you, all of your effort was wasted. So I still a little bit feel that way, but you know, lockout has grown on me. I've seen it enough now that it's a fun format. I remember the early meta was one-dimensional. Yeah. Blanks had to be in on the script. But he did a great job of making it believable. It's better that you didn't because we wouldn't have seen the yeah moment. Yeah, honestly, that whole match, worth it for the one moment. Would you like Blackout Bingo then? Blackout Bingo is fun. Love Blackout Bingo. That's a lot of fun. I'm great at Blackout Bingo, by the way. We did a we to determine a tiebreaker in something. I don't remember what it was. We did a Blackout Bingo race, and I kind of handily won. So yeah, it was I think we did it 2v2 though. It was like to determine a tiebreaker for something or something, and like somebody had to go into New Game Plus to clear something or something. I don't remember. There was something. But generally for Blackout Bingos, I always do very, very well with it because I think about efficiency, right? Efficiency is like the #1 thing that just like goes through my brain. Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. How can I do this and make sure that I'm doing this optimally? And that is what Blackout, like, that is what you need for Blackout most of all. All right, game 2 in the DLC. Was it a 2v2v2 or something? That sounds right. I can't remember the specifics. Having played some Pragmata, I'm ready for bingo boards with fun special nodes. Yeah, where you gotta hack into them. You gotta connect the lines. All right, second game. You can see what we have marked here is more armor set. Seems to make perfect sense as a rush square. More armor set, synergizing very well with DLC full armor sets. It also gets you to more, which is part of drinking Tialier's concoction. So it's kind of a 3-square thing to go for right away. Another thing that we think is going to happen very, very early, these are our predictions, not necessarily what does happen in the game, but we predict that very early in the game, someone's going to go for Golden Hippo because it gets you right to Later Rune. It's part of Bear, Lion, Hippo, and just, gets you access early to Shadowkeep, which is someplace that you are going to need to go at some point. So that's another thing that we predict someone is going to do very early. And then the third thing that we a little bit miss, I don't think we call this out as much as maybe it should. We mentioned it a little bit, but maybe we should have been a little bit more like, this is also really good, is there's Perfumed Oil of Rana, Demi-Human Swordsman, and base game boss in the DLC. 3 things all in that southern coast area that you can do. So there's 3 things related to more. There's 2 things, but also map access related to Golden Hippo, and there's 3 things related to the southern coast. So there is just big, big, big synergy out the gate on this one. Hacking into bingo squares to add or remove words from them. Oh, there we go. That would be interesting. If Chris didn't fail tunnel skip, you think the overall outcome would have changed? I don't know. If Chris didn't fail tunnel skip, he definitely gets that square, which definitely puts him ahead in the majority. But maybe putting him ahead in the majority causes Blanks to change the way he plays and go more for the lines instead of avoiding them. So maybe Blanks still ends up winning, but ends up winning earlier on a line, like, surprisingly. Or maybe not. Maybe it puts enough majority pressure in Chris's field that Blanks ends up being put on the back foot, and all of a sudden Chris gets to push a line, or has so much majority pressure that maybe Chris loses his line blindness and goes for immediate blocks because, well, I'm ahead by like 3 squares, so I might as well block. So who knows? It certainly would have turned out like a very different game. We just have no idea how. Acquire a later rune just becomes acquire a rune. Ah, I have a rune. Mark. Acquire a later. Acquire a rune, but it has to be only 1 single rune. You can't get more than that to claim the square. 2 midges in a single screen. What are you talking about? I'm obviously Captain _ Domo, as you can see. All right, both of them do end up heading in the exact same way at the start. Both of them grab the 3-path cross, which could get them back for Tialier's concoction, could get them back for more armor set. Both of them head immediately over towards the Skidoo Altus. And important to note, Blanks skipped the Skidoo, but actually then goes for this Skidoo. At this point, Chris is actually squarely ahead because Blanks skipped the Skidoo right at the 3-path cross, but Chris skipped the Skidoo at the front of Castellensis, which takes longer. It looks like they're like almost tied right now, but that might be a slight lag difference. I'm not sure, because Chris should be well ahead at this point. He's skip of the blessing. Well, the Skidoo. Why is Blanks ahead here? He's not yet. At this point, Chris should be ahead. There might be a difference in their latency, their stream latency. Chris did have some hiccups at the end of the last game, so I think his stream is a little further behind. To double check this, we can go back to the start of the game and see when both of their fog walls dropped. Yeah, you can see Blanks' fog wall drops... One Mississippi. About a second faster. So Chris, even out here when it looks like they are perfectly tied heading to this Grace, Chris is actually a second ahead because his stream just has a second more delay. Except that then he kind of does this weird movement lighting the Grace. They both talk to Tiolier to get ready for more later. Chris gets the butt scratch animation, so now at this point he is actually behind because he got that butt scratch animation. So even though Blanks did not skip at a Skidoo, Chris has just had a couple of slight movement flubs. Just a couple of just little things that have put Blanks into the lead, because Blanks has just had very, very, very clean lines, very clean play. He jumps off exactly from Torrent, the exact time that he can touch the Grace. Chris kind of jumped off early and then kind of circled around the Grace before touching it. These little things that don't seem like they mean much have added up to Blanks being ahead by definitely maybe 2 seconds. Chris then also misses the rock, has to go back for it. Now Blanks is ahead by even more than that, 5 seconds. Lose the game to butt scratch, bruh. Yeah. Then what puts Blanks really, really ahead is skipping the Fort of Reprimand, whereas Chris gets in the Fort of Reprimand, takes the Grace, which, is a reasonable thing to do. There is 3 bosses with Knight on the name in the board. You do want to set up your synergies, but if you're going for the rush square, you are going to lose the rush square if you do set up like that. But scratching is the worst nightmare for speedrunners. Yup. Don't want to glow up. And Mitch looking cute as well over there with the professional outfit. Thank you. We could maybe add IGT to the player screen somewhere so we can see lag differences better. Yes. That is true. If the goal is to see lag differences, it would help to see their individual timers. But let me tell you, I have had 2 timers on screen before when I've been doing things, and half of all the new chatters come in and go, why are there 2 timers on the screen? And I have to go, oh, this one means this one means this. And so if there were 2 timers on the screen, even if they're clearly in each player's corner, I guarantee you people would go, weren't they playing at the same time? What's with the 2 timers? So, I feel like it maybe brings about a little undue questions. We'll deal with it if it's so close that it looks like it's a tie, and one person ends up marking it first, and we go, oh my god, it was within a second. We can deal with it then. But for the majority of the game, it's just easier on viewers to not confuse them with 2 timers. Two timing, 2 timing. The 2 time. Showing inventory of both players, not at all times, could be helpful for collection squares. You can't, we don't have a way to do that. You'd have to build some sort of mod that can do that and, export their inventories to a separate screen, which would be maybe possible. I mean, they kind of do it with the map, so maybe it's possible. I don't know. It's a little harder to explain than two Mitches on screen. Yeah, well, two Mitch on screen. That's just obviously. That's exactly how it should be. Good night, good morning, everyone. Good night is where I'm at. Given the board is not influenced by their lag, I think timers would be a lot of work for little benefit. Yeah. Almost for negative benefit in most situations. Are the refs watching the Twitch streams, or are they also streaming to Discord for real time? They are watching their Twitch streams, but on each of their individual Twitch streams, they have the timer. So refs can line it up. Well, refs don't have to, because it's when you mark it. The player's job is to mark it. It's not the ref's job to mark it. But they could, in event of something weird happening, look at both of their Twitch streams, which have their timer, which is synced up to their gameplay. So if their Twitch streams have different lag, it doesn't. They'll see that in each of their Twitch streams has a timer on it. So for the refs, they already have all that. The refs have all the info they need. We don't need to give the refs more info. This would only be about putting it on for viewers' benefits, which I think would be to viewers' not benefit. All right, they both end up going to the front of Shadowkeep first, and the reason you do that is so that when you talk to Moore, you can tell him to be sad forever, and then you can get his armor set. They both also grab the black syrup along the way, and honestly, Chris isn't even like that far behind, but is far enough behind that Blanks definitely gets the square first. Midgetosis, yep. Probably need a custom overlay for any bingo board that would display only the relevant items, since all possible relevant items might be too much. Yeah. Yo, what up, Web Diva? Yeah, chatters do get confused on things. This is true. Commentators doing the counting collection squares on the board might help, but it's messed if you miss something. Yeah. I would what I have proposed, and it's not possible on the board currently, but what I have proposed is for referees and other administrators to be able to keep a count that other administrators can also see. So that way, the players, they can still mark it for themselves, but that's not what's shown to the audience. The referees would make the markings for who has how many of what that would get shown directly to Dom, who's also an administrator, and therefore displayed to the audience. Currently, that doesn't exist on the program, but that's what I have said, is what if the refs keep track of things? Because the commentators, we're going to miss things. We miss things all the time. So the refs, however, their one job is to keep track of how many of each thing that they have, you know? I'll need a custom overlay for any bingo board. Yeah. Forget about two timers on screen. I'm a first-time chatter. I don't understand why there's two Mitches on screen. What do you mean? There's only... That one's Mitch, and I'm Captain_Domo, as you can see. So Blank's getting the more armor set first. I think Chris just kind of figures, I'm going to lose DLC full armor sets. I might as well go drink Tialier's concoction. It is fast. Not a bad thing to go for whatsoever, but does mean that he loses out on the DLC full armor sets, except that's what we thought. We were wrong. Chris actually thought he sniped Blanks on Tialier's concoction and goes for the DLC full armor sets anyway. But since he has already gone all the way to drink Tialier's concoction and did not grab the armor set from the Red Bear first, he is not going to win it. He doesn't want me to just go do concoction right after armor. Right. But I don't think that necessarily makes sense. Because Chris continued to more, even though he knew it was like, let's say 5 seconds behind. So if you did go more immediately to Tialier's concoction, he just gets sniped on that by 5 seconds as well. So I think the only way Chris goes to concoction and it's a good idea is if he assumes you are not immediately going for concoction. I guess maybe he assumes you do more armor set than Red Bear armor set, then Tialier's concoction, which I guess is kind of the same as you not going for Tialier's concoction. But even then, he's now setting himself up for a snipe by going for the armor set over here. So I'm not sure there's a world where Chris's decision making is perfectly optimal. I guess he'd have to assume that Blanks goes more armor set, leaves Tialier's concoction, and also doesn't go full DLC armor set, but instead goes for something else. I don't know. Maybe he's just a little frazzled from the last game, which totally happens, but I think it's a very, very unlikely sequence of events to work out in Chris's favor. I think going Hippo into later rune into something on the other diagonal would neutralize center square nicely for Chris. 100%. Yeah. I agree. Or set up... Yeah. Well, I guess it doesn't set up too much for Chris. I mean, it always does because it's that. But yeah, I think if Chris went Tialier's immediately into Hippo, that would have been a really, really, really good play. Instead, he gets sniped on the DLC full armor sets, does not continue down to grab the armor set because there's not really a need to. But we happen to know, uh-oh, what's that on Blake's screen? As he checks what fist weapon he got. Wait, as soon as it loads in, hold. There it is, the Star Fist. Blanks, in looting the armor, you also loot a fist weapon. Gets the Star Fist that Chris was moments away from getting to, but he poured it out. And yeah, with Blanks having center square as well as another diagonal on it, that's big pressure on you know, on a lot of different possible lines. So Chris now has got to make some big plays. And he starts heading down to the southern coast without having upgraded his weapon yet. There is some positives and some negatives to this as an approach. The positive is there's a lot of squares down there. There's Perfumed Oil of Rana, there's Demi-Human Swordsman, there's base game boss in the DLC. The negative is Chris, since he has not yet taken the time to upgrade his weapon, which I'm not necessarily saying he should, but the side effect of not having upgraded his weapon is that he will not be ready to pivot and contest whatever Blanks goes for. So he gets Perfumed Oil of Rana as long as he rushes there, which neutralizes the diagonal. Great. But whatever Blanks decides to go for, Blanks can kind of just take away from Chris first. Is Chris out now? Well, that would be spoilers for the end of this game, but I can tell you that Blanks did win game 1 that we have looked at so far. Appreciate instead of commentator stars on squares that we could have color-coded stars that the players mark that the commentators could see that shows what squares are being focused on. Could help the commentator flow and seeing their thought process more succinctly. That could be cool, but that also, though, asks something of players. Hey, players, make sure to mark all your squares with stars when you think you're going for them. And for some players, they'd probably be like, oh, yeah, no problem. I do that anyway. But for other players, they'd be like, oh, sorry, no, I can't do that in the middle of a match. Like, it's too much effort. Like, it's going to throw me off. It would be an unfair disadvantage to me if I had to do that. So, yeah, I think putting it on the players is not necessarily a great idea. What I have said is if commentators make a habit of moving the stars to what players are actively going for right now, that could be very helpful. So if, right, we see, oh, Chris is heading down to the southern coast and he doesn't have a weapon yet. He's definitely going to Perfumed Oil of Rana. Add a star here, take away star here, take away star here, take away star here. Wait, but Blanks is also heading down to the coast and he does have a weapon. He might get Demi-Human Swordsman and base game boss in the DLC. Add a star, add a star. You know, I think that could be a really cool way to do it. Just mark what are they exactly going for at this very moment. And anytime somebody pivots, you unstar the square they were going for, you look where are they going now, and you star the new thing. If hypothetically Chris did lose this match, would it mean he is out? Oh, actually, that's a great question. No, because this is the winner's bracket. So whoever loses this match just heads down into the loser's bracket. And then they just have to win 3 matches in a row, and then they'd still be in. So whoever wins this has to win 1 more match, and whoever loses this has to win 3 more matches. Colored stars to make it less confusing, though. You know, if that's possible, sure. If commentators could make colored stars on it based on who is going for what, and then if you see both red and blue stars on the same square, you know they're racing or contesting it, that'd actually be really cool. I actually kind of like that. You might be cooking, actually. You might be cooking. That would be very cool. Who is still in the race to get picked for the event? Literally everyone except for Pepe Jack. Pepe Jack is the only person who has played in a loser's bracket match and been eliminated so far. Instead of marking what they do right now, mark where they currently have a significant advantage would be more helpful in the long run. Well, that's supposed to be marked by the numbers. So, for example, when it says acquire 2 painting rewards, if one of them already has a painting reward, then they get a little 1 next to them, right? And the other person has nothing. So that would mean visually, oh, Chris is ahead because there's a red 1 next to painting rewards, and there's not a blue 1. Or maybe the hanging pop bell bearings. There's a red 2, but a blue 1. That means Chris has 2 hanging pop bell bearings, and Blanks only has 1. So that's already what the numbers are for. So starring the direct future and numbering the far future, I think makes the most sense. Tomorrow is an eliminator. Yes, either crit or Blanks, whoever loses this match, or Ness will be eliminated tomorrow. Bingo Brawlers bracket still isn't updated. Yeah, they're having trouble making the new website version works. Is there a bracket we can see? Sort of. It's on bingobrawlers.com, but it's not like fully filled in with results. Could be either. Who knows? Could be either. Genuinely, who knows? Yeah, Blanks heading down here for the Demi-Human Swordsman. Well, Chris has to get his weapon set up. He wanted to get priority in this southern area, but he gives that look like, yeah, I kind of knew he was going to do that. Yeah. Because Blanks headed right down here. Now, it's a good thing for Chris that he went right down here, because that would have been a super scary diagonal if he had not. Right? Imagine if Blanks had gotten Demi-Human Swordsman and Perfumed Oil of Rana, then all of a sudden Chris is forced into Burn the Ceiling Tree. Would have been a disaster. So, great job by Chris, even though he does fall a little further behind in majority because he doesn't get Demi-Human Swordsman, he doesn't get base game boss in the DLC. Great recognition. He had to go south in order to block Blanks from just making, you know, an almost unstoppable threat. All right, so then Blanks gets Mariga. Honestly, nice kill even with the Star Fist that can whiff just like that. Thank you for demonstrating, Blanks. That was exactly what I was saying. They can just whiff. Here, you need to do a jump attack. He tries to do a standing attack, and Mariga just gets like slightly out of range of it. So he has to do one more attack here at the end. Bang! There it is. Yeah, whenever she's on a rock, especially with Star Fist, it's just like impossible to hit her. The only hope is to do a jumping attack. Even a jumping attack probably would have missed in that scenario, but like, yeah. But yeah, nice start for Blanks. 4-2. Some of the threat for Chris has been a little bit, you know, lessened, but Chris still definitely very, very much on the back foot out of this early game because he got sniped on more armor set into the DLC full armor. And then even got sniped going down to the southern coast. He did what he had to do, but he just was not set up yet with a weapon. Just was a little bit slower to set up a weapon, and so ended up losing those squares as well. Now heading for the Hanging Pot Bell Bearings, which I guess is fine. Or just kind of grabbing that on the way through, I guess. As he is actually heading towards ADM generally. I don't think he commits here though. Yeah, no, he doesn't commit. He is actually going for the Hanging Pot Bell Bearings. Hanging Pot Bell Bearings not in like a important spot here. Not a fast square. I don't remember if he actually fully commits. Blanks, on the other hand, kind of setting up for some interesting stuff. Setting up for Verdigris Discus by doing the skip behind Rolana. Which potentially sets up the alternate diagonal. But a little surprising that neither of them goes right to Golden Hippo. Because the other synergy has all been claimed. The 3... for more have been claimed. 2 in favor of Blanks, 1 in favor of Chris. The 3 in the southern coast have all been claimed. 2 in favor of Blanks, 1 in favor of Chris. And so now it's like the one last big synergy, the Hippo, is just still on the board, and Chris instead heads for Loger, who is like a relatively fast, just go kill an NPC, but just doesn't set him up for you know, future success. It doesn't set him up for getting more of that map presence. Where Blanks is just getting, like, way more set up at this point. Chris should have done Yoda instead of Oil. He would get Mariga and build Column 2. He couldn't. He didn't have a weapon set up. He would have lost that race. Because he still needed to take all the time to go back and upgrade a weapon. He literally just didn't have a weapon he could do for that. So, no. Chris did need to do Perfumed Oil of Rana. It was his only option. He was in a bad position, and he kind of made the best of it. Blanks instead heading for the Hippo. Chris could have gotten into the Hippo first if he had gone right there, but instead Blanks first into the Hippo. So out of all 3 of the big early synergy plays, Blanks is going to get the best of all 3 of them. This season is on DLC only. No, it's actually 1 game is base game only. 1 game is DLC only. And then if there's a game 3, it's a coin flip of whether it's base game or DLC only. This is game 2, so this is the DLC only game. Oh, Chris getting a little beat up by Loger when he just had 1 health, but manages to finish him off. Gets Loger, but I mean, Blanks already almost has Hippo down, which gets him access to Shadowkeep. And Blanks even started heading for Hippo after Chris started heading to Loger and kills him at, I mean, relatively close to the same time. So Chris just kind of missing out on some free synergy that he could have had if he went for a different square. For Game 3, both players want DLC, for example. Is it still coin flip? I believe we have just said, yeah, it's a coin flip. It's just simpler that way. Trying to ask players what they want and, like, trying to get somebody to vote against their best interest, it just feels weird. Because, right, imagine you just won on base game, and then you just lost on DLC. Which one are you going to pick? If you pick DLC, I mean, you could, but that would be, like, a strange move. I think, not only in the majority of cases, I think in the overwhelming, 99% majority of cases, each person is going to pick the version they just won on, because they just won, and they're not going to pick the one they just lost on, because they just lost. Like, so it kind of just skips this illusion of picking, when in reality, over 99% of the time, it's just going to go to a coin flip anyway. Like I says, 5 lines building right now. He has, if we count it out, if we go by rows, row 4. If we count by columns, he's got column 2, column 4. And if we count by diagonals, he's got diagonal top left to bottom right that he is setting up. You could argue also column 5, but I don't really count 1 square in a line to be really setting it up just yet. So I would say he has 4 that he is setting up, and 1 that he's got a square in. Starfist Diff, to be honest, such an insane pickup for Blanks from that armor set. It's true, it's a really good weapon. But I also genuinely just think Chris is just a little behind because he just didn't rush the right things. Right? So at the start, they both rushed more armor set. It's not like Blanks had Star Fist and that made him get more armor set first. Blanks just rushed it a little better, right? I think we can just recognize Blanks just did a better rush because it was a less greedy rush. It was a full rush where he skipped Skidoo along the way. He skipped Fort of Reprimand. That got him the square, regardless of Star Fist difference. Then Chris went to Tialier's concoction, which I think is fine. You can just kind of give up DLC full armor sets and say, I'd just rather have Tialier's concoction. But then after that, Chris chased on DLC full armor sets. So Chris could have drank Tialier's concoction, then immediately set up a weapon. But instead, by chasing Blanks on armor sets, he lost all of the time advantage he had of doing Tialier's concoction quickly. So instead, now Blanks actually had the time advantage to get his weapon set up, and so Blanks had the advantage to get Demi-Human Swordsman and Base Game Boss in the DLC. Regardless of what weapon Blanks had, Chris didn't have any weapon. So up to this point, I don't think the Star Fists have mattered that much yet. They did make for a very fast Hippo kill, though. And they are going to make for a very fast Furnace Golem kill, but in the early game, Blanks just got a definitive lead, and it's just gonna, you know, potentially snowball because of these Star Fists. Is there a snake to rush more armor if you were going to set up as much as Chris was? If you know anything about Blanks, you know he's gonna skip stuff to rush. Yeah. But I bet you can find counterexamples. I bet you can find examples where Blanks says, I bet they're gonna respect me and expect me to rush, so I'm not gonna. I'm gonna, you know, set up on the way. I'm still gonna win the rush because they're gonna be setting up and giving me the square, and now all of a sudden I'm set up with the square and now I'm winning by a lot. I bet you can find an example of Blanks doing that. So I don't think it's a 100%. But Blanks does get the Furnace Golem, 7-3. Favorite faith weapon? Anvil Hammer, I think, has a faith requirement. Do we count Anvil Hammer? Anvil Hammer is pretty fun. Remember, you can see how surprised Chris is when Furnace Golem falls down because he doesn't know there's Star Fist. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, at this point, it is definitely a snowballing lead for Blanks where he just has a much better weapon. Inevitable to have something like that. On the other hand, you can say the others got more practice. Bit unfair for players having to play more, but I guess there's no other way to have a bracket with only 6 players. Yeah, there has to be a bye. If there are only 6 players, well, for the first round, you have an even number of players, so you can have everyone play. That's what happens. For the next round, there are 3 players in winners and 3 players in losers. So somebody has to get a bye. There is no solution to this. You can have 2 people play from winners and drop 1 person down. So now all of a sudden, you've got 4 people in losers, so they can play each other with no buys. Losers can get solved, but in winners bracket, somebody has to get a bye. There are 3 people. There's no other option. The only thing that can possibly happen is somebody gets a bye where they get to go straight through the next round. So that's what happens, and then from there, it kind of evens itself out. So basically, but it's hard to argue against Blasphemous Blade as a favorite faith weapon. Ah, that's a good weapon. That's a good one. I do like that one. Great swords are pretty great, not gonna lie. All right, now Blanks finishes off the Leda rune here, which is very scary for Chris because it forces him into a Lamenter block at some point. Yeah, so Blank's doing a good job. He killed the Golden Hippo, which showed priority on Leda Rune, and then immediately went for the easiest thing that Chris could use to block that line, the Furnace Golem, to really set up that row 4 very, very, very nicely. So he goes Hippo, Furnace Golem, Leda Rune, and that's very hard for Chris to block. Chris would have had to basically predict that he was going to do that in order to have a chance of blocking it. Captain Domo looks a bit different today. Yeah, it's a new haircut. You like it? Surely there could have been 8 people wanting to go to the event instead of only 6. That's the thing. Domo tried to get 8 people. He tried to get me. I said no. He tried to get... I don't know who else he tried to get. He tried to get several other people that said no. So basically, it's my fault. I think Domo has new glasses. Oh, it could be. Gino? He did ask Gino, yep. Well, actually, I don't think I know that with 100% certainty. But I think someone in chat said, Gino said he was asked, but didn't have time to play this season because he's doing his big, all Elder Scrolls, hit list thing or something. I don't know. Oh, Blake's dies, but then so does Chris. The simultaneous deaths. Both of them trying to get their squares quickly, but just dying for it. Blanks just kind of got absolutely wrecked by Leda because she just would not leave him. Usually you have Leda fight Hornsent, but he just got the disc of light thrown at him over and over, whereas Chris just got really greedy on trying to not let Ancient Dragon Man heal, and instead dies for it. The double Mitching on screen. But we're Mitch not throwing like the script said. Well, is it not the biggest throw to just, you know, not participate? That sounds like a pretty big throw to me. Chicken leg holy infused increases physical damage. Don't tell Miyazaki. Oh, that's true. That's true. But it's not a faith weapon. It's an arcane weapon that has really good faith scaling if you infuse it. So I wouldn't count that. I wouldn't count that as a favorite faith weapon. That's a little, I think that's a little bit lying. Would have been much easier if Blanks had just hacked the square. So true, so true. Made it take extra damage. Organizing the preseason close to DRL probably slimmed down the list of candidates. I don't think so, actually. I mean, like, Aggie still... Like, nobody in Bingo, aside from Aggie, and Tom were even doing DRL, and, like, Aggie and Tom are both still doing Bingo. Like, I don't... Who from DRL, you know, that is a Souls, you know, content creator, not just, like, somebody who's really good, and is specifically from America, would you necessarily have? Because obviously the French players, like, I think Forza was, well, I don't know if Forza was invited, but we have 2 French players who are both very, very good and incredible to see. Like, so all the French DRL competitors, like, would we have a pre-bracket France edition? I guess you could. But specifically for American competitors, like, we kind of have the big names already from the DRL. Maybe on the French side? Yeah, but they're you know, they wouldn't join the America pre-qualifiers. So if you're looking for specifically more American pre-qualifiers, you would not look at French players. Are other regions also hosted by Domo? I guess I don't know what you mean by hosted by Domo. The other regions outside of America, the 2 players per region are already set. We have already determined the 2 players per region. It's only America that there were 6 players that really wanted to join, and that Domo could not just make a decision between, and so he said, fight! For my amusement, for my entertainment, fight! I shall let the strongest 2 move on. Every other country, Domo just, you know, found who he could, reached out, found 2 incredible players, and said, cool, we're filled. Why didn't I want to play? Because I'd get rocked. Because I'd get absolutely destroyed, I think. Because I have not done base game bingo literally since season 1. And I don't know. I just... I like playing when I have a chance of winning. And honestly, like, if this was the full season and it was like, oh, I'm going to lose the full season because, you know, oh, Tom or Blanks or CBD is going to win or whatever, like, whatever, that's fine, you know. But this is the preseason. If I'm like, I'm going to lose the preseason, it's like, I don't know. It felt like a hard thing to justify spending my time learning when I have to learn an entirely brand new format that I've never played for years and years just to not make it to the main season is what it felt like. Base game is fun. It does seem fun. It does seem fun. I don't know. I didn't feel like it was the right time. I felt like, yeah, it's fine. Somebody else is gonna win. It's all good. I'll join in a future season. Are there any plans for USA versus France match like last time? I hope so, but plans? Not really. Eventual, I hope it happens. Totally. Anyway, I stopped commentating on this match because it's a little straightforward. But Blanks did get the later rune, which puts him ahead 8-4. Chris did finish off the Hanging Pot Bell Bearings, which does block row 5 if that was like really a threat, but it was a little slow. Gives Blanks more time to get further ahead on majority advantage. And now at this point, Blanks has this threat of Lamenter that Chris is not respecting. Chris going up towards the top of the Dragon Mountain, towards possible painting rewards. And the reason you'd want to do painting rewards is because it blocks that diagonal, the bottom left to top right. I guess it would look this way for you guys. I'll use my other arm this way. Which, you know, is a very reasonable thing to do, but Blanks, on the other hand, if he just goes right to Lamenter, and Chris is not at Lamenter yet, he could just win this right away. In the previous match, Blanks almost did everything he could to not bingo. Like, he was forced to bingo in the end.
Slowly towards death.
Because majority was impossible. Whereas in this game, he's doing the exact opposite. He's going for the bingo as soon as possible. Yo, a mansion. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Why do people move slowly towards death? Philosophical, truly. So waiting for the day someone does the full Moog route to set up his weapon in an official match. Jack only got to Moog to Mog. Wait. The full Moog route to set up his weapon? I feel like, haven't tons of people done that? I feel like I've definitely seen people do the full Moog route to set up. Is that, or do you mean something different? All players had to sign a contract to go for majority every time to pad out the length of matches. So true. And then Blanks looking like he might be breaking his contract here. He looks like he's heading to Lamenter. That wasn't in the script. He's going off script. He's going off script. Sir, he's going off script. Sir, what do we do about this? Blanks is gonna get banned. Yep. All right, write the new script. Blanks loses in winners finals. Blanks loses in losers finals. Blanks out of the tournament. We can't have you going for lines, kid. You gotta stick to the script. Heard Sudoku people refer to them as negative top left and positive top right diagonal. Interesting. I wonder why. Negative and positive. Because I wouldn't necessarily understand the correlation. Now, they have their correlation, so, like, it makes sense to them, totally, but, like, hearing it for the first time, I don't hear it and go, oh, yeah, of course, that makes perfect sense. The diagonal this way is negative because it's this, and the diagonal this way is positive because it's this. I just hear, okay, I just have to memorize that. So... yeah, so I don't know that that's necessarily a super helpful way to refer to them. /line /line. But the problem is, everybody gets those wrong. Everybody says backslash when they mean forward slash, and everybody says forward slash when they mean backslash. Nobody uses them right. Only heard diagonal and anti-diagonal, but that may be more math related. I don't even know which one would be which in terms of math. Like, I don't know. Yeah, you could say positive slope, negative slope, but that's then getting mathy for sure. I know I don't know the difference either. Yeah. I think bottom left to top right and, you know, top left to bottom right is fine. It's wordy, it's a lot to say, but like whatever. We got time. We got time to say our words. It's fine. I equals J versus I plus J equals N. Yeah. 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 I don't get my slashes mixed up. Am I nobody? You are nobody. I hate to inform you of this. Every time somebody says nobody does that, it's always you that they're referring to. Why use more word when less word do trick? Hope the aversion to bingo doesn't affect US in the seasonal matches. Imagine if some countries like to bingo more than majority. I think that's very likely, and I think it'll be a cool... We'll see the response. Chris getting absolutely gobbled up by the hippo. Does luckily barely survive just because he had the Moore's helm on, barely making him live. Is doing the DRL jump attack strat, which honestly is really, really good. I know Blanks has Starfist, and like we're like, oh my god, Starfist, that's the greatest thing ever. But like, the DRL jump attack build is also incredibly strong. If Chris had not gotten off to such a bad start for him by getting sniped and then, you know, having to chase on slower squares, I do think this weapon setup would have been just fine for Chris, and he could have fought very, very well. Yeah, but he got off to just a bit of a bad start where he was just way behind early, had to chase on bad squares just to block lines, and then isn't able to block all of them. Too much word. Chris almost getting hippoed. Yeah, I have seen somebody get hippoed in one of these matches and fully die and have to restart the fight like that because they got grabbed. Blanks also really, really knows how to use these Starfists even on NPCs. Knowing to use the R1s a lot of the time is a good call. Some people, like me, will still try to like R2 them more than you should and get punished for it. So Blanks knowing, nah, I'll use an R2 if they're like staggered or something. But for the most part, we're gonna spam the R1s to lock them in place is really, really nice. Chris might be a little mental boom from game one. Yeah. Yeah, I think he might be. I'm gonna change the subject for a second. Will the All Bosses 4-player run come back at some point? Yes. It will come back at Summer Games Done Quick in July, where we will be performing it live on stage in front of tens of thousands of people. Well, not tens of thousands of people there, but tens of thousands of people on Twitch. And so to prep for that, we will be doing practice where we are going to practice that all together. We're going to try to get new PBs. Also, Blanks just won. Lamenter. Bingo. How was there 2 Mitches? No game 3, but what a game 1, though. The game 1 was worth at least 2 games, for sure. Coming back this summer. You got in for the event? That's so hype. Congrats, y'all. Thank you. Yes, we did finally get it into the event. Too Mitch, too furious. Did someone tell Chris mid-match that Blanks broke the script? I think they told him right here. That's why he made that face. Did you see that face that he made? They told him. Not just yet. Hold on. He made a face after this, I think. Did I imagine it? I thought I just saw him make a face. Hold on. That laughing, he heard that the laughing. That's because they went off script. That's it. He was informed. Blanks went off script, and he was laughing. He was like, you can't go off script. You can't do that. Is the SUDQ games list out? Yes, the games list is out. The schedule is not out, so we don't yet know when that will be. But it sure is. Yeah, Dom really let both players have it in the post-game interview about that game one. That was a very funny interaction to be with. Luckily, I think both of them were in very good spirits, good sports about it. It was fun, but Dom definitely did not let either of them go with with the questions. The fine for getting off script is nothing against the eternal fame that winning bingo gives you. So true, so true. All right, but yeah, then it's just the post-match interview. Then we talked to them for a while about the games. So honestly, great job by Blanks. Absolutely, you know, dominant performance game 2. Kind of dominant performance game 1 in that he found a good way to get a basically insurmountable lead and, you know, rode that lead to the end. Chris, honestly, you know, fought very well in the first game. Until this moment. Which we could just watch one more time. What? Yeah, just one more time.
All right. Solid. Oh, I didn't block his bingo. Oh, fuck.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Gut. Oh my god.
You know, but until that moment, he fought really well. He got majority, so. But yeah, so Chris played well. Blanks played really well. Blanks moves on, deservedly so, in the winners finals. And Chris in the losers bracket, but with a solid still chance to make a losers run. If Chris is going to win, he needs to beat Ness. Then he needs to beat CBD, who would guaranteed be his next opponent. Then he needs to beat either Blanks or Tom, whoever loses in the winners finals. So it's a hard path, but Chris could do it. Give me the link. Yeah, all right. I'll give you the link. I'll give you the link. Oh, hold on. I'll give you all the link. There you go. Am I watching my own VOD? I was watching Captain Domo's VOD and commentating over it, but guys are never letting him forget that loss. Oh, absolutely never. You can bet. I can't wait for the next archipelago we do, so that at some point in the archipelago, Chris can say something snarky and we'll be like, yeah, well, at least it didn't lose with 13 squares. I cannot wait for that moment. Oh, that's gonna be so good. I think Chris is favored in the Nest matchup. CBD will be rough though. Yeah. I mean, I would agree. Yeah, and honestly, just winning 3 matches in a row is like really tough. Like, not many people will do it. In fact, only one person will possibly do it. If CBD wins through the losers bracket, it will also be 3 in a row. He will have to beat. He has already beat Jack. Then he will have to beat either Chris or Ness. Then he will have to beat either Blanks or Tom. So, you know, it's a rough path no matter who you are to try to make it through the loser's bracket, but always possible. This will haunt him for years to come. Yep. Bingo, Chris. Oh no, oh no, that's so good, but oh no. All right, I think I am gonna go to bed now because I would like to watch the bingo tomorrow morning as well. Or I say tomorrow morning, the bingo in 6.5 hours. Oh, am I gonna wake up for that? Oh, 6.5 hours. Yeah, honestly, that's probably fine if I get to bed right now. The problem is I'm not gonna get to bed right now. I'm gonna be up for a little bit longer, but I'll try to at least get up, maybe catch the end of game 1 and then catch game 2, whatever, and then we can review it on stream tomorrow. But yeah, I do want to get up at some point, so I think we will end right around here. Did Tom get a bracket advantage? Yes, Tom got a bracket advantage as the winner of the previous season. One person had to get a bracket advantage. And so it was given to Tom. Tom was given the bracket advantage because he was the winner of the previous season. It felt like the only right, fair, and just thing to do is to say, hey, as part of your reward for winning the previous season, you are also going to be given the opportunity to win the first match and then get a bye. And so then it was, yeah, it was determined that way that, like, if Tom wins his first match, he is the one who would end up with the bye. And so therefore, you know, his winning the previous season also translates to more likely to end up in the next season. All right. Incredible commentary as always. Thank you, thank you. You almost could have had it where Tom just gets automatically placed into the next season and then everyone else has to fight for one spot, but I like this better where Tom has to fight for his spot but is just given an advantage, so that it is likely. But hey, if 2 other people can beat the previous season's champion, then they deserve to go on as well. Alrighty, let's raid. Oh, speaking of an advantage, first ever enemy and item randomizer run. Sure, that sounds fun. Let's raid Zoodle. He's doing a Claire Obscura Expedition 33 randomizer run. I think he's early in because I don't think I've seen him doing it on previous days, but spoiler warning, if you have not played the game yet, it is incredible. Would recommend that you do it. So if you have to, you know, raid and immediately get out of there to avoid spoilers, fair enough. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be, and I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.